played this game many, many, many times historically. But they did have a new DLC that dropped yesterday. That is, I think they call it the Aqua Pack DLC. We already had the Oceanic Planet in Oni, but it was just basically a larger water biome. Whereas this one, as you can see, there's water and water and water and... Oh, right, because we had the unknown duplicates. Like, how can I see here? That was a quest thing. That's why I could see that. You know, and water and water and water and water and water and water. You get the idea. There's water everywhere, and most of it is salt. But actually the thing that's proving to be hard in this one is oxygen. Because we don't have any meaningful amount of algae. We have very limited amount of oxalite. And all that. So your normal oxygen production methods aren't really available. Instead, I've got these fish as one option. The bloaters, which they eat lettuce and they spit out oxygen. It's a pretty good chunk. It's 15 kilograms per time they breathe out. So you see we're trying to get this. We got a pen going now. And the goal trying to breed those as my water source. Hey, Harry. Thank you so much for the 115 stream streak and all that. So we've got that as one source of water. The other one is these corals. These corals do put out a little bit of oxygen, but it's really not a lot. And so what I think the things I need to work on for today's stream, since oxygen and food have been difficult, and the food is seeming to stabilize, is keep that going down there. And then what I think I want to do is all these rooms that have this flue coral in it, let's start connecting them. Because while opening up the space will create the danger of having problems with like everything going through. If I can open this up, do not uproot that. If I can open this up enough that we can get all these ones just trickling in a little bit more oxygen, eventually I will hit a point that the oxygen that we're getting in from them will outrun the amount we're using, and that should help. And I don't want to dig down there. We also have this as a new power generator. So you've got these geyser things. And the way those geysers work is they effectively... Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure we got all this wired up. Yeah, so effectively the way those geysers work is they suck in liquids around them, and after a while they push them back out. And so I'm just trying to get this enough space so it could like pull this in when it's in the suck-in phase without depleting it. And then just kind of go back and forth. And I'm hoping this design will work. You gained a level. Okay, you had operating. We had one person who doesn't have diving, because the dupes can now swim if they get these skills down here. And we definitely want that. So you'll get the operating skill. And you have our farming. So you have our critter ranching skill. Aqua grooming station. Okay. Let's grab that. Aqua grooming station. Let's look at, we got the grooming station. Let's check our research. I'm not familiar with the aqua grooming station. Ah, okay, we got new stuff with this DLC here. What am I researching right now? Because we probably need to put that as a priority. So right now you're working on air storage and installation. I think we ignore that. Because I'm assuming if we get the aqua grooming station, we can put it down here somewhere. And if we get the aqua grooming station down here, I could potentially get these to be less wild and have a higher production, because they're my source of oxygen, and we desperately need to get that sorted. Because as you can see, our oxygen's hovering around 40%, which ain't good. I've got that exposed. You're going to work on that over there. I think realistically we'll have to go and put a ladder there and there. So I want to open this up here. That way this fish and that can contribute to the oxygen going into the whole place. And we did finally get our carbon scrubber, which is doing its thing. Eventually this is going to be a problem, because we are adding more liquid to what's effectively a nearly closed circuit. We'll have to see what we need to do about that. That won't be a problem for a while, so I can choose to ignore it temporarily. Okay. So I've got all that going. Want to expose that. We're getting this all... Oh, you didn't... Oh, wait a second. Okay. Did I misunderstand this? Ah, I have to choose the plastic gasket. I don't know what difference that makes, but okay. Because we'll get that going, and then we will put a thing to drop salt water in there till it's full. And then we'll see if this thing lasts. If this design works, so we can just continue to use all this salt water. And then we'll just keep dumping more salt water into this pit until we start clearing all this out. Eventually I'm going to have the situation where I'm going to have to deal with this. So this needs lime and salt water, and a pretty decent amount of it. To only put out... Honestly, it's seeming like planting these are probably not going to be that great. Because it's 20 kilograms of salt water to irrigate it. Okay. Right, because it's taking them so long to get back and forth that it's proving to be a problem. Yeah, I think you're one of the ones who doesn't have the swimming skill. And hey, Page of Cakes, thank you for the 165 streams, sure you do appreciate that. It's good to see you, Cuz Jackie, and everyone else popping in here. Alright. So with this, we've got the water turbine. And now we can go through here, drop you two there. And we can go to the plumbing. Grab you. And I'm going to want to change you to drop salt water down into this area down below. Okay, so I'll have them do that so that we can get some salt water going in here, so that this can get filled up, and that'll give me more power on the network. I'm not sure how I want to deal with the power long term. I'm gonna have to have like a big fat cable that I think at one point we're gonna have like a big thick cable along this side, and then the occasional transformer to move it off. The challenge with that is that ends up being a lot of heat production. Yes, the sounder fan here needs to be given the swimming skill so they can move through water quicker. Usher cup seeds? Oh, I forgot we were digging down here. Yeah, we breached this, so this is even more air production that we were getting through this area. Or any other of the coral nearby that we could poke through to get at? Because basically what the thought is right now is anywhere I see coral, I want to poke through and I want to get that coral producing at least that trickle of air. Yeah, there is some coral right here that's no longer functional because it's got a pocket of air right over top of it that's high enough pressure it's forcing the water out of the way. I'd like to get there, but really the only place I've got decent access to it is from up here. But if I dig down this way, it's going to cause me more problems. I could potentially make like an airlock system there, but I'm not too fussed with that. Do you have any coral down here? There might be some down here. Honestly, this would just be as easy as going like this. We can open that up so if any air production does happen down there. Meanwhile, you're going to be set to drop salt water in there, because they should have that readily available. Okay, we're getting more of this, so that should help with this. Yeah, so your wildness is still going up. I'm gonna have to get the aqua grooming station, figure out how we do that. And I kind of mentioned that the idea that what I might need to do here is I can put a copy of that. So separate this out, and then maybe have this ladder go down and make however many extra tiles I can put down here. Make a dedicated space down there for the just more pool for the fish to be in, plus the aqua petting thing. What is your gear? What is the thing you got going on? You got a pair of gears over your head and you look super smug. I have no idea. They've got... Oh, super focused. Okay, so their happiness. Are all liquids water-based? First release of this game was very PvNTR. Then the DLC went more whimsical. I have no idea about the math you've got there. But, I mean, you've got, like, oil and, you know, like, straight-up oil, petroleum, liquid plastic. Anything can be made into a liquid. So when you're saying water-based, I'm not super sure what you mean in that particular example. I could probably grab you. Drop those two there. And we'll see how much I can expand this and have it still remain a valid, not range, a valid, ranch. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah, because that just shrunk the room a lot. So let's look at this. So right now, this room is 59 tiles, and it can be up to 96 tiles. So what we're going to do is get rid of that. We're going to start opening this up more. Until we hit whatever the limit is here. Alright. So 69 tiles, 70 tiles, 71 tiles. Okay, so we're at 75 tiles. And it can be up to 96 tiles. So I can do 21 more tiles. And we can fill in whatever we need to do with that. Hey, Devlin, how's it going? Yeah, this should give me enough room for, like, the underwater grooming station. You can deconstruct that grooming station, it serves no purpose. Okay. So we finished that research. And that's the frosty plant stuff. So let's get back to what we were working on, which is down here. Okay, so with that, I should be able to go down here. Aquatic shearing. Aquatic grooming. Nothing to worry about there. Do you require power? You do not. Alright. So they need both ranching and base grooming. But the insomnia is kicking your butt always. Lots of things done in Roamstead. Yeah, no, Roamstead was fun. I do think I'll be back to Roamstead once it's, you know, farther along and not as early in early access kind of deal. Okay. Alright, so let's see. We are at 93 tiles. And we can have up to 96 tiles. So technically it can get slightly larger. By 3. So plan to go like this. And that'll be a maximum size ranch. With a dedicated space for grooming the fish down below. And air pressure is getting really critical, so this is a major ordeal. Okay. That's research complete for what? The insulated door, insulated blocks. Stuff for helping heat up and cool down the area just a little bit. We are going to need more water. So I wonder what would be the best way of doing this. Because I don't need the pump running forever. So what I could do here is we can grab, if I can find it, there, we'll grab you, liquid pump. For right now, I'm going to chuck that up here. That'll be a mistake, because it'll cause it to backfill. Where can we put that to be the least problematic? Because the problem I have is it could... Well, what I could do is I can put it there. I can connect the pipe here. And I'll just manually open and close it for right now, because you see this is getting dangerously low. You are going to block that, aren't you? Change in plan. Get rid of this. Copy, paste. Go plumbing. We can just do... pipe up here. Actually, pipe up there. That's not going to work either, because it's just going to dump that. It's fine. I'm trying to put it where it won't be in the way of other things, but it's fine. So what we could do is... there's room here. We could just bring it up here. Plunk it there. It'll drip through the floor. But that way, as we make more water into the system, we can run this. We are going to have to inject more water into this whole setup. We're going to need desalination at some point. Okay, so let's let that run for a little while. Because for the moment, we're just going to process all the germ water we've got out of here. And get that going through. Oh, and also copy settings, paste that in. Because yeah, we will slowly be removing water through the plants here. I am going to need to have an injection of water we can process. We do have a lot of polluted water. I don't believe this is a... What do you make? You excrete polluted dirt, and you can be sheared for iron ore. Okay. So, I get my refined metal off of a turtle's back. Do you require polluted water to live? Yeah, so you eat kelp pole and nori. And I think you're okay being in regular water or whatever. But the kelp... Like, kelp can be in salt water and all that as well. Bear's turtle? Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, so right now we just have a loop here, which is what I'm trying to avoid. It'd actually be potentially good to have this on the output. It's fine. It'll cause some weird balance issues. We do have some water down here, and there's a rubber gasket down here. A rubber gasket gets me another pump, or another one of the power things. There's also looks like a bit of oxalate there. They have that set to rummage. You don't have anything there. So let's get over here, because with the rubber gasket, we've got all that. And we're waiting for you to get salt water in here to actually run. You've got that open. I do see some bubbles coming up here, so there's some oxygen being produced down there. You're making oxygen. So I need to puncture through into this area somehow. This has been the trick here, is I've been trying to avoid puncturing this. Because eventually this is going to run into a problem when we start accidentally getting these other waters that have been here. So there's some salt water in here, there's some regular water in here. That's gotten in here over time. And I'm trying to avoid accidentally, actually I don't see the salt water anymore. But, trying to avoid causing problems there. Alright, so we got new research. Let's go ahead and... I'm just gonna choose stuff. Right. So we got new printables. Rubber gasket all day long. That means I can build 2 more of these for power, which is gonna start overloading, and I'm gonna have to start breaking my power network into subsets. So you've got the gas tank. And thermal regulators and all that. You've got all the coral producing air down there to slowly help. Because right now it's not great, but it could certainly be worse. We'll want to widen this up. Because I see we're actually getting some decent oxygen and all that. What? Oh, there's a piece of oxalate there. I was like, where's this air coming from? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So you're still showing as this. We'll need to watch our person with... Where are we at? So skills. You have critter ranching, but you don't have basic swimming. So the next skill that Sounder Fan gets needs to be basic swimming, because they can't use the aquatic grooming station until that happens. And not just running forever doesn't really matter. Okay, so we could probably do here. So I've got the thing for... Wait, did I get rid of the pump for the fresh water? Oh, it's up there. Okay, so what we can go ahead and do over here is grab you, dig up this tile, sweep all that up. We just bring in a bit more here. We can disable that building for a minute. We can turn on the auto... Oh, sorry, not that. The auto bottle. So that means they'll go out of their way to grab bottles of fresh water and, you know, pump it up just for purposes of filling that in, which is why I'm turning that off, is so we don't start a cycle of pumping it back in itself. That'll just be a waste of everyone's time. there'll be a couple more tiles of water over there. That's all salt water. Okay, so I've got air coming from here. There's nothing over here that's going to give me air. I opened that up so the air can come in through here as well. That'll be fine. We're not getting salt water up there yet. There's nothing over here to help with that. Yeah, because a decent amount down here. It's enough it's literally disturbing the surface of the water. So it should help. The only downside there is the carbon dioxide trying to come down while the oxygen is trying to go up, and so you're going to have, like, some airflow issues. No power. Oh, because that's not flowing at the moment. That's fine. Oh, yeah, you should actually be set to enable auto bottle. That's the problem there. Okay, we'll let that run a bit more. And then once this gets filled up enough that it can run, we'll be good. Then you've got that going there, which we're slowly adding more water here. You're pumping water from the pond in endless loop? Yes. I already made mention to that. Now, granted, I'm not using any fuel whatsoever to run this, so it doesn't actually hurt anything. But it is something that I will need to put some... When I get refined metal, I'll need to put some logic on here to be like, hey, don't run this under these situations. Honestly, for right now, disable that building. Let the water recover for a minute. Because we're taking too much out of this area. Okay. So with that, this whole thing is getting backed up a little bit. And we'll let it go till this buffers some. One thing I can also do is there's lots of polluted water and all that over here. We can gradually move that over. I haven't looked at the desalinization we have. I think that's refinement, actually. We don't have it yet. That's fine. Because that's the thing, is we're going to have to get a source of bringing water into the place. Okay. And then pretty soon they'll get the last of this water all pulled out of there, and they'll get rid of that, because that's fresh water. We can put that in the system without any further processing. If I'm remembering correctly, one of the tricks you had in the game is if your dupes soiled themselves, like, you could ultimately make it a source of additional water, that you could do some curse stuff with that. That, for a second... Air pressure's getting low enough that these are going to start having problems. But for right now... Well, I mean, that's just cycling. That's fine. We just need those to continue adding oxygen in. How much is one of my dupes breathing per duration of time? So you consume how much air? 100 grams per second. And you produce... 150 grams per second. So we should be at a net gain with a bunch of those. Okay, so you've got that automated stuff there. We're just going to run down the line. Work our way up. It's fine. Then they, each time they go through their process, they'll give me 15 or 1.5 kilograms or whatever it is. Alright, Bassett, you take it easy. You appreciate it. Yeah, and they're continuing to gain wildness. Like, they go down a little bit when you feed them, but That's the whole thing. Okay. I do like that everyone's moving fast because their morale's super high, but that's not going to last forever. That's mucin. And we get mucin really hot, and it becomes slime and polluted water. And if it gets cold, it becomes frozen mucin. Yeah, so if it ever gets almost 200 degrees, that becomes a source of polluted water. So weirdly these slugs, the sluggos, could ultimately be a source of all that. The question is, so 196, and then polluted water is 246. But you do off-gas over time yourself. It's very slow, though. Yeah, we got the rubber gasket. Just continue to fill that. Because it needs to be submerged to work. And we should try to get to that coral as well. Just trying to avoid puncturing here. Are you idle? What are you doing? Because they're not getting the alert of idle times up there. Yeah, because we get down here to have a source of air coming through, that'd be good. Burning Sun gained a skill point. And you're our builder, and you've maxed out building. So this is the one to consider. So if we give you Dive Master... Well, we did give you Dive Master. That's fine. Yeah, so you're getting idle up there, so we don't want that. So what I can probably do here... I just need to poke a hole through here somewhere. I don't care about any of the plants or whatever up here, really. There are a lot of the Starnicles up there. But I want to get down here. I'm going to need to skim over the top here, so that there's enough room for stuff to get around. We'll poke through on this side while we're at it, so we can let the fish through and all that. I'd hate to dig down this way, but that honestly might not be that bad. Because then we can also go over here and widen you up. Okay. Because I'll make it drop down here, but I think that'll be okay. This won't go lower than this. Oh, I also noticed... Because yeah, if we can open up that, that'll be a little bit more oxygen production coming in. We can open up that, get that over here. There's no oxygen production in this whole area. There is some over there. So I could probably do is peel that open. You can peel that open as well. I'm basically just trying to open up as much of this as I can so that all these little oxygen generation plants can keep oxygen generating. Server Lord, please go up. I'm just trying to get as many of those oxygen things connected, because ultimately each one of those is producing 150 grams of oxygen per second or whatever, versus the dupes are consuming 100. So as long as I have more of them than the dupes, we should, in theory, just gradually gain oxygen. And that's not even factoring in these things would actually put out a decent amount whenever they breathe. So you got that open to fill things in here. Okay. Oh, you drained fast. Okay, and you're emitting again. Alright, so we don't want to breach this thing right here. What we could do... give it one extra tile. We can get that all set up like this. And I can start peeling away the rest. I also miss that we have them up here. Yes, as you can see, it's breathing out a bunch of air. Okay, Server Lord gained a level. You have doctoring and mining. So you got your hazmat mining. So you've maxed out your mining. Because I can enclose that. And it'll punch through this area to let all that salt water down. To fill all this in to make sure everything stays under. We'll see if this needs to be one block of tiles higher or not. This is just the guess of how much that pit needed to function. Right, so you don't actually have a good way in here. We definitely don't want to accidentally expose this. I think that'll be okay, though, because that is 2 tiles deep. Oh, no, but then they're gonna mine through here. We put a ladder there, and then they could swim the rest of the way. Alright, so keep working on that. Alright, so getting all that sorted now. Then once they've got this wall closed off, I can put the ladder here. We can close off that wall. Alright. And then these will end up going away. Okay, so we're gonna punch that through. Open this to just dump the water down here. I've got it walled off so I can't backfill into this area. These are running into a problem because of air pressure. We're working on it. I'm trying to get as much oxygen production going on. You all need to breathe more. Okay. And they're here, but they're not going to get hardly any stuff to produce from. Okay. Yep. And now that's back to functioning. Now we've exposed it. Alright, so what do we got here? Choose print. We can give ourselves some good food. That's what we're doing. So food is actually in pretty solid shape now. We're going to not slow down because, as you can see, all of these are starting to run into problems due to air pressure, which isn't going to change. Like, you got all this oxygen that's dense down here. It's slowly percolating its way up. Just trying to get more and more of the stuff producing the oxygen as well. You'll need to peel that side open, give it a little bit more airflow. And unleash the salt water. This means most likely the bloaters will end up down here as well. Dig that tile up. Okay. Those might need to be deeper. We'll see. It's got air going there. That'll be fine. We can actually see this whole area now. So let's go ahead and check temperature for any more geological stuff here. Did I already identify that one? I feel like we did, didn't we? We did not. Alright, so what do we got hidden down here? So you are a cobalt volcano. Okay. That's cool and terrifying. Got a little area pocket down there. What's the dupe doing over there? It's a new quest, like, for this map. And so we're following it around, and it's giving us stuff as we go. It's like giving us some, like, an occasional item to help out, but only after I reach them and give them some requested quest items and all that. So, like, the first time they asked me for a bunch of pearls, and I gave her pearls, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, the Cobalt Volcano will be a nice source of stuff there. Yeah, so this time they want food. Can I get to you over here? Because right now the problem is that's polluted water. This is salt water. We don't want to cross-contaminate it if we can help it. And we've dumped all the salt water. Oh, you poor thing. So open that up. You've got this continuing to pump out air up here. And honestly, with this, go ahead and just punch right on through up here. It is going to dump all this salt water out, but that should drain this off where we can start bringing it over. And it'll give me oxygen from that as well. But yeah, so what we're going to want to do is get into this area. The big thing again is all that polluted water is going to mix in. Now, the way I can avoid contaminating is making a walk across here and then dropping straight down through it, which might be what we do. It's just, it's a hike, so it's very genuinely a concern that we might not be able to make it back and forth without a mask or whatever. Okay, so I'll have all that there. I'm going to go ahead and actually open it up to be far larger to just get through. In the meantime, I will go ahead and put the water permeable blocks to cut across here. Yep, so now I've got this little spot for the coral. It's a little pocket. Honestly, we probably can do that as well. It'll start draining, but I think that'll be fine. Because with these all going and all that, and me opening up more to dump it in, we should be able to block that off again before it's a problem. Okay, meanwhile, you're done. Deconstruct that. It's not needed anymore. You're done. Deconstruct that. You can turn that building back on. And then disable auto bottle. The rest of that system's still going fine. I'll have to figure out desalinization, Because that's what's going to need to happen, is I'm going to need to convert that salt water into not salt water. The other thing, you know what, actually, what we can do is do all this, and I'm going to put a pump down here to pump this into our system way over here to supplement our stuff by bringing in all the polluted water, and to hell with this ecosystem. I've got a spare one over here that we can let be what we need it to be. Polluted mud. The whole thing's gonna be a mess to clean up. Meanwhile, let's go to these and go to no polluted dirt. Copy settings. When we get polluted mud, we'll say no to the polluted mud. Yeah, so I thought it was going to drain nice and slow. Alright, so research complete, and you're working on the art stuff. Right, so before we continue with that, I've already forgotten what I was looking... Oh, it was the, desalinization is what we were looking for. So liquids, rust, oxidalizer, mechanical surfboard. Emulsification is to make salt water. That's for our cooling stuff. Desalinization, there we go. Okay. And thank you, Deep Gift, for the 7 trick. I do appreciate that. We can also go here and clean that block up. And thank you, Ballistic Badger, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been staying sub to the channel for the last, or been staying sub to the channel for 9 months, and I really do appreciate the continued support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. Pretty soon that'll be all sorted. These fish are going to have a bad time. It is what it is. But yeah, the thing that she wants now is food, and now that we're making a surplus, I'm okay with running over there to deal with it. Okay, so air pressure still sucks. This is slowly building up. This area over here is slowly building up. I think the problem here now is not enough space. We need to open up the top a little to make it so the air can flow through here a little bit easier. Okay, so you've got that. So at this stage, we can peel that open just a little bit wider. They all seem happy, despite how desperate that situation must be. And to wall off that side real fast so that, you know, if I go and mine over here and start breaching things, that continues to be a pocket of just slow air. Fishies? Yes. Oh, and that's just so they can run faster back and forth. Oh, those fish are gonna have a bad time. Mildly, extremely claustrophobic. What we can do is mine this out and pop it there and drop them down below, and maybe not they get to where they need to go. Okay, that's brine. Here's coral stop wiggling. It goes through phases. It wiggles for a while and puts out oxygen, and then it stops, and it wiggles for a little while and puts out oxygen, and then it stops. That's fine. You see a lot of them aren't. It'll go back and forth. That's probably the reason why I'm not just, you know, up to my eyeballs in air right now, as they're only running here and there. Like that one just finished. You can see the last of the bubbles coming up. And there's all of them down there. Okay, we've got another one down here we can puncture to. Say, not gonna worry about the electrolyzer stuff. It seems like this one, I don't have much in the way of fuel. Like, there's no coal that we've seen. We did see a buried oil thing finally, but not much in the way there either. Okay. Oh yeah, these are all producing air. Oh well, the air will get up and over. We can tear down those 2 blocks to allow a little bit better airflow to come through and down. I was just about to say, it's like, oh, the air's definitely not going to be able to maneuver around there, but that doesn't really matter. Okay. And you're not getting success because of air pressure. Right now we can disable the carbon skimmer and just let that kind of build up more air pressure so that this can run. Yeah, because the air pressure's there. This is still slowly climbing up where it's getting more and more air pressure there, and it's just going to take time to fill that in. We got the same thing happening over there. This we've opened up, and that should help a lot push air down there. We're going to get some of that over here as well. You can see we're getting all these... Like, that's a 10 kilogram block of air there. That's 6 kilogram, 10 kilograms. So we actually have a lot of oxygen trapped right here. We now have a bunch of the polluted water off-gassing. There's a mod that converts the oxygen overlay to actual gas elements. Interesting. Yeah, slowly gets sorted out. Oh, we should also check over here again, because we did dig way farther to the left now. Okay, no new geysers. This biome is nice and cold. I'm actually on board with that, because we've been running into problems where this biome started pretty hot, and it hasn't exactly gotten colder over time. So we'll see where that can all go. Okay. And you're just opening that up so you get better airflow from the coral thing over here. You get a couple, you got one up here as well, and one up there. You still need to widen this up. Okay, what I was going to do over here is going to have them go right across there. And then like that, and maybe we'll save a couple fish's lives. Or not, we'll see. Then we could potentially do here. I might be able to just breach and just dump all this down because there's nothing I care about in there. Well, crap, never mind. It was sitting on sand and I missed that, so I just destroyed it. It's whatever. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Okay, you gotta get over there to do that. That's fine. Yeah, and I also saw that there was a thing about, like, a larger planter for those. Which I assumed would have been up here. Yeah, wide planter. Must be irrigated through liquid plumbing. So the thing about that, so we have the extra large planter. So we've got, so algae gives me a little while that I can run that thing to give me just a little bit more air. And actually we have been mining a bunch of algae in that new area. So I can supplement our air for a while. I'm pretty sure we did just finish getting our desalinization. Let's start at the top and work our way down. Okay. Yeah, so we're slowly draining all of this down. Kind of creating our big pocket over here. Yeah, so those, like I said, it's putting out 150 per whatever seconds. So what I could potentially do is, this is already plumbed with salt water. So we could potentially go down here and go food, wide hydroponic planter. And I'll plant one of those down here and see if that helps literally anything. Meanwhile, we have the consideration of desalinization, which I want to say is a little bit of a heat hog. Yeah, so it takes salt water and all that and puts that in there. 480 watts. And it puts out 8,000 DTUs, which is pretty high. Okay. So what we can do is I'll put you way over here. This is the output. And the output is our fresh water. And then we've got our input here. Which is our salt water, brine, and all that stuff. Regular tile there. We're just going to accidentally breach a little bit of water down there, lowering the water level. And then last but not least, power. And this is probably the point where we exceed what our cables can handle. Because they're probably already pushing the edge of what our power grid can handle before it starts overloading lines. The only saving grace there is a lot of this stuff. Yeah, so technically we already can overload if things were to all run at the same time. So that's going to be... What I'll realistically need to do is I think realistically I'm going to go onto our power grid here. And like, for example, I've got the lab up here. I'd probably cut this cable, this powers this segment, this powers that segment, do stuff like that. We would need a battery down here, so we'll go ahead and plan to do that now. Because then we'll get that, like I said, we'll detach the segments, splitting it off into two separate networks. It is interesting with that consideration, with all of those things everywhere, that I'm effectively generating power all over the place. So it does really open up a lot of opportunity for a bunch of stuff. I don't know what you were going for, but you're not going to get very far until you get your swimming skill up. Oh, you wanted sushi rolls. Okay. What the heck do I need to make sushi rolls? I forgot that that wasn't just food. She had specific food there. So sushi rolls, and those are going to be made with lice loaf, nori, fish fillet, and a sushi bar. So that's going to be a thing that's not happening anytime soon. That's fine. You can just chill there, and if I happen to make sushi rolls someday... Because how much sushi rolls do you want? Is it a lot or a little? 36,000 kilograms. Or kcal worth. That's a lot of sushi. Okay. So the next thing we can do is to avoid making a colossal mess of everything. I'll bring you up here. Then we dig over here. Get all the way up here. Dig through here. And we can lock these two doors open. Let all this crap drain out into our giant pool over here. So this is just becoming our saltwater reservoir. It is getting cross-contaminated with water. I kind of accepted that's going to happen no matter what I do a long time ago. That's fine. So that all connected for later. You're going to keep cooling this all off. Check our temperatures again. See if we got anything new and exciting. A saltwater geyser. So we've got our first renewable source of water there. And that's our cobalt volcano. Did I figure out what you were already? Yeah, we did. More tidal things. The tidal ones are interesting. I'm also curious of the tidal ones. These have to have a range of what they can handle, right? No. So weirdly enough, those tidal spring volcanoes could have stuff like lava in them, and it would, you know, in theory work. Probably don't do that, but, you know, in theory. Got the juicer, we got the plant masher, and these things we probably won't use. Okay. So I'm assuming the sushi bar... Yeah, sushi bar is over on the next higher level of tech. Oh, and we got people with skills. So you can go ahead and get... Let's get you basic swimming. Everyone's going to get their basic swimming at least, because without it, it's pretty obnoxious. How did you get up here? Because this Oxygen Not Included doesn't have a thing where, like, the water levels here I can, like, push down and push up. That's not really, like, it's not been a thing in the game at any point till now. So I'm not sure how the salt water got over here. Okay, we do have desalinization happening. At this point, enable that building. Let the water flow. Yucky lungs? Oh, that's probably from over here. No? I was gonna say, I thought this whole slime here area was gonna be awful. Okay, so with this... Why are you broken? This building received damage from nothing. Wait until it gets repaired. Why were you damaged? It's not like you had incorrect liquid flow through you. You're being listed as outside a stable right now. I don't understand. Two spaces too big? No, it's a 3x1. My curiosity. No, it's definitely not going to be water pressure because there's not much there. Let's tear it up and see if the other blocks are like still behind it or something weird like that. Wait, is it the pipe that's broken? Or is it the planter that's broken? Cancel deconstruction. No, it's the planter that's broken. The pipe is fine. Let's have them pull that up, and just see what we can do to figure that out. And meanwhile, we are continuing to drain that in there. Let's see how we want to go about this. This is the scrubber. We're not using the scrubber right now, so prevent that loop. We're just going to do this. We're just going to let the desalinization just dump that in there and leave that alone. Okay, so you're all good there. Research. Go ahead and just queue all that up. So. Go ahead and do a sweep on this. Oh, sorry, not that. Sweep on this. And get everything out of the way, and then let's try building again and see what happens. How are you... ending up overflowing there? That's the second time that's happened. Which surprisingly hasn't caused us any grief. Which shocks me, because that is salt water. You think the water power is pushing water up, you think? Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, I see it. So, yeah, so these get sucked down, and then when it pushes it back up, it pushes it up and over. Right. Okay. So ways I could solve that is I could cap these off to make it an enclosed space. The other thing we could do is give them an alternate route that's higher up. We can also put just an airlock here, which is probably the correct well, no, because the airlock is still going to be a problem. So this will at least mitigate it, because if it pushes that up while the door's closed, it won't be a problem. Okay. We've almost got that sorted. Yeah, I didn't think about the fact that because those are going up and down constantly, we'll end up needing... And I can make a better airlock system here later on. There's the rock crusher and kiln. And you're also gradually pumping the salt water out of there over. We have an unintentional water lock to keep the polluted oxygen over here. Let's go ahead. If I open, it's probably fine. What I want to do is give these fish a chance to get into the main pool so that they can continue to produce air in here to help out there. Oh, this is going to... Yeah, that one's going to off-gas into this area. So we will want to open that up. It's a little concerning that we're going to have all the polluted oxygen, but I think we can just live with that. Okay, finally. Boom. Basic swimming. And with that, you can start taking these things here. Go ahead and make those a 9. Get this crap out of here already. Oh, storage is full. Never mind. Just cancel that. Forget about it. We'll just try building this thing again. So... Food. Wide planter. Drop you there. Because I want to get the things producing oxygen. That'd be a good spot for it, too. Okay, so we've got you. We'll just take the battery packs. I don't want to bring on more dupes until our air is properly secured. Once our air is properly secured, then we can start doing all that. So how are we doing? So again, this is kind of hovering around the same place. Why is this room... Oh, right. Right. We did get some algae to run this thing. So let's go ahead and we can add the mesh tiles to allow that to escape that room. And that'll help. Okay, so we're starting to get some of these being labeled as saltwater. There's enough getting in there, which is not ideal. We are just getting our main pool contaminated, unfortunately. Which will eventually cause problems when it starts going to the toilets and all that. Yes, you're all going to want to move over here, man. So, I mean, that's all going to be polluted oxygen up there. Wide farm is okay? Yeah, I wonder what caused it the problem the first time. Okay, so let's go here, and we want to copy this building. Plunk it down there. Now those two producing more air. And for you, you need salt water and lime. You'll produce more air to help here. Okay, so got a research done. So smart storage and all that kind of stuff. You're slowly phasing out bronze equipment and continue to make them for sale as you... Oh yeah, that's cool. It's a pretty standard strategy in Medieval Dynasty. Yeah, challenge is going to be getting those sushi rolls is going to be a whole project. So since this is all contaminated anyways, I think we just accept it's all contaminated. I'm just going to keep peeling away at this. That'll be fine, because this will probably start filling in here with water. Because then the hope here is we'll start being able to get that to be brought down. Let's go ahead and we're going to cut across here. So this is all connected over. My storage is full, and these no longer matter. Oh, that's sleeping arrangements. Okay, so that's fine. So what we can do here is get the mesh, and then we're going to grab a bunch of these. Give yourself more material storage. Okay, so you've got this thing running. We apparently have tons of the flu coral, but having them work on that constantly is going to be a little bit of a problem. So you don't have power. Why are you hurt? I'm not entirely sure what hurt you. Okay, so I do think we're at the point I need to separate these two power networks. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go right here. We're just going to snip this line. So now you got two separate power grids. So that one is nowhere near... Oh, that's not... Okay, so we can balance this a lot better. Because this one can slightly overwhelm if everything runs. This one's got plenty of power to spare. So anything new we add, it should go onto this side. Yeah, so that seems to resolve that. Food, we're good so far as calories go. Hey, you gained a skill. There's your point in operating. So one thing we can probably do is food. A refrigerator. And I've got an available spot, so I'm just going to chuck that there. We can start storing the food in there, because this is all full of unrefrigerated food that I probably need to get in the fridge to make it last longer. Were bronze very lucrative to individual sales, something like a pickaxe? Yeah, no, absolutely. We got more pockets of air. We can go along here and carve that wider to allow the air to flow through here easier. Okay, so we've got all that going. Got more power opportunities there. So I've got the flu coral up there. I could grab the seeds, but I don't need to. Got gumwood and all that up there. Your open way over here. We've got some down there. And honestly, this would be easy enough to just go like this. Because the ladder, they can just go down here, swim, dig that out, move on up. This one, I could certainly get to it by digging down farther here and tearing that all up. I don't think we want to yet, because that's a lot to fill in and that'll drain a lot of this. That's fine. Okay. And how are we going towards domesticating you? Alright, so the wildness is coming down, so we hopefully will increase that population. You, on the other hand, had your power drop off. Or are you not producing enough power? Oh, I think it's, if the fish get right against here, when it pulls in, it's pulling them against the grate and hurting them. That's like 2 or 3 that got damaged right in that spot. Yeah, so I think the problem is this is consuming more power than that produces. Let's just go ahead and reconnect those lines. We will run the risk of overwhelming that circuit, but at the moment, we're running into problems there. Yeah, you can hold all that. You need water. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And now we're running into the problem that's saltwater and polluted water, so that's not running. Hi.
Love.
Love.
Love me?
I do.
All the love?
Yes.
All the love that's ever loved in the history of love?
At least 2.
It was such a good number.
Mm-hmm. It's only 19 grams. These over here are the ones that are like really heavy. That's 36 kilograms of oxygen. In other words, when I open that spot up, it is going to just jump some air. Like these 45 kilograms of oxygen over here. Oh, that's carbon dioxide. No, that's oxygen. There's train back and forth. Yes, these are those pockets where we were generating the air and it's just getting trapped here. So we'll want to go. Like, it's literally damaging the phosphate blocks nearby it. It's got so much air pressure. Now I go up here, and it got stuck there. So I'll poke a little hole here, too. Those water plants that need, wait. These, I don't think these need light. Oh! They do require light. Can you build a light above them? Maybe not above them, but probably near them. The problem is I don't think I have light sources that can be under the water. I think what we have to do is bring in... There's these, there's the little fish there that give off light. I miss that those require light. That explains why they haven't been producing reliably. It's these beacons they need. Let's see here. So furniture... I assume, so you're not submersible. You're not submersible. I didn't think you would be. Okay. That creates a complication. Huh. So then the question is, does it make more sense to... let's also check here, because what I might be able to do is food... We can use a fish trap. Then we can do... So we can take up this block, make it a fish release. We could dump a beacon in here. And that would give these the light. Okay, and we need to go here to food. Fish release goes there. And what does a beacon need to eat? Phosphorus. Building not submerged. Where's the other one? So, we need the water level higher. The problem we have right now is just a matter of keeping the power running. Okay, so inspect. 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 Now we don't have the password here to do anything yet. So the next move I want to make is get this cleared up so I can just keep digging straight up. So poke a hole through there. We can dig straight up, keep building our ladder, see what else we can find up here. There's another flue coral up there and over there. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to deal with. Yes, that building needs to be submerged, and what we're waiting to do that is this desalinization. It's just going to keep pumping, and hopefully we get this water level up high enough. Then you're not running at all because this is all blocked up. So that is a little backed up, so let's go ahead and reconnect that for now. Until that's depleted. That could even be what we do is we take this pump and we have it watch this tile. And then if, like, one of these tiles here, and when these run dry, then it starts pumping it around again. So that way we don't end up with this loop we've got right now. Okay, so with that, that's all run dry. So let's go ahead and disconnect you again. And now it's just that way. It could also be a thing that we, if this is empty... Nah, the empty one's not a good one. Basically, we can put a sensor here and be like, hey, if there's, like, no water here... Well, no, it needs to be higher up. If there's, like, no water in this tile, bring it around. We'll have to figure it out. That'll be just an automation thing to turn it on and off. Okay. We got you. Use blueprint. Sure. Little pocket of carbon dioxide. And that's all slowly draining. Then once we got that cleared off, we can start punching our way up more and start getting up. So that's regolith up there, so that would imply we're probably getting close to the surface up there. So the oxygen does seem to be very much stabilizing, but the big part of that is the oxygen diffuser being turned back on because we got some algae. We will burn through that algae and then we'll be kind of crap out of luck at that point. So we've got more of these, so we can get down to you and get you hooked up to start producing power. And then again, we can, like, click off that side of the grid and put this on. So it's planned for that. So we've got you. We can build a copy. Place it down there. And we'll do the exact same design. Right now, this side will be filled up. We can bring that over. Do this. Dig a tunnel. Okay, that's fine. Because then we can fill this in, and I'll probably put a new tile back here. I'm sure eventually we'll be moving the saltwater pump as well. And if this keeps running and keeps bringing in fresh water, eventually this will be mostly filled in with just the fresh water. The saltwater will be a problem. Yeah, no, what can I do about, like, the light is going to be ultimately getting that fish in here, but I don't see a good way of doing that. Hey, you are completely tame. So they should reproduce faster and hopefully make air faster. Okay. Burning Sun, don't do it. I don't need you killing Server Lord today. Okay. Yep, so those broke through because, again, the air pressure here is getting really high. 62 kilograms of oxygen pressure there. Okay, and already like that, we've got you. So what needs to happen here is before this gets too far out of line, because now I got 3 of those things producing there. That is definitely danger zone overwhelming the power. Snip that. So again, I got 2 of these running down here for you. And I've got 1 up here for running that. Another thing would be like grab the next one, hook it up. Eventually I'm going to need to start dealing with more of that. It is interesting in this one that I could very genuinely just cut things apart and just have all sorts of separate power grids. Yeah, for getting light over it, I might be able to get away with something. You know what? If I put a tile here that's solid, well no, because then the problem is the oxygen can't get back out. Granted, there's already going to be airflow problems here. Yeah, we'll leave it alone for right now. I'm just going to get a beacon in here, because I think what the plan's going to be. We'll wait till this... We'll wait till this is submerged in water, and then we can just drop one of the glowing fish in there and just let it basically keep replacing itself. Yeah, it's gonna keep breaking blocks over here because of all the pressure. Surprised the pressure's getting so high over there. Okay. Ultimately, with how fast the dive masters swim, I feel like these blocks don't serve a purpose. That I'm better off just continuing to carve this open. But I just want to get this closed off just like the other ones. Okay. Researches stuff there. We got rocketry stuff for the automation. Alright. Yeah, so the atmosphere is all in good shape now, which is lovely. And I guess for here, that's just more salt water down there. We could spare ourselves a little pain by taking that up, and just letting that all dump down into the same reservoir all that's at. We've got all that going on. We got more of the stuff down here as well. Do we have more? Okay, that's a new one. And you are a minor volcano. Cool. And let's see what else they've got going on down here. And I'm pretty sure we already had that one. Yes, we do. Yeah, saltwater geyser is going to be useful in the long run as my renewable water for a while. So for the sushi, we have to get lice loaf. And the thing that's curious about that is I don't have the means of doing that. We don't have lice loaf seeds. So either this needs to give me a lice loaf seed so I can start growing the lice stuff, or somewhere here we're going to have access to that. And that's the big reason why I'm not even looking at it, is like I don't have one of the materials. Because there's lice loaf, the sea lettuce, the fish, and I think one other thing to make it. And then we had to unlock the technology, which is a whole tier higher, which is not a big deal. I'm putting zero focus in on that. Yeah, so we got lots of polluted water down there. Lots of the mucin that we'll want to do stuff with. Actually, we can cut across there even. Keep cutting that down to allow me to dump all that in that area. Okay, so you've got all that. I guess for right now I'll just leave that open, because we do have some material trapped in these. It's probably not the best, but that's fine. This has a bunch of material trapped in it, so I kind of want to leave that alone. Open that up so it slowly fills that up with salt water. Okay. You've got that whole setup with that way on the end here. Well, actually, with this now, I can drain off the extra salt water by just punching right through here. Yeah, and then we can just punch through here, dump all the salt water down into the abyss down there, clean all that up. That also makes it so I have a route so I can puncture all of this up here and not have to worry about the mess. You can... clean up that real fast, and then we can go through here and check out what's above. Wiggle around this one to potentially get more. Yeah, so more of these blocks keep breaking from all the pressure. Okay. And the food poisoning germs they're gradually going down. Like, there's still a bunch down here, but up here it's getting all cleaned up. Yeah, breathe in all that extra oxygen. Okay, and we're now officially out of algae, so this thing's gonna shut off soon. And then hopefully we've got ourselves more stabilized with all these things going on. Yeah, that's what we need to do, is we need to get some beacons there to keep those going forever. They've got several of the eggs laying down here, so hopefully we can get enough of them going. Yeah, that means these will never have what we need here. I'd have to put... we can actually probably do this. I have to put, like, a little light up here to keep that running. That's concerning. Oh, that's buried object. That's fine. Oh, yeah. This is all fine. We can tear this up. But what I was going to say is we have this as its own network now. What I should be able to do, actually, for this one up here that's not running, we can go furniture, we can poke a little light up here. And we can just run a power line up and over. But that should keep that running forever. And since it's effectively free power and there's power to spare in this. Alright, so we can disable this building. There's no more stuff for it. We did pretty good where we got the whole main part of the base oxygenated, and then the periphery is just what it is. Hey, the ins, how's it going? Alright. Okay, so I think the reality is these are never going to be sorted. So we can honestly just deconstruct those. I'm not going to be able to get a light in there easily, and with what we're looking at with these, what I think the answer for those are going to be is making their own separate little area for them. And in that separate little area for them, I can sit there and put like a little light, just like we've got here. We got this light just above. Wonder why you're not running now. You've got your light. It's definitely on there. You're in the temperature range. That use light and produce that. It might just need like time to charge or whatever. Finished our Pokepia build. It's been a great day. Everything fine in Florida? Yeah, Florida's flirting. Bit of crappy weather, but that's pretty standard Florida weather. Okay, they're breathing out more of that. Yes, we've got all the beacons up here. I think the reality is we need to get the beacons not necessarily stuck on top of those, but in those general areas. Yeah, we'll fill that back in. Okay, and we can choose our blueprint. Wait, that... You remember saying that you had a water issue, but not of this kind? Yeah, no, it's, this is just the nature of this map, is like, there is just water for days. Those are actually getting on the low end of the water, or the temperatures it can use. Okay, so you've got all that sorted, it's all draining that out. Pull up this. Let's leave those so that that stays submerged enough to hopefully work. Let's actually even play it safe here. We'll peel all that up. We'll leave that 2 blocks up so that the clamp on stays underwater. Use that to get the pearls for the seahorses. They turn. I can't remember what they turned the pearls into. Yep, you're just continuing to give me trace amounts of oxygen. And you need water, which is completely blocked because of the polluted water here. All right. So we're gonna need more power on here. The pressure's continuing to build here. So let's cut across here. Open that up to hopefully let that pocket of oh, the fire poles. I completely forgot that we didn't have those. We need the fire poles in a lot of places. That'll make the commuting around the main part of the base go a lot faster. Alright, this will be interesting. Cool. There's actually not a good lineup for this. That's fine. So what we can do here is you're good on that end. And with this, we can grab the ladder. I'm not going to fuss with trying to keep that safe. So go up here. And then we can go here, and we will go ahead and deconstruct that whole area to make room for it. You're going to dig that all up. So I'm going to go ahead and kill that one off. I'm not too fussed. These ones aren't gonna... There's a bunch of them here, but none of them has source of light that I'm gonna realistically be able to get at. And interestingly enough, like I said, this one I've got a light just shining on it. It's 1,800 lux. Oh. Growth requirements 2,500 lux. How much do you need? 10 watts? So you need 2 lights. One light is not bright enough. Alright, that seems somewhat impractical. It seems like you'd need a bunch of those together, and then the beacons. Because how bright are you that that's a thing? Yeah, your brightness 5,000 lux. So that feels very impractical. Because that's 1k DTU, that's just heat being produced there, just to try and get a relatively minor amount of oxygen happening and all that. Actually, don't worry about that. Don't do that. We can just drain more salt water down there if we need to, that's fine. But for right now, we can go ahead and tell them to bring that on up. Pop those open. You can carve into there, opening up that. That's fine there. Carve here. Carve there. Just puncturing all those and consolidating the water. There we go. Base game is 70% off if you want it. Oh yeah, this? Yeah, no, Clyde's doing a, the developers behind this are doing a big sale right now. That's covering, like, you know, auction not included, don't starve, the whole range of them. It'd be nice to get these all set up for more power. Okay, so we wanted to set up more power up here. We definitely get you going. Right now, I just want to kind of let them get those projects done, because you can definitely put too many projects and get a whole lot of nothing done. Okay, so you got this whole area that's got more air trapped than it, too. You still got materials there, that's fine. What? Oh yeah, food poisoning. So one thing we're probably going to need to do is work on the food poisoning situation. Because this water got contaminated a while ago, and I haven't really taken the time to clean it up. So one thing I could do is I could potentially deliberately put a box, like a wall chunk made out of uranium or whatever, to just mildly irradiate it. Well, there is the uranium ore there, so have I gotten the uranium already? See y'all. I do have some uranium, so I'm trying to remember. There's some things you can make out of uranium and some you can't. But I believe if I put uranium around here, you can use the radiation to slowly kill off the germs. I just have to be careful because I think it'll also kill the animals and dupes and stuff like that. I don't think we can build walls out of it. What was... let's go and do a search on uranium again. What was it I can make with uranium? No, we'll do it this way. Okay, so uranium. Yeah, so you can liquefy the uranium, we can craft stuff, we can make depleted uranium. We can enrich uranium. It's a metal ore. So let's see if we can use something that would use metal. So if we grab a power cable. So uranium ore. Let's try putting in the wall. I haven't done this before. I'm gonna see if we put the uranium stuff here, if we get a little bit of a glow going on here, that we could likely use that as a means of slowly killing off the germs in this area. Now get the food poisoning germs under control. And actually, for that matter, don't put it here. And the reason for that is this is our water storage over here. So I can go over here to wire, uranium ore. Let's try replacing those so I can deal with both where we're storing the water, where the germs are getting locked in here, and the water down there. And it should be far enough away to not cause any of the critters any problems. Look at the metal refinery. Carbon dioxide still not too big of an issue. Alright, little by little, the oxygen's building up in a bunch of these areas. Okay, and then I can grab you and carve you all the way over there. Because those are continuing to just produce oxygen. So let's tell them to increase the priority on this. I just want to see if this experiment works, because I've not tried using uranium wire as a way of deliberately delivering radiation to a spot. I don't think it'll be very much, but I don't need very much. So, the wire made out of uranium ore, no impact. Because I'm pretty sure... Oh, maybe once you mine it up, it's no longer doing the radiation? Because I remember doing something like that, like having a storage for uranium stuff and having that work, but doesn't seem to be working out for us. It's fine. Okay, so you got all that going on over there. Got that going on. So like right now I've got tons of salt water. It's going to take a while to process. And we're definitely increasing the population here, so this is good. All these extra fish here. So you're now officially showing as cramped. The pool will become too crowded once it goes. Now it reduces the reproduction rate. I'm pretty okay with that. I think the best way of dealing with that, I know there's a thing where you could scoop up the creatures and kick them out kind of deal. Which might be the answer, so deconstruct this. I don't need it. I had it there for earlier. Ensures prompt capture of aquatic creatures once they've exceeded the maximum amount set. Must be above a liquid pool. So we can have that to population manage. And then over here, we'll want to release them again. The idea being, if I do end up with a surplus, we can go with that. It can also be a thing, because I'm pretty sure when they get killed, they become meat. Yeah, fish fillet. So it would be good to get those fish fillets as another source of food coming in. And I guess what we could do here is go food, fish release, put slightly in there. And yeah, so any extras we have, we'd do that. Alright. You could do that so this continues counting as a ranch, that'd be great. So pretty soon, this will be able to calm down. And then we shouldn't have any more issues with that. Okay. So maximum 20 creatures. We'll say 10. I don't know what our actual limit is. So we got pemmican, we got mallow. So let's grab the pemmican. Okay, and all that's draining out of here. That's fine. Just all getting dumped down the giant pool below. And aquatic creatures, you'll take literally anything we get. I will put a nice, just normal priority. Anything we get, just dump it in there. We need that to get submerged. Okay. Yeah, it's up to 90 kilograms on that one tile of air. Which isn't that much, all things considered, when you consider the saltwater tiles 1,000 kilograms. But it's a lot for just like a random tile, just have a pack of air there. Yeah, there's a little peak of hydrogen up there. They've been working on this ladder to get up here as well. We got copper ore up here, so that's not too shabby. I'm trying to get to the point where I can get an idea where the surface of the planet is. And then also to see what's up there. Because that'll end up being an important thing, because usually the surface will give you some relatively decent materials. So I still have another rubber gasket that I could get another one of these online. Which wouldn't be a bad idea, is to just make sure they're all in use. It's free power. So let's go here and power. You. Done. For the time being, we can grab the power line here. We'll just bring it straight up like this. Dig a tunnel through there. And like that. Okay. Cool. So we're just digging this out. We're going to get none of these things here. And what's going to end up happening here is the same thing we did before. We'll have to have you parked up top there. Dump a bunch of salt water in there until it's an enclosed thing. And that'll be more power coming into the base that I don't have to like keep constant maintenance on. There's a bunch of damaged tiles up here. Liquid carbon dioxide because it's stupid cold up there. Oh, there's a vole. A vole up there. Which is, you know, just deletes material. That's fine. It's just a source of meat. Okay, so there's vacuum up there. That's vacuum there. Okay, so let's not cut that high. Go to about there and get a feel for things. Because it's looking... Well, that just says vacuum. That doesn't even say space. We'll see. Because it normally say, like, space exposure. So I imagine that's very close to space exposure. We're just not quite there yet. Okay, we can actually cancel those 2 blocks. Alright, more research. They're definitely going to need to get material research going, which is where you do, like, the radiation and all that. There's also, like, the data research. I've been running slow on the research side of things because we didn't get a researcher early on, and I've got one now. But I've been so busy trying to, like, secure the oxygen and all that, it's just not been a thing. Entombed. Alright, so we need to go down there and fix that. So do not uproot that plant, but remove that, you know, spot of sand. And in fact, let's give that a relatively high priority. So we can keep that producing air. There we go. And you're back in business making air. Alright, so this is continuing to do its thing just fine. How goes our temperatures, by the way? So the air is actually still maintaining. If anything, we're actually running into a situation where it's getting a little bit cooler than it was when we started. Because it was always hovering around 90 on this. And we got a couple pockets that are a little bit warmer, like right here and here. But broadly speaking, a lot of it's actually come down a little bit. And that's just with like all the salt water. We've been like just breaching everywhere and, you know, letting that cool water just get wherever it wants to be. Yeah, it's working out great having that one down there just producing air constantly. We've got this one here. That should be probably producing air fairly regularly. Probably get to those by digging through here. But the air wouldn't have anywhere to go and I don't want to punch through there right now. Let's see here for the light. Gotcha, so by the time it gets down there, it's already down to 1800. So I would need a third light on here. Okay. That feels pretty wasteful, but sure. This is, at this point, not a good strategy. Because that's even more heat we're producing for what's effectively a trickle of air. I'm honestly surprised. Those weren't marked as submersible, but it seems to be okay with those being completely underwater. I mean, it's only a couple of grams, so I guess maybe it doesn't count. There we go. So it's officially enough that we've now got that thing effectively turned on. It's just gonna bleed off a little bit of that liquid as we get air pressure up here. You're working on building that, which is fine. Pick up the sand off that before we pull the bottom block. We'll have to find the other parts of that there. We could deconstruct these two tiles so I can get this top shelf. Alright, so looking at here, everything's still going good. We do have our tidal spring way up there. Get a pocket of comfortable air up there for whatever reason. Got the saltwater geyser over there to consider. We already know that one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Hello, way over here. What might you be? You might be something I can't get a hold of. Okay. Yeah, all that's vacuum up there, but not showing space exposure. Lots of liquid carbon dioxide. So one thing we should probably do here before we go too far, let's break those two blocks. Oh no, that's fine. Leave this the way we had it. This is fine. What we should do is up here where we hit the abyssal light. Cancel that, and there's the airlock. Because we use that, then we can prevent the from accidentally dumping too much cold down on us too fast. Here we got you. Research is fine. Saltwater is continuing to do its thing. We're producing air there. This seems like a terrible design here. Because, as I mentioned, we're doing 1.5 kDTUs worth of heat just to run that. And it is only 150 grams of oxygen per second. So that's, I mean, I say only, but that's basically a dupe and a half being produced by this perpetually. So maybe I shouldn't be that hard on it. It's actually not that unreasonable amount of oxygen. So you're all still cramped. Can you see how many are in this ranch easily? 9 critters are in here. So apparently that's going to be too many, so let's drop that down to 8 critters. Alright. That's weird, but okay. So just winding that up a little bit so air can move around through it a little bit easier. Alright. Okay, so we're starting to actually see the carbon dioxide building up in here. Granted, mostly it's just low air pressure, not the wrong air. If we increase the air pressure, that should get resolved. But, let's check on a dupe real fast. So, with the dupe, I want to check real quick. They inhale 100 grams a second, and they exhale 2 grams a second. So they are very lossy in the amount of air they go through. That they consume way more than they output, so far as going with the gases. Alright, so we have Burning Sun here. You've already got where you can do pretty good digging and all that. Let's give you supplying, so you can carry more to make your life easier. We'll give you astronomy. A server lord is our digging person. I'm going to give you better swimming. Sounder fan isn't ready for leveling, and all that. Okay, and research is going along swimmingly. Why did I see water drop down here? Oh, it's probably we're hitting a little bit of ice up here. Yeah, so that's space exposure up there. Okay, so it's good to know. Yeah, so this vacuum effectively goes out to space. That's space up there. Kind of figured that was going to be the case, but it was good to confirm it. There's a bunch of copper and all that good stuff up here. Alright, so we're working on getting that power set up. What are you waiting on? Oh, and you will need a way to get up here. Because we need to get this built. And then once that's built, we'll need to close this off, drop the salt water in, and that'll be another power source for us. I'm going to mention making the gaskets. So the rubber gasket, right, we don't actually have the materials to make those gaskets. Oh, you got buried. Let's fix that. Okay, so you're no longer marked as cramped. We are now officially taking those fish. As the population gets too high, we grab a fish, we dump it out over here, increasing the number of fish producing oxygen over here as well. Okay, we can go down here to the next batch. But then what happens if you hit vacuum? Does everyone fly into space? If you hit vacuum, it'll slowly bleed off the air here. So it's not like in real life where you have a pressure differential and it just pulls out extremely rapidly. But you will slowly lose your atmosphere. Also, is that the beginning of Kerbal Space? I mean, this is... Kerbal Space Program's a completely different game. Give me the fried mushrooms. So, you give me... which data? Alright, let's go ahead and pull up the research stuff. So we have the yellow research is materials. The orange research is data analysis. So yellow research is the one I need next. And that's our material research, which uses radiation. So we're going to want to get that set up. Probably the best way to do that is if I get one of these dedicated to that with a set of batteries or whatever. Being that it could just be kind of its own separate thing, it can probably just run for near ever. Without much intervention. Hey, Digwood, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, raiders. We're just doing ourselves a little bit of oxygen, not included, and all that good stuff. But if you're looking for games like RimWorld and all that, Digwood's got you covered and all that. We can go ahead and do a shout out real fast for Digwood. Doing some RimWorld, and I hope you've been having a good time with RimWorld. But yeah, we're checking out the new aquatic DLC for oxygen not included. It's pretty wild. You don't really have much algae on the entire map. You don't have a lot of the normal ways you'd produce oxygen. So we're actually relying on fish as my source of oxygen. Where did water get in? So it's salt water. How did salt water get in here? Oh, is that... I see. These blocks are getting ready to blow. This is a problem, actually. So, okay, we're gonna have to get ahead of this problem. Deconstruct that door, priority 9. Do this, grab this, 2 tiles of wall. Yeah, so the water is getting sufficient. It's starting to break through the materials there. So I can build an actual wall there to secure it. The DLC is good. My primary sources of air are fish. Don't worry about it. It makes sense. They eat lettuce and they burp up oxygen. And then coral. That the coral also produces oxygen. So it's a very weird one that I'm having to keep animals and feed them to get me my oxygen supply, which has been a long time coming and a lot of work to get that going. We'll get you your next farming skill so you're a little bit better at that. But it's been fun, and now I've got more cross-water contamination nonsense going on. It's so weird. Yeah, no, that's oxygen not included. It is just a fever dream so very often. Okay. Yeah, and the germs are going down finally. They're still in there, but they're dropping off pretty rapidly now. And pretty soon it'll be time to shut off the desalinization. Which, I think the way I should approach this is I'm going to want to go in here. Let's see if I can mine the diagonal here. Well, actually first, we can go here, grab that piece of wall there. Let's see if we can mine at that diagonal. And then, I probably can't. But basically make this like a little bit more of an extended pool, and then set up a sensor here that we can check for the amount of water and go from there. That way we can automate the desalinization on and off. Okay. Meanwhile, we are unlocking more tech. When did I get steel? When did I get steel and lead? When did that happen? I'm not making it. I must have taken something apart. Like, the only thing I've taken apart is I took apart the wall right here. That's just windows. Those are just regular tiles. Where did I get steel and lead? Like, already refined and ready to rock and roll. When did that happen? Okay. Yeah, and they also added swimming in this one, so you can actually now swim around. Okay, how's our air looking now? Still not amazing. We're starting to get the light blue up here. The pressure is gradually climbing. This one that's a little concerning. Oh, we're ending up with these, like, minor pockets here. That's gonna keep being a thing. That should eventually resolve itself. One thing that'll help here is if we punch through this area, all this oxygen that's getting caught in this corner will be dumped out there. That should mitigate it a bit. Yeah, breathability is getting... Okay, is that just... So it's not actually a lot of carbon dioxide. It's very low pressure. We just need more... We need more oxygen. Always and forever. And I've got this thing set up, which is entirely inefficient for so many reasons. But it is technically producing oxygen. Okay, so we need to take you and salt water. And yes, go ahead and auto bottle. And we want to fill that up with salt water so we can run the tidal pump there for more power. Okay. We're getting more and more bloaters to try and supplement everything. And we've got you up there. That'll be the trick, is the best way to keep all these going. Alright, so you are able to just go down here. So that's getting up to 159 kilograms of oxygen, that tile. And like I said, it is just breaking these tiles one by one and slowly spreading. I think what we do here... let's work on tearing all that up. Actually, I don't think we should. The reason I don't think we should is we do have some water, water weed here, which is what they eat to produce the oxygen. I think the reality is I've got to... Your sand? Yes, the moment I start carving through that, it's all going to collapse. So that's going to resolve itself whether I like it or not eventually. If we carve this way, that should give an outlet for the air to come up here. I can't go the air without losing that water weed, which wouldn't be the end of the world, but it would kind of suck. We'll open that up. Open this up. Okay. It's wild having them be able to swim everywhere. Alright, so it should be able to, like, shimmy around and get through here with time. Still not sure how they're getting the pockets up there, but that's okay. Alright. We've got the telescope, face scanner, and with that, it will be time to get the materials processing research. And that'll be what unlocks the yellow tier research, so we're going to want to get that set up. That's going to be getting the radiation thing set up. And once this is hooked up here, I think that's going to be the idea, as we hook that up. And you can get over to that, right? Yeah, it's not convenient, but yeah. Once we get that hooked up, let's bump up the priority here. We can potentially put the radiation stuff on this circuit. Oh, we need to clean up that mess that happened. But we can get it hooked up with all this stuff and have the radiation stuff happening. I'll probably have to do it up there. Food poisoning. Germs are still slowly going down. A lot of it's in the sub 10,000. Okay, so that's all going. It's fine. I'm not a huge priority for that. We can also go over here and rip that up. It doesn't serve a purpose anymore. Okay. Yeah, the big thing is, right now, the air. It's been our problem the whole time, is just keeping the air up. Like, we gain a bunch of ground, and then we lose and we gain stuff. I've been deliberately not bringing on more dupes, just because every dupe is more people that need to breathe, so we kind of got the minimum. I've got a bunch of these, and these should, in theory, while they're running, give me about 1.5 dupes worth of air. And these ones out in the wild, they don't run constantly because we don't have a light source on them. So this should be 1.5 dupes. I don't know what the ratio is for these things, but these things all produce a good chunk of air every so often. So hopefully, like, that large population should be helping a great deal. Like, I'm not considering... Oh, this is interesting. So I actually got a really good chunk here. Alright. So part of the problem seems to be the airflow here because those are in the way. But it should be able to get around that. We'll see. Yeah, ultimately we might end up with a tile of air here. If we can get to, like, scooch over, this will probably solve itself, because then the air can go through all this area. It's just that block, and that block that block it. But that should give me a bunch of air. We got a bunch of those fish down here, more air production down there, more air production down here. Alright, so we have the person we can find there. That's the hermit, that's one of the really old ones. This one also has its like own little scenario, whatever. Oh, is this room just naturally bright? Oh no, there's a little baby one there. Okay, so you've got the first here. So that's the material study we've got, which accepts the radiation. And then we have the manual rad bolt. Then we have the rad bolt generator. Refines radioactive ores to generate rad bolts. And then this one attracts nearby radiation to generate rad bolts. Right, and in the past that I've done is I've taken it where you've got like your package of uranium right here. I'll just shove it in the uranium. As a way I've done this in the past. So you need refined metal and a bunch of it, which I've slept on. Yeah, so in the past, that's the manual one. But I could put it here. I'm also wondering why that hasn't dipped down again. It's actually two different layers of water. Yeah, what we can do here is then we can put the spot here for the rad bolt generation and just put it wherever the lab needs to go. As we look here on the radiation, it's not a lot of radiation, but there's some radiation there. It'll slowly generate rad bolts. I don't think we have any more better radiation sources that I've seen. I mean, there's the exposed surface of the asteroid, which does produce it faster, but then I've got to deal with getting that where people can go without spacesuits and all that. Because we haven't seen a lot of materials we need to make that viable. Open that up to help the flow. Yeah, so we see all the oxygen show up here, and then it kind of filters out. Okay. We just gotta wait on the rad bolt generator. Rad bolt joint plate. Receives rad bolts from rad bolt generators and directs them through walls. All other materials and elements will be blocked from passage. Gotcha. So it's just a way I could, like, put a research bench here and poke it through the wall real fast, which isn't a terrible move. Because getting hit by a rad bolt is very, very bad for the dupes. Okay. Oh, you can't reach that, so you'll never do it. That's fine. I don't need in there. Oh. And slowly they're going to fill that in, and that'll become another power source for us. So one catch is I'm going to need to bring an electrical wire all the way over here for that, because that I can't really move. Alright. So new principles. We've got Pete, which I probably won't use, but okay. Yeah, so that's air pressure. That the carbon dioxide is too thin for that to work. And breathability continues to suffer. Alright. Yeah, the sushi roll request that this lady has is going to be a whole thing. We also don't have another rubber gasket. We did find one in this room. But I haven't seen that room. To make more, I need more materials. That's up to 131 kilograms. Yeah, so it's breaking that next block. Go ahead and carve that wider and see if I can encourage it to come out and around. Yeah, because you got constant flow, just a little bit of air. You can notice this is a lighter blue over here, and then this is the darker purple. We'll definitely need a easier way for it to get the air over here. The hope is that we keep up the production as it's been going. That should resolve itself over time. Why are you damaged? It's not that this is super high pressure here. Because that's the normal pressure of all the water around here. Don't know. Okay. Now what I'm hoping we can do is automation. Well, let's wait on that. So another thing we're going to need to get going. Let's go ahead and we can add a tile around here. I'm going to need to go to refinement. And while a metal refinery would be great, we're not ready to deal with the temperatures involved in that. So we are going to do the really crappy brute force refinement, where, yeah, rock crusher. Gotcha, so you're too tall here. That's not convenient actually, but that's alright. We'll go down here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles. Dig all this up. Dig those up. We'll get that down here. It's getting pretty close to the point that I can turn off the desalinizer. Oh, we got rubber boots. And swimwear. So we'll get all that on. Let's start making some really low quality stuff. We actually do have cobalt. We have a cobalt volcano down here at some point, which will be an interesting source of metal. The one thing we can do, because we're getting an overabundance of materials, using the drywall is a good way to just delete a lot of materials and like boost the aesthetic of a room. And then plus, on top of that, it helps with a lot of things. Okay, so I just got that there's just a means of getting rid of a bunch of like just limestone stuff that's starting to fill all these boxes up. Okay, so now I can get our radiation stuff. I'll go ahead and grab that. Okay, so this is where we're going to need to go over here and do radiation, rad bolt generator. So I think the best we're going to get is there. And then from there, we could potentially try and get ourselves set up with the these stations. We're at station here. Because I don't have the material studies. That's going to be 400 kilograms of refined metal. So let's go to refinement over here. Like I said, right now we're just going to slam down a rock crusher. We're going to plug it in. Not that we really have the power to spare on that. Okay, don't worry about the pocket there. That's not really relevant right now. Okay. And slowly we're using all that salt water. Okay, and that's still getting itself submerged. Yeah, so this whole area has gotten to being light blue now, so we're making progress. We're slowly filling this whole area in. We do have a little pocket of carbon dioxide and other junk in here. But that's all turning the lighter blue. That's turning, you know, more darker blue. Darker blue's getting farther over here. We'll probably want to clear this stuff out here in not too long to allow the air to get over here a little bit easier. We can have them sweep this up and start bringing that over. Here, this game is really intense. There's a lot to it. It's one of those games that, like, there's a lot to it. It can be complicated, but it also is, like, it comes across as more complicated than it really is. The way to think about it is every single building here, there's like an input and an output. So we got our sink here, clean water in, dirty water out. So if I pull up my plumbing, for example, you see all my clean water coming into this pipe, and then this will be dirty water out, which then goes into this container. And then meanwhile, this takes the dirty water in, as well as sand, and it has clean water out. So it's all inputs and outputs, but it can be a lot because you're dealing with like temperature and water flow and air flow, which I don't have any yet, and all that stuff. It does have chemistry, but you don't need to know chemistry, because you can just go here and say, like, you've got water. That's not... say you got water here, and you can just go, okay, what can I do with water? Okay, well, here's salt water. If it gets hot enough, it becomes steam and salt. If it gets cold enough, it becomes ice and brine. And, like, you can just look it all up. It's got all the stuff in the game. But it's definitely a game that you expect to have a couple of failures, because, you know, you won't realize as your population slowly cooks alive, or you're not producing enough air, or whatever the problem is. And let me go and get you a shout-out real fast. Because for those who don't know, Jonathan Ong, absolutely fantastic content creator, highly recommend, does some, like, really solid music stuff. Doesn't just, like, play music. It takes a whole thing where someone will be like, hey, can you play whatever song? And we'll actually work through replaying each of the individual parts, putting it all together, and doing, like, a whole, like, you know, a whole piece around and all that. Really, really fun stuff to see the whole process of it getting walked through and everything. So definitely someone to recommend checking out. Great stream to just kind of hang out in. Alright, so we got our next research, which is fine. I'm not too fussed about it. We're mostly just letting things run while we wait till the radiation thing gets set up, so we can start firing rad bolts for more research. And then maybe we're putting up drywall, because that's what we do now. Because we get all this drywall to be good. Okay, so we got that. So we've got iron, we've got zinc, we got raw materials into sand. I do not need more sand. Let's do 10 of that. I don't have a lot of iron. I'll tell them to do a bunch of the zinc. They're gonna smash it into being a the refined metal very inefficiently, but don't care. We've got tons of it. Now we've got our food completely solved. Food's great shape. The problem we do have is that our air is not great. So what we can potentially do here, so we're getting air trapped there. What I might be able to do is let's put an airflow tile there. We can put airflow tiles on the sides here, so that as the air picks up, we can try and push it through. But then I'll open this up so there's an area for the air to slip out the sides as this fills up. Okay, so you're a little cramped. How many of it does it say you've got in there? We've got 10. They're supposed to like keep 8. So they will remove 2 of them, and that'll make it not cramped anymore, so you can continue to use them to get air. Because this is what the DLC, and it's weird that the fish are actually our source of oxygen. Don't worry about it. It's as weird as it sounds. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, now we'll peel this open. So that way we have a place for that little bit of oxygen that gets trapped down here. Has a way to get out. Okay. Build this game, but your playthroughs always get killed by heat pretty early on. Yeah, no, generally when you're playing the game, in my experience, the first couple of times you play, you're going to die from just like not having enough food or not having enough air production. It'll be something very, very straightforward that kills you like that. Once you get past those, you'll start having your deaths be... One second, I made a mistake here. Okay, once you get past those deaths, it is usually heat that'll be your next thing. Because heat is one of those, like, slow, insidious killers that you, like, just doing your stuff, you're generating heat, and figuring out how to get rid of heat is a whole thing. Some of the ways is to, like, breach other biomes that are cold and let that, you know, let that cool, like, slowly bleed in. You've got some of your utilities here. The thing is, how's heat now? So this map we start at about 90, and we're still in that general area. So far on this particular DLC, there's not been that many things that have been heat problems. Not like other DLC. And that's the big part of that because I'm using these tidal turbines as my power, and they don't generate heat. Whereas, okay, well, they don't generate much heat. Yeah, you hate the destroy other biomes method. You never worked out how to destroy heat. Yeah, so there's a couple different ways. Like, late game solution is usually using steam. So you can have, like, an enclosed area, you have the stuff come in, you do the heat exchangers. Where are you at? The thermal regulators. You use that's actually not the right one. Is that the right one? No, it's there's like an aqua thermal regulator. I might not have it yet. But there's one of these that's for underwater. And what you do is you'd use that, you dump all the heat into the water, causes all that to boil the water into steam, and then you have steam turbines. And the process of steam going from gaseous to liquid actually does cause a loss in heat. And so you basically use that process to, like, rapidly cool the liquid in a pipe as, like, a coolant kind of thing. And then you just have, like, the cycle and all that stuff. Yeah, the thermal aqua tuner. Yeah, so that was usually the go-to, is you use, like, a thermal aqua tuner or two in a room that's enclosed with a certain amount of water inside of it to make steam, to turn the steam turbine that, you know, balances inside. And then you'd use, like, a pipe full of some type of coolant that you actually make super cold. And then you use that to cool down your steam stuff, as well as to cool things there. It's a whole ridiculous setup, but once you learn it, it's pretty awesome. We've actually been kind of sleeping on a lot of our stuff, like our refined metal we haven't been doing particularly well and all that stuff. You read up on that, you can never make it work in time to save your base. Yeah, no, that's a late game solution. Usually earlier on, there's a lot of earlier on is just being careful to not do that many things that's producing tons of heat, and to keep the heat away from stuff you care about. So, like, for example, I've got my farm up here. one of the classic mistakes is having it like having this room, say, down here, producing your power. So you have like coal power going down here, and it just like dumping tons of heat until your farm stops going. Yeah, you also have the ice stuff here, so you can go to utilities. You can have the e-ice fan thing. And also check out Simcopter 1, another fantastic content creator. Does a lot of simulation strategy games, doing a lot of Mega Bonk lately. So fun times over there for a roguelite and everything. But yeah, no, it's so like if you check your temperature down here, I've got this area down here. It's not a good example because this doesn't have ice, but a lot of your normal planets have tons and tons. It minus 60°C water all over the place. Yeah, so it's like, well, things like we can go to some of these ones. Like this is relatively cold area. I can take advantage of that. One thing you can also do is out where you get towards space, you do have lots of cold areas up here. So you can kind of pop that open and just let the heat, you know, generate out there. Sometimes in a pinch, what you can also do is just set up an enclosed circuit loop where you just have like a pump and it just pumps water up to a cold area and then back down to just like rotate the stuff out. And then you'd use the radiant pipes down here where you're trying to get the heat, like trying to cool the area off. If you have some renewable gas around, you can circulate it and just dump it early on, like CO2 source of chlorine. Yeah, that's another thing you can do, is if you have like, you know, like a carbon dioxide geyser or whatever, you can close that in, pump the carbon dioxide, take it someplace nice and cold, get it nice and cold, bring it down, cool off your base, and then just huck it out into space or whatever when you're done with it. Primo Garb. I missed that we had gotten that. Alright, so what I'm waiting for is we do have that queued up. They are slowly making the zinc. So that's us refining metal. And I'm doing this version. There is a much more efficient version, but it creates tons of heat. So if we look at our refining stations, for example, you've got the rock crusher. It does produce some heat, but then if we can compare it to the metal refinery, I'm actually apparently seeing that they create the same. Oh, that's right. The machine itself creates the same amount of heat. The problem is the metal refinery dumps out the liquid metal on the other side, and the liquid metal is, you know, kind of hot. But it's way more efficient on the materials in to out. So what we're trying to do is get enough for a material study station. I need 400 kilograms of refined metal. We're at 200 now. Just a little bit more zinc getting processed, and that'll be good. But yeah, no, that could definitely be a strategy, is effectively using a heat exchange system where you get a gas and you use stuff like where are you at? You can use the thermal regulator to like dump the heat in one spot and then just huck whatever material you've heated up into space and be done with it. Part of the end game is getting stuff like your super coolant or whatever and putting that to use. And our air is still dicey because this DLC is wild. That's where my air comes from. My little spot of fish down here. They breathe out oxygen. So we look down the list here. We put lettuce into the fish, and out comes oxygen. So that's an interesting thing. They burp up oxygen for us. Alright. We're letting that run until I can figure out exactly. Is the amount of air you can make in the game finite? No. So when you're looking around in the game, there's geysers. So like you can see underneath here is a geyser. So I can actually go here, and if you're ever wanting, here's a dirty trick that you can use to find the geysers and know what they are. Choose the warning, click on it, And I can tell you that's a cobalt volcano now. So it'll release molten cobalt at a nice casual 40,000 or 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So you know that's probably fine. So that's like an infinite source of cobalt. Just it only goes so fast. But like here I've got a saltwater geyser. So that's producing salt water forever. If I make that hot enough, it becomes steam and all the other stuff. You can also turn the salt water. I can use desalinization to turn the salt water into regular water, then use the regular water to then turn that into oxygen and hydrogen. So that's your geysers are your renewable resources. You also have some of these ones here where there's like the wild plants don't have any input, but they have an output. So there are some things that are effectively unlimited materials. And Oxygen Not Included's gone pretty good. A little bit slow because we're learning the new DLC and the nuances with it. But good. They added swimming. The whole planet's water. It's a whole thing. But once we get the 400 metal, I'm going to put the research bench up here somewhere. Also, why is there dirty water in the bedroom? I bet everyone's ears are constantly popping. Right now, not really. Because we actually look at our air pressure. Our air pressure is actually pretty awful. It's very, very low. The ears popping is a concern when the air pressure is very high. So we're actually on the wrong end of things, is that we're struggling to keep the air pressure high enough. Which the hope is all of these fish, and we're getting more of them out here, that they're going to... Yeah, like this one's producing oxygen for us right now. So see like the little pocket of oxygen appearing right here. How much pressure do they need for ears popping? I do not know off the top of my head. It's been a while since I've had to worry about it. Yeah, so you can see the air pressure building. It's up to around, it was at about 4,000 grams. And then it kind of dilutes out to the rest of it. And that's the whole thing. But yeah, so this particular DLC, it's definitely keeping the air up is the big struggle. There's just not many levers to pull to get that. We do actually have algae over here we should probably tear apart. There's not much algae on this map. So we can go ahead and rip this up. Interesting that there's this weird pocket of sand over there. Deodorizers? Deodorizers plus sand turn polluted oxygen into clean oxygen. But they don't generate oxygen. So like this area where it's polluted oxygen is just this one pocket over here. I could do that, but that's not really that big a problem. It's like literally it's creating the air because your dupes breathe in 100 grams of oxygen and they only breathe out 10 grams of carbon dioxide. I think it was 10, whatever it is. But it does mean you effectively operate at a loss of air pressure. And so I've got to make up for that loss. Okay, so we got the material studies. Just trying to remember, can't you flip this? Am I losing my mind? Wasn't there a way to flip this, like, vertically or horizontally? Because remember, I never did, and people are like, why don't you just flip it? I'm like, what? What is this madness? Or maybe this is the one building you couldn't flip it. I can't remember. Let's see, where does the rest of it go? In real life, you assume you breathe out more CO2? I mean, part of it becomes you. Part of it, the carbon becomes bound to your actual material, and you would leave it in, using the restroom, skin flaking off, that kind of stuff. You know, being carbon-based and all that. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this where we won't be, because this is going to fire a rad bolt, and the rad bolt can hurt you. I was trying to remember, I could have sworn there's a way to flip this. Because I put it like this, the problem is the poor person was going to work the station. And I mean, they're going to just get radiated because they're standing in the radiation, but the rad bolt will shoot through them and hit them, and it'll kill them. So we can mulch our colonists for their carbon? No. So let's just go... like this. Actually, we could do... this will be a little impractical. Switch you to go this way. We're gonna go ahead and... do that. So there's a spot to fire through there. And we will put a ladder over here on this side. Okay. And this will make it so they have no reason to try and path through here. They'll come up over and drop down to use this research. So now the next thing we gotta do is we bring the power across. I want to hook it up to this circuit, so we're going to bring it on through here through the wall. That's going to take a little while to set up. But with that, I should be able to start queuing up more advanced research. And this, you know, should just work. Did you want to know what Google says to rotate? Sure. Because potentially that could make my life way easier. Like, I've already got this built now, and I think you lose... no, actually, I don't think you lose materials when you take stuff apart. Oh? Let me check, because I remember... Alright. It could be certain oh, I think it's certain buildings you can rotate and certain buildings you can't. So, like, with the door... yeah, with the door, I can rotate it like this. But, if I go to take the thing here, that's still not good. Take stuff like here, I can't. But the in-game, you can technically get air pressure back by off-gassing their pee. They make extra polluted water you can extract through the lavatories. There are far better ways to make air. Yeah, no, there's stuff because of how, like, the math works that you can, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Some cursed ways of making things work. Alright, so let's turn this back on. Because I am deliberately ripping up this area. To get the algae out of it. There's a little pocket of algae that was here, the little pocket right there. But this map has very little algae, it's just where, like, the slugs are. What I'm trying to do right now is build this out so we can start the materials research. Because that's going to block us on a lot of future things. Alright. Just carve all that out. And with that, we've got that pumping full bore, so this is going to very quickly become way more pressurized. Yeah, the carbon dioxide is not going there. Oh. Oh, yeah, I guess it'll be the, it's not that much over. Alright, so we got our free materials. That's another thing you also have, is every cycle or so, like every so many cycles or whatever, you get to print something. And that's just like free materials. Did you... Burning Sun? Buddy? Why are the dupes the way they are? Immediately trying to kill themselves. Let's see, generate extra polluted water from lavatories. You can just pollute clean water to the lavatory input. You're smart. Well, it's the classic thing with the dupes in the game. The dupes beeline and be like, what is the fastest way I can die? I'm gonna go do that real fast. Hold up. Alright. So just want to finish building that out around there. And once we get some rad bolts in here, basically the way this works is you feed rad bolts into this machine, and then while it's got those rad bolts in here, you can then produce science. Now the downside is I've got this uranium as my source. The uranium is a pretty crap source of radiation for what we're doing. But it's free, so you know, can't complain about that. Alright, so with that, you're going to block that off so they don't pass through here so no one gets shot by the rad bolt coming out. And if that loses power while it's charging, it'll stop charging. Okay. So the next thing we can look at is we got radiation. So we've got that. There's also the manual rad bolt thing. So we can produce rad bolts manually by feeding uranium into this. That's kind of our choices right now. Yep, so once we get rad bolts, that'll be able to go. You're still producing this. And that's still building up air pressure. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, this is building up lots of air pressure because we're producing that in there. This is getting lots of air up there still. We're also producing it down here gradually at all times. Alright. Okay, so we can't actually reach that. I'm not going to sweat it too much. The rest can kind of just stay the way it is. So you need an actual system to get rid of it. If you make a closed loop to recycle the clean pee, the hand wash water, because it piles up and clogs the system. Yeah, and that's where we look at this. I've got kind of a dual system, where so there's a closed loop here, and there's there, and I can connect it out here to dump the water out as needed, which I'll probably do soon. But what should happen here is I'm gonna need to put automation on this later and say, hey, only pump when this system, like, maybe when this is, this gets too full, we can start doing stuff. I've done a number of different setups over the years. Alright. Grab the emulsification. Working on all that. Maybe mop that up so it's not a thing. Okay. Got lots of zinc ore, that's all fine. Alright. You're all doing well into this going fine up here. Yeah, I'm trying to wait till we see that kind of go over the top, and that's when I'm going to turn this thing off. Usually just send it to electrolysis. It's not really enough for anything on its own. Better burn it for something. Yeah. Okay, and this should be at the point where it goes to emitting. That'll top off here. And then we can tear that off, and that'll be another one of these things that's fully hooked up and just working. Alright. That's officially the point where it is overfilling, so get rid of that thing. And that should be able to just keep cycling back and forth endlessly. What is that setup doing? So this is a new thing they've added with this one, the tidal turbine. So basically as the water flows in and out, this thing creates power. And so all I've done is I've just enclosed this to have like a pool of water for it to just kind of suck the water in, push it out, suck the water in, push it out. They just use the fire pole to slide down. Yep, that's what a fire pole's for. It's faster than using the ladder. Alright, so we're starting to see more areas with, there's a pocket of polluted oxygen there. Honestly, it would not be the worst move for me to put a, oh, where is it? One of these just sitting around here somewhere. Even if it barely gets used. Yeah, and you can store up to 100 rad bolts. Okay, so it has to get up to 50. So I'm hoping that's all stabilized, but that's fine. We've got all that going. We got Brian over there. She wants sushi. That's a new quest for this map. You're up to 143 kilograms of oxygen trapped there. 73 kilograms of oxygen trapped there. Tiny little bit there, that's fine. You're only at 6 kilograms trapped. Alright. And you're probably getting pretty close to stopping from doing more. Okay, so other than working on this research, let's see what the next project we're going to be working on. We still are not in the clear on the oxygen. We're doing a lot of stuff that is, be very, very quiet. We're hunting rad bolts. Yep. So we're still, like, not in a good spot with the oxygen situation. I've got a bunch of these set up. I'm experimenting with this thing. I don't think this is a winning strategy, what I've got here. It is producing oxygen slowly and consistently, but that is a lot of heat I'm producing up there for what little oxygen I'm getting out of it. Like, we check here on the light. I mean, it's not that noticeable a difference. I mean, it is. Like, this is 85 degrees, and that's 94, and that's 85 again. So, like, this whole area is a little bit warmer than the rest of it, which is not amazing. I think the answer is going to be using the beacons, which are fish that glow in the dark. Because they're brighter than all three of those lights put together, just one of them. So I think the idea is I'd make a room to do that. Sounder fan? You're clearly waiting on the one that was breathing out oxygen. Alright, and let's check on our priorities real fast, because it's been a minute. You can have a 1 tick up on farming, because you got more skill there. And where's the... You can also have priority up on the husbandry. Alright, now I get more research. Hey, Canahawk, how's it going? Yeah, we gotta scrub the fishy. Make sure it's a happy fishy. Yeah, so it's crowded and cramped. I'm wondering why they haven't been getting them out of there. Because that's what we're trying to do is, like, as this area gets crowded, we take the fish and we dump them out here to get more and more fish out here also producing air. And then when the fish die, they become food. As one would anticipate. Alright, so I don't want to go that much deeper and potentially compromise this whole area, but we want to check out more what's below. The pufferfish, oh, they can just cross over each other. Like, that's not actually that I worry. They just cross over each other, no big deal. Emulsification is researched. That's where we can make salt water. I don't anticipate doing a whole lot of that. So we want to hook up more of those. We'll have to get more of the gaskets, which is finding more materials. I do think we need to be pushing deeper. It's just the best way to do that where I don't accidentally get my oxygen production that's up here screwed up. We can also check over here to the sides because we're looking for more potential geysers and all that. Like there's a whole area down here. I think that's my cobalt volcanoes behind there. What I'd like to set that up eventually, but that's... You definitely don't pop a volcano until you've got your heating stuff sorted out. You can get better at doctoring, you can get better at supplying, and you can get better at operating. Because once you release a volcano, you best be ready for it. They get pretty nasty. And go ahead and tear that out. Yeah, no, usually by the time you want to do a volcano, you need to be able to make steel. Which we're getting towards mid-game tech. We're not quite there. Alright, so once again we got that to unbury, because that's not making air that we would like. Alright. I am waiting for places like this to slowly build up the air pressure till it starts breaking tiles. And just seeing that escalate. Because that will happen eventually. Alright. Clean that up. And that up so they don't whine about it. That's also making air over here, which is nice. You can't wait to try this back. The backgrounds are kind of throwing you. The natural tile backgrounds make you think of more exposed to space than they actually are. Yeah, no, it absolutely happens. Like, this is me putting blue tiles on here just to delete materials. Alright, with that, you can do all the types of research. Okay, you're up to 11 rad bolts. That's gonna take time, and I believe you can build multiple of those next to each other. How much power do you use? 60 watts? It's not much power, but then you run the risk of accidentally running them out. Okay. So, let's check the automation stuff. I'm trying to remember here. We don't want to just check since based on water pressure. So I want to see if we can't put you right there. Because if I can put the water pressure here, I can set up the automation on this and be like, hey man, when the water pressure ends up, you know, under a certain amount, open this up. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so they were able to, like, sneak that over. Okay, cool. So with that in mind, go ahead and close that off. So what we're going to want to do here is I need to run an automation line. And what that'll do is that'll operate opening and closing this. I'll have to look at what that even is. Pin pocket seed. And what are you? You can be eaten by a bunch of things there. That makes a pin pocket, which is prized by marine cuisine gourmands. Okay. Produce pin pokey, which will be processed into uni and diamond. Okay. So literally it's a weird plant that we can go, what is uni? Is that food? Yeah, it's food. That's bizarre. So you can get refined carbon, and you can fit it into that ridiculous plant, make a pin pokey. The pin pokey you can smash to make diamond. And then diamond you can superheat to liquid carbon if you want to dye. You can also use it with the ancient specimen to make fossils. You can feed it to radiant bugs. Oh, we got another achievement. Oh, that's just for automation. Okay. So, what we want to do is say, okay, in the event that the water level on this tile, or the water pressure on this tile, falls below 500 kilograms, open up the vent and let it out. And what this will do is it'll keep that desalinator from running constantly. And with that as well, I should be able to go over here now and reconnect you two. Because now we don't have to worry about being a feedback loop nearly as much. Alright. Eventually this air is going to reach this thing and it's going to just off-gas, which is fine. Worst case, this gives me a thing I can easily mess with all that. You can't wait to try this. Yeah, I already read that. The other thing is I could have automated on the desalinization and been like, hey, only turn on the desalinator when you need. So it's basically going to check to see if the water pressure gets too low. Then, you know, start ejecting everything out here. But we are pulling, you know, water out here every so often to run the research thing and all that, so that should slowly resolve anyways. Yep, and you're still just making all your oxygen. Yep, so we're looking pretty okay on the oxygen up there. We don't have access to more of this. We got up here, and that's space up there, so we don't want to go farther that way. Oh, there's still quite a bit more to the right. Alright, how do I want to deal with that? It's like our our current best way to get across is over here. So go ahead and we'll carve this up. It'll keep going that way. And this is our best area for going over here. So carve over this way. Because we want to keep seeing what's available on the map to us. Because you can find like a steam geyser, stuff like that. Those are very exploitable. Like right now, kind of the most exploitable things I have at the moment is a saltwater geyser, that's okay. and then later on will be the Cobalt Volcano. The volcano's going to be a little tricky to use early on, just because even if you get it managed where it can go, like to go in there to retrieve the refined metal while everything is superheating and all that, ends up being its own art. Down the road you get options like the little Roomba robot to go in there and grab it for you and bring it out. You know, that kind of thing. Blunk. Firebot doing Firebot things. You just notice they get grumpy and they shake their water off every time? Yep. Was the bubbling from the bottom of the screen? That's these. These are producing it. So if we go over here to where you're probably seeing it right there. Yeah, when this starts producing the oxygen off of that, that's what that is. It's trace amounts of oxygen that's producing fairly constantly. It's not a lot, but it is some. And that's like how most of our air is happening, is there's a bunch of these producing trace amounts, and then these, they don't produce them frequently, but when they do, it's a decent amount. Yeah, you mean these ones? Past that, I don't know. Because this is this. These big bubbles going by, that's the little bit of oxygen this is releasing. Alright. Yep, you keep working on that. So you can probably go over here to these. It's a catch. I'm producing way too much food. So what I probably should do is let's uproot a bunch of these for right now. Because I'm just wasting materials on this. So let's cut it back that much. And then see if we start having a gradual net loss in food or whatever. Yeah, we're just dumping polluted water down there. Because why not? I just realized that was a mistake because of all this stuff. What we could do here is Euro water mesh tile. Okay. We just like keep going like that. Looks like heaps of options, but it's because the gas and water can't exist in the same tile. Yeah, so if we were able to, we pause, it's 37.5 grams. Whereas with the water, it's 1,392 kilograms. So it is very small amounts. But it's continuous. So we might do here is I'm gonna go and deconstruct that tile, and I'm gonna put another vent spot on that one. We're just trying to help where that air can flow through it. Okay, and you got the canister, gas in and outtake. Yeah, we got this thing down here, which is the dream machine that has all sorts of cool stuff. Alright, let's see here. Any new geothermal things? Nope. Let's see if we can't make this less cursed. We can go here. That way we can go down past. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. This spot, leave it alone. That's my uranium. I need that to stay radioactive to charge this thing. Okay, we got tons and tons of sand and Paku and brine. Not a area I'm super worried about. Alright. Because I need that to stop flooding before all that's done. Okay, we got new research, which gave us where we could put on our oxygen masks so we can run around longer. Honestly, with a diving skill in water, it almost feels like deliberately flooding your place to operate at what's effectively a, like your jetpacks where you can swim through it. It feels like that would be a play to do now, is to like deliberately have copious amounts of liquid everywhere. Assuming you could facilitate that. We'd need to find more sources of water to do that, though. Okay, and see, we've almost carved through here. Nothing new on that end. You're getting to the point where you're going to stop processing the zinc soon, which will be good. Okay, let's pop over here. Give that slightly increased priority. So I do this before continuing to work over there. To just hopefully help resolve that, because we're at about halfway charged up with getting our first batch, which that'll be 50 rad bolts. I don't know how much research that gets me, but I suspect it's a chunk of change. It's been a long time. I got like copper up there, which is good. It is definitely a thing. Like, when you get to late game, if you're doing your bases nice, you'll have, like, an enclosed area that all the air will be handled nice and clean, and they have, like, vacuum outside. And I've definitely always find my runs that ends up being the exterior space becomes soup. Where it's just like, here's the pool where I dump all the liquids that I haven't already filtered, and just have a good filter set up to slowly clean up the mess. Until you can go to, like, each geyser and enclose it and deal with all that. Granted, that was, like, from early days playing the game. But it still kind of holds true to this day that I still end up doing that a lot of the time. Okay, so you're basically reaching the very edge of the map now. Oh, you can't reach that. That's the reason you're not doing it. I've been like, what is your deal? There you go. Okay, so they're working their way across all this. Those are all going fine. But yeah, so basically we're scouting out the map as best we can for the time being. Yeah, so we can close this off enough, this room should stop being underwater and should just dump down around. Again, you're at 23. Oh, right, that's where we got the lead. Right. You can get, like, around the uranium, they'll usually have lead to keep the radiation from spreading too much. You'll want to get down to the dream room and all that. Whatever we got going down here, there's a bunch of hydrogen. Same down there. Probably more of like... Yeah, it's the same biome as all this brine. I'm not too fussed about hydrogen. Later on, we could use the electrolysis thing to do what's up. What is a strange creature who is locked in a room? You're gonna have to be way more specific than that. He couldn't have to say like what room or what the creature looks like. Is it by my base? Something of that nature. To pink room, bottom of the screen. So you got the seahorses, which are new to this one. They eat pearls and they give out ovaline. The pink brains. This is just a building, and then that is a poker shell that you can get lime from the shell, and I can't remember what they have. Something else they give you. Oh, this gives you pearls. It's not actually a creature. It's technically a plant as far as the game's concerned. But it's a clam that I think you put sand in and it gives you a pearl back later. Okay, we don't need to continue to carve the rest of that. That's enough that I can go here to look at the temperature. You can see that's the edge of the map. But we've got the ceiling robot down there and all that. Okay. Megafron Spore. Alright. That might be useful once you get things going. Alright, so we've explored all the way to that end, and you're continuing to carve over here. Yeah, we've got that saltwater geyser going on over there. We've got a pack of warm area over here. Oh, and people have gained skills, so Sounder Fan will give you another level in farming. Okay, so carbon dioxide pressure is still not that high. But our air pressure is honestly pretty solid. It's still using up the algae that is kind of a temporary solution. It is what it is. Yeah, they can still reach there, that's fine. Okay. So, we need to get our things figured out. So, there's the gum trees. The gum palm here. They can make gum wood that can be made into carbon dioxide if you burn it. You can make it into ceramic if you use it as fuel. There was... Right, so we can use... Oh, that's interesting. So with this tree... I'm trying to remember, does this one of those ones that you can add the plumbing to it? No. Right, so let's see. They can be harvested for gum wood, which can be processed into latex. So gum wood works as like wood for all other purposes, but it can be processed into latex. And then latex, if it gets hot enough, turns to carbon dioxide, which is bad for our purposes. If it gets warm enough, or if it gets cold enough, it becomes polluted ice and suricose. So, you know, sugar. Yeah, I'm just seeing what else we can use that. So we can use that for cooking things, making ethanol and such with the correct bugs. But we get it cold enough that could get us polluted ice. And then polluted ice, when it melts, becomes polluted water. So that's effectively a source of renewable thing. And that's with the plant pulverizer. But that's with a 30-degree temperature. So it's got to get pretty cold for the latex to turn that. But if we use the vulcanizer, we can turn it into rubber. And then the rubber we can use to make swimwear with reeds. Or we can make rubber boots. Or the rubber gasket. Okay, so what we're going to need here is we should be making that rubber. I should have noticed that earlier. So we need the plant pulverizer and the vulcanizer. So let's go get those sorted out. So let's go to refinement. It's more likely where that's going to be. Plant pulverizer should be here somewhere. There you go. And then after that, the vulcanizer. Okay, we're gonna switch those positions. So vulcanizer up here, and then plant pulverizer down there. And we're just gonna go and grab a pump. We're just gonna shove it between the two of them. No buffer. The strategy of YOLO. Okay, so with that we'll be able to make latex and make rubber, and with the rubber I'll be able to make the rubber gaskets, and then with the rubber gaskets I can continue to make more of these things to produce power, so we can separate our grid into more sections and all that, and we kind of want to exploit all those things. Okay, so you're at 28 now, continuing to build. That's just slowly draining, and I don't really care about that. The water here is too cold, so that's going to not produce air. That's fine. It doesn't have light anyway, so that's the thing. It is decreasing the water here, but it shouldn't get cold enough to be a problem. It's a lot of volume it has to warm up, or it has to cool off. Okay. So you've got this. That's interesting, so we could change it there. No workable order, no discovered recipes. Gumwood to latex, do forever. Because that'll fill that pipe up. So I'm curious where it mentions we don't have the recipe. Now here, we can make it so it's less of a problem. That's certainly one way, so we have wood in there, we just have a punching thing. There goes the latex. And so rubber, do forever. Okay, and with that, we'll be able to make the rubber gaskets. And that'll be good. So the next one of these we could exploit is up here. We can start getting that one ready to rock and roll. Oh, that's not right. It's gotta be one taller. Okay. And I'm sure this will be a thing that later on we'd want to go through here and, we'd want to go through here, separate those out into more power grids. I think, like, ultimately we're going to get, like, the big fat power pipe and run it through someplace, have those all plug into it with the transformers off of it and everything. That's usually what you end up doing eventually, is trying to get your power grid set up that way. It's just you need to have your heating situation set up because every one of those transformers becomes a problem. Oh, right. So that stopped working there. So I wanted to go through here and make that a mesh tile because the air was getting trapped there. So I wanted to make sure it could sneak around to get up to the rest of the base. Okay. That's all fine. That's all fine. Okay, and that's the edge of the map over there. There's nothing we care about in that room. Okay, so this is important. One of the things we need to do is for, temperature can you survive in? Okay, that's actually pretty decent. They wouldn't mind living where we've got them. So she wants sushi. The main quest lady that we're working on. So we go and we look at sushi. That requires the lice loaf, the nori, the fish fillet, and the sushi bar. The fish fillet we already have happening. It's just going to happen because we have all these fish that we're raising and they're dying. The nori, we get the nori from the kelp pole. It becomes nori. And then the lice loaf, we've been looking for lice, and we have one right there. The only one I see on the map thus far. We also have the arbor tree over here. Now granted, it's kind of amusing here that these are actually in a space that is really inhospitable for them, which is a curiosity. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go and yoink this open. We're going to let this out. There's honestly a decent number of the oxifern here. I could see opening this space up, leaving the oxifern here, and just pumping some CO2 in here and just letting that trickle through there. But the pips are cool because they'll plant seeds wild, which means you don't have to keep them up. So it very well could be a strategy that I could rip all this stuff up here. Well, the pips, I don't know if they'll do it underwater. I haven't actually checked that. But yeah, we could potentially have them plant some of these blue coral down in different areas. And just to like naturally give us more sources of air. Okay. So it's almost about to drop off to the point that the desalination stuff will turn back on. Yeah, so just want to get over here and do all that. That's fine. Okay. I just need the mealwood. And you need dirt for fertilizer, which shouldn't be hard to do. I assume we've been getting a bunch of dirt. I don't know that for a fact. Alright. I just need to get one of those seeds. And then what we can do is go over here. And we can plant the mealwood. And that'll let me get the lice loaf. And then with that we can start getting the nori. Yeah, so if we... Alright, so... So they only live for 5 days, and they drop nori when they die. We've got these giving reed fibers and all that. Yeah, so they're already dropping the nori. So literally we can just go and collect the nori. So what we'll want to do is once we get this thing queued up, we should be able to get the sushi. Like, you're getting ready to finish charging up to fire the first 50 rad bolts there. Oh wait, are you set to applied science? Oh, I accidentally set you the wrong thing. Well, that's okay. Let's set this up to go for our next objective. So that's where the sushi bar is. So we'll have it work on all that. And then the last 20, which this is getting ready to charge up, can be the nori. Is that clone stuck in the nori? So this is a quest person. So you'll notice she doesn't have any stats. She wants sushi rolls. She's the epic diver or whatever. So it's kind of like where you've got the shipping container here that you have to bring it stuff. But you bring her stuff. She gives you something in return, and then she swims off, and then she'll appear someplace else. And this will be the second time we've helped her. So I think she's just kind of there to like nudge you in the right direction to finding more things. All right. Yeah, so once we get the lice seeds, all right. So this means I'll also need to go over here and go food. Where is my micro musher? Not really a good place for me to put you, is there? Sure. We'll just do that for right now. But that'll let me make the mush bars. And then with the mush bars, I should have all the ingredients I need for the sushi. Oh, there's some free swimwear. For the sushi. Oh, you know, I'm just coming to the realization. I probably need someone to have cuisine skill. Alright, so you're gonna go ahead and make lice loaf. Lice loaf. Everyone's favorite. Let's actually not do that right now. We'll wait till we have everything, because we're just gonna want to make the sushi. And probably just enough to do that, because that's... Well, no, because that's taking fresh water. And we're running a situation where the system's getting a little backlogged on the fresh water. Yeah, that's probably fine. Go ahead and make the lice loaf. If you got spare lice, make some lice loaf. Live it up. Okay. So we're waiting on all that. Yeah, we're processing the polluted dirt. And how looks the air? The air's looking pretty good because we still got algae because I basically ripped up all the algae we could find in the map. And I'm just doing that as a means of buying time. Yeah, so the hope here is we'll get the 36,000 kcal worth of sushi rolls. And then see where that goes from there. I have no idea how many sushi rolls it's going to end up being. Yeah, and you're already getting those two done, and that's a matter of this thing. Like I said, that's coming along nicely. Meanwhile... Wait, do you output dirty water? Did I miss that? Doesn't say you do. But you do have a bunch of dirty water right there. Alright. Okay, looks like they're just going through the cycle on the next one. So the downside we have is these are all getting flooded. So you start carving this area open larger to help try and keep that from flooding up too badly. Alright. Because we did empty all of this and in these two rooms into this area as well. It'll be fine. So did you actually make any rubber, or are you still waiting on more latex? Okay. Oh, it runs automatically. That's a weird machine, but okay. Oh, you're complaining about heat. I mean, it's still only 97 or whatever. I'm surprised you're complaining about heat. And that'll be rubber coming out of this thing. Nice. And then with rubber, I can do this. And, we'll just say make 5 of them, which is probably more than I need, but then I don't have to think about it. Right, so you're missing metal ore? You shouldn't be missing metal ore. Like, processed metal, sure. But metal ore, I should have enough zinc and all that to last a lifetime. If not, it wouldn't be hard to get more. Oh, body temperature. So you need to be... Oh. That's interesting. So we need to cool this space down for the mealwood to work. Not a lot. Literally about 3 degrees. But that is something that needs to happen. So you're all... Oh, the germs have exploded again, so we got something contaminated dropped in here. It's fine. Alright, so yeah, we gotta bring down the temperature in this area a little bit. So far as that goes, we got our options here. So you can sit here and use an ice maker in one place to make ice to then bring it over here. And it works. Removes mineral buildup from underwater vents to restore flow and gases. Must be placed on top of a vent or fissure. Okay. I don't know about any of that, but sure. We've got all this. And I do want to explore down, but I'm worried about the oxygen generation getting mucked up. So they've already made the gaskets. That tile's continuing to get more and more oxygen trapped in it. Which has always been an annoying thing with that kind of a problem. If I had a second tile here, it would help a lot. Or if I moved that over to the right, but then it won't be considered a stable anymore because there'll be too many tiles. I'm going to choose to ignore it and just pretend it's all going to get better. Okay, so what would be the best way to cool this off without it being a huge hassle? So this is already 85. And this area in here is 92, and that's 88. Honestly, I think this is going to cool off on its own. It only has to go down 3 degrees. This is in the 70s. This is in the low 80s. This is in the low 80s. Down here is warm. But we are producing a little bit of heat in here. But they are surrounded very heavily by things not as hot. One thing we can do to help this now is we can mine that out. That'll allow the air to be brought in here and cool it off more. We can go through here and we can deconstruct this wall because it serves no purpose anymore. It was to hold back water previously. Okay, I also think the polluted oxygen's gotten out of control here. Let's get another deodorizer over here and start trying to de-scuff all this air. Okay. Need the pocket of air to not be right there. 'Cause that's honestly getting to be a pretty dense pocket of air. That's 145 kilograms of air there and continuing to climb. But it's just not being able to navigate. There's a little spot of carbon dioxide here that's blocking it. There's a tiny bit of salt water here. If I move that, that might help. Yeah, we look here. There's a little spot of carbon dioxide blocking it. So it might be time to finally turn that building back on to start sucking up all the carbon dioxide. Because then it'll help. There it goes. Yeah, so you saw that thing moved, and then suddenly this whole thing just turned blue as, like, that, you know, ridiculous amount of air just got pushed out. Now the air pressure is actually a little on the high side at like 2,000 and 3,000 grams. Okay, so I'll just keep pulling that out. Okay. So that's all going fine there and whatnot. And just checking one thing real fast. Okay, nothing I need to worry about right now. Cool. So it does seem like the air is continuing to stabilize. I'm noticing this is not running very long. It's staying at max gas pressure. We keep seeing that we're getting pockets of air building up here very rapidly. So that's all good news. You are right about to send the first rad bolt off, which will be perfect, because then we can get the sushi bar there. And if I put the sushi bar here, then the only thing left is to get the temperature down to 96, and it's in at 89. So the curiosity there is, we look at our temperatures and of our liquids. So it's 89 down there, 92. So these are all kind of warm. The salt water's a bit on the cold side. So it is one of those things that I could deliberately have a path for the salt water that goes around and, you know, kind of just does the loop as a means of taking some of that cool temperatures from over here and moving them over there. And it keeps getting colder the higher up we go. And up there's super cold. And that is one thing I could do, is I could potentially take something that can handle some pretty cool temperatures and just have it do a cycle through there. Of the different things, so your freezing temperature is 18 degrees. The polluted is minus 5.2 degrees, which will probably be our best. The brine is, oh, actually, the brine actually has the most tolerance for cold temperatures. Okay, not that I really have a spot I could separate out the brine too easily. There's a pocket over here. But what we could do then is I can go and grab some of this brine water Like I said, I could just get it into a pipe, then close off the pipe where it's just a loop and nothing else going through, so it just cycles in circles. So it goes up here, cools off, comes back down, you know, loops through here, goes back up, cools off, and just does the circuit. And that'd be a way of moving some temperature around. So we don't have radiant pipe. So what we could do here, because this is the area we're looking to cool off, we'd use regular pipe there. We would switch to insulated pipe here. I can't remember if you can go... Yeah, you can go through the doors. Okay, we'll go here. Regular block there so people can get back and forth easier. Okay. So then this would be the area where we want to cool it off. So what we can do here then is switch to regular pipe. And we just want to get as much surface area as possible. Okay, so that would be the closed loop, and then all we'd need to do is inject some water into it. We'd be aiming for either polluted water or brine, and the reason for that is it's got a much colder freezing temp, because that's the biggest concern, is if we can get up here and it gets so cold to the point that it does freeze in the pipe, that's a problem. But with this, we'll have that area. Now granted, this is going to be going there. If we go to utilities, we have the thermal pipe. So what we want to do... Excellent. Radiation shielding, slow heating. Okay, the lead is high thermal conductivity. None of them are particularly good. Alright, and we've got you. And we're keeping our eye out for someone who's got the cuisine skill. Because we're going to need that probably for the sushi. Now, ultimately what we'll want to do to make this better is where some of that regular pipe is, we'd want to make that radiant pipe to help with the flow of temperatures, and we'd want to put a the template behind it with something relatively conductive, and that's just to help make the temperature switch between the two faster. Because the more conductive it is, the more it has a tendency to move the temperature from one another. Alright, any second now this fires. And it just did. So this thing now has a charge on it. Means after all that time, you finally get to do some research. Oh, you had to stop to use the restroom, that's fair. I was like, I understand why you stopped. But yeah, so literally all I should have to do now is, with this pipe, I can honestly the way I can make that pipe work is, we've got the dirty water here. I probably could just branch off another pipe to just go up here and then use a bridge to send it over. And that should work. Okay, because then bridges are only one way. But yeah, then we can put the water in there and start it cycling. And this is similar to what you do later on that you would get some, like, what's effectively coolant, something that could absorb a decent amount of heat. And you would do the same idea, but, like, you'd use, like, the super coolant, whatever. Spend a long time bringing it up or down to the temperature you needed it. Pump it around, and then, you know, do the swap wherever it needs to happen. Okay, so we've got you. Build a copy of you here. Oh, you can't reach that. That's what's going on. Okay, so keep all that going. That's fine. But yeah, so basically I've only made it so this area, it has regular pipe to change temperature. And then down here where we want to cool it off is the only places. The rest is insulated. It'll still lose some temperature with the insulation one. But the idea is it should be significantly less temperature loss there than other places. Alright. Gonna go ahead and bump that up even higher. And I'll get that one hooked up. Did you already run out of rad bolts? How much research did you get done? Well, you got 4. Okay, so that's gonna take a while, unfortunately. So what we can do is you don't lose progress on the research, so we're going to go ahead and while that is recharging the rad bolts, we're going to switch to a research that doesn't require them. And then once it's got more rad bolts stored, we can switch back. You get the idea. Let's see. Accelerates or buffs the dispersal based on the construction material used. So I think the best we're going to get... Thermically reactive. Obsidian. So I'll do that because I would think obsidian be resistant, but then you have the high conductivity. Okay, but Burning Sun's doing their best to get that all done as much as they can. Oh, we've got a bunch of slime. That's one thing we can do. We can slow down time, refine. Where are you at? Algae Distillery. I'll put it on this one. That's the polluted water. And honestly, well, I could pipe that into the rest of the infrastructure and it wouldn't be the wrong answer. I just don't feel like dealing with it, so I'm going to go ahead and drop that there. We're just going to kick it out. Cool. And now let me convert the slime into algae, which we can use to make more oxygen, and then also getting rid of the slime will have less off-gassing of all this polluted oxygen. I've got 2 filters going here trying to get it under control. We just have all this polluted water off-gassing everywhere. The classic problem, so everyone's getting yucky lung, which does increase their oxygen needs, which can make your life, you know, way rougher. Okay. And you're coming along. Okay. Just a little cramped. And you are at how many? 11, that's fine. They're supposed to be releasing, and we'll see how well they do. Okay, and our calories are going down a bit. It's still mostly the salty sticks, but some lettuce as well. But if we can get those the meal things going, that'll help. Alright, you got just that pipe to do. We got new research. Okay, so we're actually getting ready to run out of research that I can do without the material tech. This is going to be a real hard bottleneck for us. Let's slow down time again. Because we got ourselves a rubber tile. Used to build walls and floors, provides anti-slip work surface and all that, so it increases the run speed by 25%, also giving a bonus to decor, and it is, resistant to damage from liquid pressure. So that's interesting. So rubber is actually a really good material for a lot of things. Oh, and there's the radiant pipe. Granted, that needs to be made out of refined metal, so I might want to hold off on it. There's the thermal aqua tuner. And as I mentioned, that can be really, really good for stuff as well. That's one you got to get a whole setup for, which we'll definitely be game for. That we just need to get ourselves to the point of being able to make steel. We make the thermal aqua tuner out of steel, and then this stuff for it. Put steam above it, put water in there. And then you just do the cycle and you can kind of cool things off. And then honestly, the hardest part is finding a available liquid that you can use as your coolant that won't freeze and burst in the pipes. Because early game, that's what the challenge is finding a liquid that won't solidify or whatever and break your pipes when it gets really cold. Because all the different types of water will... I want to say the oil and petroleum, I think, is relatively okay. And right now we're just trying to get this going. Freon gas of the future. Yeah, no, there's some pretty cool stuff in here. Like, we go for, like, there's super coolant. So, it can handle going to about negative, 456, but and up to 818 before anything happens to it. And it's really good stuff, but the problem is, as you can see, it requires fluorine, gold, and petroleum. So it's really expensive to make. But then we check, like, petroleum, it can go minus 70 degrees and up to 1,000 degrees. Now, the danger is if it goes over 1,000 degrees, it becomes sour gas, and sour gas is absolutely horrific. But yeah, so petroleum's a fun one. The challenge with petroleum is if you look at it, we can turn crude oil into petroleum at 750 degrees, but at 1,000 degrees it becomes sour gas, which, as I mentioned, is pretty awful. So it is a whole thing of, like, riding that fence of, like, getting it hot enough to switch it, but not so hot that you destroy it. I don't know what the visco gel fluid is. Yeah, so you don't have much of a tolerance there. Yeah, so whatever those materials are, the tolerances aren't all that good. You've got all the petroleum stuff. I think carbon dioxide is an interesting one in that it doesn't... It turns to a liquid pretty cold. Like, but a reasonable temperature there. But, like, turning solid, it takes, I thought it could freeze to be solid. Yeah. But the problem is, like, the range from, like, liquid to solid is actually pretty narrow. So it's really useless to use as any type of material for moving temperature, because it just so readily becomes a solid or a gas that the range of that... something is entombed. What's entombed? Okay. The feeder. But yeah, so it's always finding those materials, like the plastics and rubbers and all that. A lot of those work well. There's also a catch of being, like, something being extremely conductive means it moves the temperatures between really, really well. So it's great at distributing temperature, but it also kind of means it's terrible at maintaining its temperature. So, like, if I use something that's going to shift temperatures very rapidly, my cooling loop has to be very short, because it's going to heat up to whatever the ambient temperature is very rapidly. But that first machine or two on that thing is going to get cooled really fast. But on the other hand, if I have a bunch of machines I want to do, I'm going to want, like, something not quite as able to, you know, shift temperatures as quick, so it does a little bit of cooling along the whole length. And there's a whole art around that. And I'm not an expert on that one. And those are the kind of things that make this game complicated, that people go, oh, this game's just too big brain for me. But the reality is, like, yeah, all that stuff you don't need to know. It's like Factorio, you can play it where you can min-max and automate and program and do all sorts of stuff. Or you can just jam more materials into it and, you know, give it a thumbs up and move on your day. Okay, so we got stuff that we would be able to do. Plastic, we'd have to find our oil. I do believe we had a spot that had oil. It was like a buried geyser. Where was that? I always mark those with 9 when I, find them. Leaky oil fissure. That's gonna be the one we want to get at. It's really badly placed so far as all this goes. But, if we can get there, that gives us access to the oil. And if I was smart, I would have checked the temperature. I imagine the temperature is going to be pretty high with it. So yeah, so it's going to be spitting out crude oil at 620 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is real hot. Like, properly hot. But what we would then be able to do is we'd work on cooling that off. And if we can cool that off so that the oil's not an unreasonable temperature. Actually, a crude oil at 600, that's almost hot enough for it to become petroleum naturally. It only had to be like 100 degrees hotter. Oh, this is a mistake. I see this. We can fix this. Put that block right there. That'll keep it from going over to where the lab stuff needs to be. And we can clean this up, and I don't care about leaking down this side. That's fine. Okay. Oh, you're running out of siltstone. I am making a pretty large area of it. Trying to see which one is the siltstone. There it is. Or siltstone. Alright, and with that we have all the research in the game that does not require the material research. There's nothing more to do there. What I can do now, let them start ripping up chunks of this area to get the siltstone and all that I need to finish the pipe. It's just that one little length here. And then the rest is all done. Oh, that's not true. We got that spot there. Ooh, actually, can you reach that spot? Hmm. Alright. I can't remember if they'll be able to jump up and reach that. I think that has to be a tile lower. I'll figure it out. Regardless, we can get this out of the way. And they finished digging this up, so let's go ahead and rip that row up. We'll also end up needing to get like all these seeds and get rid of them. Oh, did you finish it? Yeah, so I think, yeah, so it's still unreachable build, unfortunately. Okay, so what we can do is this is a very solvable thing, is we're going to cancel that pipe there. I'm going to get rid of this chunk of ladder there. Then we're going to grab more pipe. We're going to go like this. That's fine. We're just going to nudge it up one tile. They'll be able to build it from the top. This will have to be replaced. So we can build a copy here. And copy, paste. So what should happen is once we start getting polluted water through here, it should start feeding into this loop. And that should help the process. And for the start of this, we can snip that so it only goes into the loop. And we just want to get enough liquid on this loop to be able to move the temperature around. Oh, I see. We can solve this problem. So if we go here and put a bridge there, that sets it to have a direction. And so with that, it should be able to go and feed through here and then go around. Yep, so the polluted water going through right now is at about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And so the hope is, by the time it gets around here again, it'll be down a little bit. Yeah, because it's still sitting at about 90. It did drop to about 86. And one thing that can help is, well, I probably don't want to be using this material here. I'm replacing the pipe here with radiant since we got a hold of that since I did this. So that'll be radiant pipe there. And that'll be radiant pipe there. Okay. What that'll do is it makes the exchange the temperature way better. So we're going in here. What is the temperature? So you're going in there at 93. That actually might be a problem. That might be getting too cold. That is a problem. Hold up. We flew too close to the sun. Let's have just that middle spot. It's It's dropping the temperature so cold that the polluted water is freezing into polluted ice rapidly. Okay, so we're gonna still keep the one spot there. Alright. Okay, so we got the one spot right there to still quick change temperature. So you're at 90. You're pushing the limit there, so we need to go and bring it a little bit more back. Let's just use the 2 spots there. All right. Yeah, because we're still getting to minus 40 after a loop or two. So you can see how well this works. Now what's happening is it is warming this space up. Yes, you're at 50. And you dropped to about 11. Okay, honestly, we're learning that just normal pipe. I can't get away with making it exchange that much. Amusingly enough, the exchange there is just too significant. But we already dropped the temperature in this room low enough that we can grow the mealwood. Like, that's how effective that's been. And then once we get that going enough, we can enclose this off, and then we have the ability to, like, route this around to things that make more heat or whatever we need to do. Yeah, so that's 30 degrees going in here. And it very rapidly jumps up to 70 or 80. Making the blocks here 80. I'll take copper. But yeah, so what's going to end up happening, though, is if we check up here, though, this area, right now it's minus 51 degrees. We should see this, like, yeah, so if you look at the bottom there, the oxygen's sitting at a minus 50 degrees, and it's rapidly warming up. And that's all we're doing, is we're effectively moving the heat from down here to up here. Over time, this will stop being cold, and then we'll have, like, the problem. But the idea is, in that time, you're researching more technology, and you can get all that stuff sorted. How are you coming along? You're about halfway up to where I need you for the next thing. You've already processed all the slime. We got the polluted ice. We'll want to use that someplace. Here's the level in doctoring. You've already got your swim skill and your carry skill and all that. I guess I'll give you super digging just because. There's better swimming. And you're basically set for right now. We'll give you tidying. And as we level those things up, they're going to have higher requirements to stay happy. And they'll start stressing out and all that. So there is, like, kind of a point where it'd be like, yeah, I don't actually want to give people skill points because they don't really need them. And then it can be more and more of a problem. I'd rather the person get overjoyed and go extra fast than be able to do one more thing. Okay, and air is just great now. Food, I believe I have stabilized, where I'm not gaining or losing food in any meaningful capacity, and this will give us a little bit of extra food. But that's mostly there for the sushi thing, and what we got going there. Alright, so we're about halfway through stream, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to slow this down, and I'm going to put up a poll. And the reason I'm doing it a poll is we got a couple different games we're going that are like long form on the channel. What are we doing now? And so one thing is we can go ahead and just leave oxygen not included and just keep doing what we're doing. So oxygen not included is one option. We can go back to our satisfactory run. Or we can continue a spacecraft. And I'll get that hydrate and everything. So we're not necessarily switching, but it is going to be the option. We'll also put farming simulator 25 on the list. And is there anything else I want to include on the list for right now? Because basically we got a bunch of different games, we got runs going on. That's like, you know, just kind of getting a feel of being like, hey, do people want to see more of this? Or would they rather see something else? That kind of thing. Just getting a pulse check. The satisfactory run? You mean the factory run where it's 1,000 or is 100 times the requirements for the elevator? Yep, that one. Alright, so we got the poll going. And I figured we'd do that halfway through stream. So basically your options are, you can vote for oxygen not included. We just keep doing what we're doing right now. You can vote for satisfactory. We'll switch back to, we've been doing the randomized start where we've got it set to 100 times in the milestone, so it's a bit slower. We got spacecraft. That was the game we were playing yesterday that is like, you know, space, you go and you mine up materials, and then you process those materials, you upgrade your ship, do all that kind of stuff. And in Farming Simulator, we've got our Survivor Man Challenge that's been kind of sitting on the back burner for a while. But it's basically our sweaty try-hard things. But it's just a thing I like to kind of get the pulse, because sometimes it'll be... like, sometimes you can tell your audience is like really, really resonating with everything and everyone's hyped. Other times it's lower energy, which is no problem, but it's those days that you kind of want to be like, hey, are people actually enjoying this? Yes, no. And sometimes you'll have, like, it'll be super quiet and everyone will be like, oh no, we're loving this, and like the vote just solidly goes to the game you're already playing. Other times you'll be like, the game you're playing will be a little bit quiet, and then, you know, you'll have the vote and like nobody votes for the game you're playing. You're like, okay, this is a miss, I need to not be playing this. But that's good just to kind of get that pulse check. You're the only one who voted for Farm Sim? Yeah, no, that's not surprising. Farm Sim hasn't had, like, they always are having updates, but, you know, it's whether or not they're having updates that get people excited or not. When they do, like, their little equipment packs, people aren't super, you know, fussed about it. But yeah, so it's seeming like a pretty close split between spacecraft and oxygen not included. And then Farm Sim and Satisfactory, you know, they're getting some pity votes in there. Which doesn't surprise me too much. I've done multiple full playthroughs of Satisfactory. It's a great game, but as far as, like, when you've done multiple full playthroughs of a game, people tend to not be as much. And it's also, like, I was doing settings that make it really slow, because I happen to enjoy games that are slow burn and all that. Alright, so we got you for more salt water. I could just dump it down in the hole. It's kind of what we've been doing. So how's our temperatures going here? Yeah, so you can see where I've actually been, like, this distinctly is colder than the area around it. And this yet, we are warming this up noticeably. It's just still ridiculously cold compared to everything else. Eventually I might have to, like, snip the pipe to just stop the circle so that this doesn't get too cold. Because you can go down to 50 and you're fine. Yeah, so these can all go down to 50 and they're fine. So this is actually going to get a little nippy over there. But yeah. So it looks like the boat's going pretty heavily to oxygen not included. That's usually not surprising. Generally, the vote tends to go in the direction of whatever you're playing. But like I said, that's kind of reason to do the pulse check. Is once in a while we'll be playing a game and I'll do the vote and the game we're already playing just does really badly, and that's usually a strong indicator that, you know, people are just not into it. Okay. So we've got all this going on, that's fine. You got your rubber gaskets. Okay, so you've got that finally set up, so let's go ahead and get this wall built. And then we'll tell you to collect salt water and auto bottle it. To start filling that up, and then that'll be another power generator online. And I don't think it'll benefit us to... Because the thing if I do this, and I point them both past, I don't know if that even works well. That's always the trick, is that ends up being just slow at that stage. It's also interesting that this one we see the air bubbles. Oh, I think it's just because it's hanging there. Oh, it looks like those are about to break. That these have gotten damaged. And I think that's just because the water pressure's all over the place. Ooh, you are up to 234 kilograms of oxygen there. And that's because these fish breathing out, it's putting pockets of air down there. That'll eventually start breaking up those things and making room for it. We could probably help that out. Okay, yeah, so oxygen not included, won by an extreme margin. Yep, no problem. Just wanted to get that gauge on how people were feeling about it. Oni is one of those games that when you're playing, people tend to be a little bit on the quieter side. They're just kind of vibing, which is totally fine. But it does sometimes make it a little tricky to be like, okay, people are into it, or they just kind of checked out. So, that's why we did the vote. Alright. So I've got that all going. And bear with me, chat, while we're doing that, I'm gonna quickly use the restroom and stretch my legs. Because we're kind of waiting for some of the material. Oh yeah, no, Oni's good. Usually for on the channel, I could usually play Oni pretty decently into the mid-game. It's usually when you get to late mid-game, early late game, that it can be very tricky to keep a run going so far as entertaining for people watching. Because you end up with these projects where you like queue up the projects, it's like, how long is it going to take? Oh, it's going to take a couple hours to get the project done. And when you're at that stage, when things are moving at that speed, that it tends to be harder to stream just because a whole lot of nothing happens for a long time. Like, a lot is happening, but you don't get the satisfaction of seeing it get done for a long time. Alright, so give me a minute. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and stretch my legs, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. Yeah, let's see. Do those turbines generate constant power with that little water? Even with the water being all the way full, they don't constantly do it. There is a pause sometimes when they go back and forth. But yeah, no, I've watched that. They tend to, oh, no, actually that one managed to just barely, for just a second. Like, this one's not done yet. This one's still being filled. But, yeah, no, it does, I have found it does seem like maybe I need to go one tile taller. But they do seem to be running pretty steadily. I might have to tinker and make them a little bit bigger, but we'll see. Now you admit you sunk over 5,000 hours in this game. It's just nice to see how someone else handles it. You clam up because you can spoil easy. Oh yeah, no, that's a thing. Like, I've got, how many hours do I have in Oni now? I've got a lot of hours in Oni. I've got about 500 hours in Oni. But yeah. It's definitely like I totally get it. Like on the not wanting to spoil or whatever. And like, you know, I'm not doing any like min-maxing strategies or whatever. How bright are you as far as Lux go? Only 1800. Last night you found that a 8 high wilders, it stays submerged while pumping. You know, generally I haven't... Okay. So I could do... Yeah, because I tested earlier, it didn't seem to be a problem. But we just spotted that there... It might... Like this one, again, it's not... We're still filling it up. We can deconstruct this. Deconstruct that. And build a little bit of wall here. Yeah, because you are phosphorus, so that should be fine. Okay. Every time you say own, you think of that Bungie game from 2001. No one thinks of the Bungie game from 2001. It's not real and it can't hurt us. It was amazing. I honestly don't remember anything about it. Like, I didn't end up playing it. It was just one of those things that I remember was a thing that existed at some point. But past that, you know, I don't know. Okay, so we're just shifting all of this up a little. Oh, here, don't do that yet. So I'm just working on getting those scaled up so they run more consistently. Okay, so we got all that one sorted. That should be good there. Okay, we'll just keep doing that. What do you got here for me? We got a bunch of ice. That'll give me just fresh water. Low effort fresh water. Yep, so let's drop that temperature down to 70. Temperature here is continuing to go up. So I'm continuing to put the polluted water into this pipe to help with that. Polluted water is a relatively okay insulator. Or, sorry, coolant. It's not good. It could still freeze pretty easily. But for your early game, it's alright. Let's see, you notice the tidal turbines can take any liquid, which you think could be fun as a way to utilize the tanks, as a way to utilize some tanks and hold lots of liquids for a while. Like petroleum. Yeah. Now as a curiosity, it's like I can imagine some cursed things. They're like deliberately pouring lava on it, so it's just putting out and bringing in lava again and again. Because why make good decisions with your life? And thank you for the 10 stream streak, Snowball. I do appreciate it. The reality is if you did that, food safety tutorial. I'm not going to worry about that. Alright, so what might end up happening here... Yeah, so the polluted water temperature... It is moving the temperature like 20. Try to fill a turbine container with the new snail mucus. Yeah, no, I saw the snail mucus that we could process. I meant to do stuff with that. Where was... We broke in... Oh, it's right there. We flooded the poor thing. Yeah, so if we go to the Sluggo... It gives us... mucin. And we make the mucin hot and becomes, polluted water. And then frozen mucin just... You know... doesn't do anything like that. Yeah, so if you make the mucin hot, it becomes polluted water and slime. You can also make it into a mush bar. You can basically use it interchangeably with water for a lot of recipes. What building is flooding? Oh, you finally got a point that you're high enough that that's a thing. Sure, we can just go ahead and fix that by going BAM. Just rip that up. That'll clear up more space. Oh, and this is starting to get flooded from the whole thing going back up. Slime and algae seems like a neat way to have extra oxygen, maybe. If you're ranching them for meat, you haven't thought much about it. You only tried the DLC yesterday. I mean, yeah, the DLC came out just yesterday, so there's not been a whole lot of time to learn other strategies and whatever. Yeah, no, it definitely seems like there's options for oxygen. But most of them seem to be that you're going to be doing some, like, ranching kind of stuff. I'm actually going to deconstruct this thing. Bring that up. Deconstruct that thing. Bring this up. I'm going to deliberately not build that block first, so I can spill over into that area. Why? This is why we can't have things. Not even nice things. Just things in general. Luckily there's air there. Okay. So if you could, like, leave that spot, that'd be great. Okay, cool. So we can go here. Don't you lock yourself in there, man. Alright, so animation glitched. That's totally fine. Okay, so at least with that, we don't have to worry about that. We can go with the empty bottler up here. Alright. So we'll get that all sorted, and this will be a thing. Am I using any mods? No. I generally run almost all my games completely mod-free. If I do run mods in a game, usually it's very light quality of life kind of stuff. Okay, and all of our storage down here is full again. And that tells me that it's probably time to put up more drywall. Just burn materials. Okay, where did just the regular old water background go? See all the fancy ones. And I'm doing this because we have all that stone. And I just don't need that much. So it's a way to use a lot of it. It also has the added bonus of improving the aesthetics of the area. Yeah, it's fine. Just go ahead and rip that all up too. Okay, so little by little, we're going to get that whole area just filled in. And the idea with that is that just burned a lot of the stone that we got in these boxes, so hopefully that'll clear out more of it. Alright, and how are we doing here? We've almost got that thing going pretty constantly. Yeah, it's starting to edge to the point of maybe getting too cold. And then up here, the temperature has noticeably warmed up. It was at about -50 to start with. It's only about -30 now. So you get the idea. We are very gradually warming this area up, which will reduce the efficiency and the speed of which it can do the exchange. Because the temperature difference is not as significant, it won't affect it as heavily. Okay. We're just finding our water supply still. Yeah, the water coming out here is ranging between like 50 and 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And we go down here to where we got this cooling off. The actual block is sitting at right around 70, but it's very slowly creeping down. Alright, so I think I've got enough liquid in that system for right now. So I can go there and connect that and disconnect that. So I can easily reconnect it if I ever need to inject more. So like if I have this cooling loop and I turn around and I plug it into another location, like say I go, oh, I want to do my industry down here, but it's too hot, I could just bring this down here, loop it in there, and bring it back up. Same idea. That one might be tricky because doing stuff like making steel will probably make the water too hot and boil it. Alright, so we've actually got our lice loaf going now. So we're basically waiting on this to finish up our research. Because as soon as we get this research done, I can get the sushi bar. And that'll let us take care of the next thing. So, what we're going to probably want to do here is there was oil down below there. That might be something worth pursuing to get the petroleum, because petroleum tends to be a pretty useful coolant. It doesn't take temperature very fast, but it can handle some pretty extreme temperatures. So it's, you know, it's an okay option. Good for kind of a slow cooling thing versus like the really fast one we're doing right now. But it's getting around this that worries me, because I could definitely jack this up and give myself problems. And thank you, Swiss Smog, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that, and I hope you've been enjoying the stream. The other possibility is that I just open that thing up, and go with the strategy of quote-unquote YOLO. And with that, allow that to heat up the water, which will eventually boil the water into steam, which will then turn back into regular water on the other side. And use that as a very dangerous on the temperature way of handling that. How am I getting so much algae? Like, where is it coming from? I keep seeing that number go up. I've got something producing it, and I'm not catching what it is. I mean, right now, this is all max gas pressure, so that thing's not even running right now. And everything is just good to go with polluted oxygen mixed in everywhere. I'm tempted to just pop that thing open and, you know, we'll let reality dictate how all this goes. We could potentially start boiling off water as our means of cooling it. But then we can go ahead and, after that, you know, we will have oil down here. And then with the oil, we've got options on stuff. They've got the steam geyser over here somewhere. And hey, Ronger, thanks so much for the 20 stream trick. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, black gold. Oh, I didn't even look at what the, Oh, weird. So, the asteroid's hitting on the surface. That left slime. With all the slime-lung germs you could imagine. Most of this is clean. The only place that's not clean is the water, which does happen. Oh, and our food is real rough now. Which there's ways to get around that. Like, what we need to do is get this, polluted air sorted, which is going to be getting the polluted water dealt with. Okay. So you're overpressured with boiling crude oil. So for overpressure to go away, we probably need to get out from underneath the water. I will take the copper ore, thank you. We got duplicants with skills. You can have a skill in tidying and swimming. It's also not going to be terribly long before we're going to need to get stuff for more morale. So for more morale stuff, we've got our washroom, the lab, we got our great hall, and 2 barracks. We can get private bedrooms for a bunch of bonuses. The private bedroom requires the actual comfy bed, which requires plastic. You always do so well till all hell breaks loose. That's pretty standard. Okay, so let's try and remember. So you get the crude oil. The crude oil we can turn into petroleum, natural gas. And then the petroleum we can turn into super coolant with a lot of work, visco gel with a lot of work, and plastic. That's right. So we'd want to make the petroleum, turn that into plastic, and then with the plastic we can make a ton of things. And all that's over here. So we'd want to go to refinement, the polymer thing. And go over here. Do this. And so it eventually need that. Power. But it's not going to happen for a while because I'm going to have to get this brought. I'm going to let them analyze it. And then the catch here is going to be dealing with the oil. The oil's going to want to come out at a ridiculously high temperature. And so what I'm going to need to do is get this in its own little room, probably pump out the water, at least enough that it can erupt, and then it should steam off the rest. It's honestly hot enough that it could produce steam and we could use a steam turbine, but I don't have a good way to set it up, let alone keep it from overheating and all that. But I think the idea is, like, use the oil to, you know, do the mutual benefit of boiling the salt water to get ourselves clean water and salt, as well as cooling down the oil enough that we can move it around. There's not a lot of igneous rock on the aquatic planet. Yeah. It's alright. There's a volcano. I can get more. Alright. Oh, no gas output? Yeah, because it's going to put out carbon dioxide. I don't really care about the carbon dioxide going anywhere. So you can go right here, and that's fine. So that's the output for the carbon dioxide. And then we would need to have the oil in. And for my sake of being lazy, we're going to go ahead and put a liquid reservoir right there. And we can do that. Alright. Yeah, so the high pressure environment, so we will need to deal with this. I'll let them scan it, and like I said, we're going to kind of close that in, I think. And then we'll see what we need to do to manage this. What's your survivable range? So you can go relatively hot, not boiling water hot, but that's fine. We'll figure it out. Or we won't. Who knows? So another thing I probably need to do is make a second pool that is just the oxygen coral. Mess with a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, it's fine. I can sit down there for right now. How are you doing up here? Oh, okay. You need to enable this salt water and get that all pumping to get those both managed. That's fine. Those are all good already. We got our drywall expanded to more territory, which is fine. Okay. Now, we do have our loop where we've got the coolant. I don't think that'll work out there because it's because of material. So I think generally the early on one is I might start swapping out where we've got the polluted water. I might switch that polluted water setup to allow me to inject the oil in here and take the oil up instead and start cooling it off, and then use the oil as my coolant. It's only okay for coolant. It doesn't change temperature very rapidly. Alright. So that's fine. So let's start this process. We can start by insulating blocks. Give ourselves some room to work with. Okay, the reason I'm doing that Okay, so the reason I'm doing this setup the way I've got it here is so I've got room for the pump down there where it'll leak down to that spot. So I can get this all enclosed. And then it's going to be a matter of trying to get all this stuff out of here. Okay. And we're just trying to get that all going. Then meanwhile, you are ticking away. You must have gotten another round in. Yes. So it's looking like about 4.5 points per full cycle on the material stuff. Yeah, we can get this all going. We'll need to get the water out of it. Which, now I think about it, we can make ourselves a little bit of an airlock here. Because with this, if we do it like that, as we empty the water out, this will stay open. Alright. And doing just fine in sealing this all. Alright. And all I need to do is relieve the pressure enough that this erupts once, and it'll start boiling this all off as steam, and that should help resolve itself. Because we'll get in a cycle of like becoming steam, cooling off, dropping down, becoming steam, cooling off, dropping down. And that'll mess with all of it. Where are you going? Don't go down there. I don't need anyone dying because they go down there and someone seals them in the wall. Okay. Make that tile a 9 so that it can prevent them from going farther in. Okay, so we're just waiting for Burning Sun to get back down there. Why are you the way you are? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, try this again. Okay. Please. Okay. I was like, please don't seal yourselves in the wall. It is just what they do in Oni. They'll find the one combination of actions that makes it deadly. Alright, so we've got all this going on. Interestingly enough, if there was one of the turbine things down here, it would gradually drain that on its own, down to at least that height. Unfortunately, there isn't. So I don't really have a good way of getting the water out of there. I mean, it's gonna probably just be a pump, is ultimately what it's gonna be. I just don't have a good place to get power for it. I'm looking to see if we've got any of those, What were you again? Were you my volcano? I think you're my volcano. Yeah, minor volcano. I'm looking for one of the turbine things to give me power, but there's none nearby anywhere. I definitely don't want to run a big pump on that anytime soon. Okay, so let's see where we can get ourselves another one of these turbines. So we got another one right here. And I have spare materials, so let's go here to power. Turbine. Chuck you there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we can go over here and grab power. Right now I'm just going to poke it out the side. Worry about what else we can do with that later. I'll open this up here for the moment. Make sure it doesn't seal anyone in as a tomb. Okay, and we can go up here to the plumbing. How are you doing up top right now? Yeah, so you've got that set to pull salt water. Little by little, they're gonna get that done. No power consumers. I am okay with this. We can build you and you. I don't need that up there. You can leave that alone. Alright, so we've got this extra power cable that we can hook up to something. Choose your blueprint, swimwear. Oh, actually, we got cuisine finally. Which I am gonna need. I'm gonna hold off. We'll get the swimwear first. So, there you go. So let's see where we've got our power here to see if I can't sneak around it. so I see. So let's grab this power cable. Bring it across here. And then bridge it. Ah, you can't reach that spot. That's fine. We'll make it so they can get over there. Okay, so we'll start down here. The first one I put in here is just going to be an overheat problem. So I don't think we've got anything that can get hot or handle hot enough. So let's see. Your overheat temperature is plus 167. Yeah, so we don't have anything that can handle any particularly good amounts of temperature. So I'll go like this. So your overheat temperature is 167, which is terrible. So it needed to be, because we can make it out of steel, which is plus 360, which is still going to be a problem. All right. Well, first we can get this set up just to get the water out of there so it's functional. So I can go ahead and do this. You'll probably need to be farther down. Alright, because we don't have what we need to make steel yet. We're going to get there. And so for the time being, I'm just trying to get the water out of here. We should be able to get a high pressure water vent. I'm not seeing... Okay, well, ultimately down the road we'll want to bring this over, so let's bring you up. And for right now, let's pump the water around until we get the water out of this place. And then when it starts doing oil, we can start having it like make steam and all sorts of nonsense. One of the things we might be able to do with it is once we get the petroleum in the pipe and we can get it looped up onto that cooling circuit or whatever, we can bring it down here to try and manage the temperature here.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm heading to Betty Pies.
Okay, you sleep well.
Yeah, I'll sleep well because the Betty Pies is where the sleepy sleeps happen.
This is true. The Betty Bye is where the sleepy sleeps happen.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Remember me.
I will remember you.
Remember the good times?
Mm-hmm. I'll remember both. Love. Yeah, alright, so we're gonna get this all hooked up down here. And the goal here is to have this pump the water out just to get this room to be not full of water. Okay, so you've got all that. Right, and I still need to get this set up where you can cut across here. And then you'll finish that power cable going over here. And then that'll be working there. You're good over here. That's still doing anything. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright. Yeah, so we're just going to be pumping this little room out down here. That should be enough to allow the oil to come out. Now, granted, it's only releasing 305.6 grams per second. That's a really low amount of oil. So it's not going to be nearly that bad. So if we can do that, sure, it's coming out pretty hot, but it's going that. You're playing some space game, it was looking interesting, but you had to sleep it too. How did it go? I very much enjoyed it. There was some audio bugs, but that's not that big a deal. It is a bit grindy, but not necessarily in a bad way. I do enjoy a good grindy game. I just realized as we were running that wire the whole way around, I've got a spring right there that can deal with it. That's fine. That'll be something for the future. We can also just grab you for the time being. This will be a little bit trickier to exploit. But yeah, no, I definitely enjoyed it. It's we did the playtest of that game when it was Spacecraft. We did the playtest of that a while back. And this is the early access release yesterday. So I might as well just wire that thing up. It's right there. There's no reason not to. Okay, we'll grab you out of here. Grab you out of here. Go ahead and dig this up as well. Alright, so we're getting that all done. And that'll give us oil, which gives us our means of getting plastic. And then plastic opens up, like, we can start going from these barracks to, I will set aside giving them each their own individual bedrooms that are much nicer. That'll give them a stamina bonus. It'll give them like a significant mood bonus, because pretty soon we're going to start having the stress. Yeah, we're going to start seeing like a little bit of stress building up, because as they get more and more skilled, they get more and more finicky about, you know, what they need to be happy. And we'll probably need to cut across here and here, so it doesn't make a little air pocket and then can't run. So you got your power cable all sorted there. You got the little bit to do here. You got a little bit to do here. And that there, and then that should hook that up. Nope, actually, never mind. That one's got it sorted. Okay, so that should slowly drain the water off of this upper area and then this room, leaving a little airlock here. This thing will most likely get destroyed once that starts belching out hot oil. But we'll see. Okay. And all that's doing is it's just moving the salt water up here and then dumping it back in the same pool. We're just trying to get this opened up. It's going to take a minute. Alright. And ultimately we'll need to make that steel eventually. And for that to happen, we need a refinery. So we've got the thing for the polymer here. I do happen to have power going by right nearby. So this might actually be the place to do the proper steel production. So we could go up here and go to refinement. I don't care about that right now. We'll deal with that later. We got the metal refinery. That's fine. We can plunk you here. I'll bring you across and up. Okay. We just keep doing all this stuff. Yeah, so that's gradually going down, which is good. It'll just take time. Right now, if I close that door, that should help a little bit. Okay. So meanwhile, you're also going to spit out... Oh no, you don't spit out CO2. So you have the molten metal that comes out. Yeah, ore produces refined metals, significantly heats and outputs liquid into a pipe. Duplicants will not fabricate items unless the recipes are queued. So that's always the catch. I think we can use the oil here and it's fine. I believe we use water, it'll tend to become steam, which will break the pipes. Alright, so in the meantime, since this is pumping away, and that's getting set up, let's go ahead with the plan of trying to get ourselves our cooling loop. We're going to want an insulated pipe. So for right now, with the insulated pipe deal, okay. And this is where it gets tricky because if I go radiant pipe, it'll exchange the temperature very rapidly, and that's got its pros and cons. So let's go insulated pipe one more tile. Let the liquid bridge it. Cancel that spot. So I think I want to go at least down to there, because this is where the oil is going to pool up. So I'm going to switch back to regular pipe there. Then insulated will come around here. Oh, wait. I'll go back to insulate in the wall here. We can connect that over there, which is not how I intended on doing it, but that's fine. Okay, so we have that for going in here. And then I'd be able to go input here, goes around this way, does all this nonsense, loops back through here, comes back up, pops over here, goes through the refinery. And that'd be the intention. And immediately, once we get all the water out of here, I'd want to switch that over to pumping the oil into this line. And going with it. I don't know how well that's going to work. We're going to have to kind of feel it out. Okay, so let's choose your blueprint here. Athletics is nice, but I'm going to do without any of that. It's doing its best to pump that out, but it is a room that is completely full. Alright. So that'll be all that. And how much power do you take? 1.2 kilowatts. Okay. So there's also another thing I need, is I didn't put a battery on here. Yeah, so you carry 20 kilojoules. You carry 40 kilojoules. And considering we're using power that we don't need to worry about a bunch of stuff. You'll have to figure that out. I'm probably gonna have to go with the heavier cable and just run it through and do like the unions and everything to get through all this stuff. We'll figure that out when we get there. But for the time being, that's fine. Because right now it's 400, 800, and I need a third one just to power that refinery. If not. And we will say iron to steel. We are missing 2 ingredients, which is iron and refined carbon. Right, so we will need... Where is it at? Refinery. Kiln. Because that's going to need to be... Oh man, carbon's going to be hard to do as well. That's fine. We do actually have gumwood here. So if I actually have a decent amount of rubber, we could tell it to stop. Well, actually, the rubber we want for lots of things, though. Okay, so we could do ceramic. Gotcha, I actually do have some coal. We can have ceramic, because I'm going to need a bunch of that. And refined carbon. That's fine, because I don't need the peat. And that'll give me a source for that, and then we have the iron itself. I could have sworn I saw iron. Oh, I have iron ore. So we'll always process iron ore. That's fine. And then when we have iron ore, we have iron itself, we can process that into steel. And once we have steeling, that's when we can start doing like the proper cooling loop and all that. You can get your aqua tuners and all that, and then you'll start off with usually like oil or petroleum or whatever as your medium in the beginning. And then you'll switch off to much better materials later. That's going to take a hot minute to get that water out of there. Because that thing is definitely going absolute full tilt trying to get that water out of there. Okay. Alright, air breathability seems to be fine for the time being. Food is still sustaining right about where we left it. How goes the temperatures here? Okay, temperatures are actually getting too cold. They're getting down to the 50s. 50 is when that starts turning off, so we actually look at this. It's literally making this area properly cold here. Meanwhile, the temperature's still coming up here, but still not noticeable. But yeah, so that cooling loop, you can see like this area, we made this whole area cold by just doing that. We will definitely want to change that setup down the road. Which that's the intention, is I'm going to use that same cooling loop for the hot oil. Have it go through the insulated pipe and cool it off as best we can, that kind of deal. And wonder if that is its own strategy. Is use my delivery and my cooling pipe as one of the same, where we just keep looping it through. And then we just check to see if the oil is below a certain temperature, we divert it away. You know, when it's past all the heating stuff. Because that tells me, like, I've got a surplus and I don't need that much coolant. I don't think that's a good strategy, but still. The idea of having your cooling loop as your delivery system, there's a lot of things you need to be careful to make sure you don't divert too much coolant out of it. Now it's not cooling at all and your whole system breaks down. Okay. You've almost got the length of pipe hooked up over here. And that's perfect for when we actually go to get things going, because I'll connect this, and I'll connect that, remove this chunk, and because it's already looped... Well, actually, I'll need a, well, we have a bridge, so we're good. Ooh, you know what's going to be a problem? Alright. What's going to need to happen here is I will need insulated pipe there as well. And for that matter, it is going to need to have a bridge here. That way, you know, if this is blocked up, the cooling loop doesn't break. Let's see, you got me to load up the game again. If you may ask for a tip, what are your first priorities on day one? So on a normal playthrough, the priority is, you know, oxygen, then food, then water. Because if you don't have your oxygen sorted, you die. Food, you'll still die, but it takes longer, and then water is usually just a thing for supporting the other two. So you usually have that. So, like, when I boot up the game, usually I will make, like, my toilet and my sink right away, then I'll make the cots, and then I'll start working on getting my, like, the pit to dump the carbon dioxide into, and depending on what your start is, like, either your algae terrariums down there, or whatever you're using for your oxygen. There's not a hard rule of how you set that up. But, it's usually dealing with those basic needs, and then once you can get that early stabilized, then you start working on the next thing. Oh, that was set to lead? There. So pretty soon we're going to see those top blocks start emptying out. You've almost got that sorted. Let's see, so in the actual fact, first priority is usually toilet, sinks, and beds. Yeah, that's usually what I'll do at the very beginning, is the toilet, sinks, and beds. Because if you set up your toilet, like, usually it's like 2 toilets, 2 sinks. Because if you set that up, then you can, like, I'll usually put my people on a schedule so that they're not all sharing the spot. So that I can, you know, have only 1 or 2 dupes needing to go to the bathroom at any given time. So I'll do that kind of a thing. Then each one person needs their own bedroom, or they'll get all whiny about it. Then after that, it's like, again, it can depend on which planet you're on and what you've got going. Like, you do need to have air sorted out pretty early in some capacity. You do need food, at least something going pretty early. But, like, the different planets kind of will change what the priority is, what's more difficult. Sometimes, depending on what people you start with, might change your approach a little bit. Achievement earned. Survive 100 cycles with at least 1 living dupe. That's fine. Yeah, so you've got this set up to do that. You've now got your refined carbon. And once they start seeing the water level drop, it should help a lot. You'll also be curious that I don't know how much we have to clean up before the overpressure goes away. Yeah, when we get the water out and it becomes oil, I'll poke that over there. Another possibility of the way we deal with this to make it not a problem is, like, right now I'm pumping out the oil for the time being, or pumping out the water. Once I get this resolved, I might rip this up and put it several tiles higher up here and leave the oil in here with the cooling loop there. And so the oil will have a little reservoir there that will be keeping that nice and cool. And so when the little bit of oil comes out that's really hot and just dumps into the really cool oil, no big deal. They will start to equalize in favor of the cool because of volumes. And then we can just pull stuff out. Sure, I'll take some random oxalite for just a little bit of free air. Sure, why not? Okay. Just waiting on them to finish this pipe and then we'll lock that door. To stop having the water go back and forth. Is there any other refining things we would want over here? Like, we'll need the oil refiner, because you needed, so you need petroleum. Oil's not good enough. You need petroleum, which means you need the oil refinery going on. This is where things become a mess, and this is also for people who are new to the game. This is why the mid-game gets rough. All of this represents a hell of a lot of heat. And I'll plug it right there. We're not going to actually hook it up. But as you can see right now, all these things are going to demand power. We cannot power them all. That'll be something we'll figure out. We'll have to use the bigger cables and all that. So the pipe's all done, so you don't have a reason to go down there really. And where this is doing its thing, it's doing over there where it shouldn't be a problem. And these blocks, because of water pressure, all getting damaged. It's fine. Yeah, so that's just waiting now for it to pump out enough water for the crude oil to go, and then we'll see where we're at. You are actually we're actually starting to have air pressure problems now. I'm not even sure this thing's running anymore. Oh, we have skills. I think we've actually reached the point where the various plants and all that are, our various oxygen production on the map is exceeding our consumption to a degree that air pressure is starting to become too high. Which is fine. And how are you doing up here? You're still really not getting the water up there in any meaningful quantity, which is okay. Ah, that's because you can't get there. Well, no, you can get there because you can pop through this door. into all that. Let's go ahead and clean up this mess here. Alright, so you got all that. That's fast going down. Yeah, so as this gets low enough, this will start sorting itself out. And when it first goes up, it starts boiling some of that water. You're going to start seeing some wild stuff happen. Physics are going to physics. Okay, do we have... Let's see if we can't find... Alright, so one thing I'm going to do for the time being, even if we don't hook them all up. Anywhere you see those tidal things? We're going to go ahead and mark them. So we got one over there. Let's go to the crafting bench and tell it to make another gasket. Okay, because we'll keep those going. How are you doing? 300. Meanwhile, how are you doing? So you're getting pretty close to having another bolt ready. You're still at 9. That takes forever. I'm gonna need to find myself a better source of radiation. Now, one of the things you could do is go up to the surface and just point them at the surface. That's a pretty solid source of radiation. But, we would need to get a bunch of stuff set up. That's honestly a thing we can be working on as well. Is where I've got this cooling loop and all that. Making myself a little room up here that we can have our way in and out. The fact that we've got slime up here does work pretty good, because then I can distill that into we can distill that into the algae. Where's the slime? Okay. Yeah, it's applications. We can go here. Yeah, so you can take the slime we put in the machine. It turns into... Oh, actually... You can turn to dirt and oil. And photo oil can become... algae if it gets hot enough. Or biodiesel. That's a curiosity. Right, there we go. Yeah, polluted water. So we can go into there and make polluted water and all that. So, interestingly enough, the asteroids are a source for both my O2 and water. I'm surprised you're not dealing with the polluted oil. Oh, we are. It's there. We got a couple of filters here and there. The problem is it's all this polluted water. That's the issue we've got going on. All the polluted water is causing us issues. It's the same thing over here, but like most of this is off-gassing to a point that's going to get sorted. I also have another filter over there as well. So we are, it's just the problem is I have too much polluted water exposed that's just off-gassing. There you go. And that's considered vacuum at this point. Okay. And all the other stuff is getting low, so that's going to keep draining. But yeah, now that polluted water, I could go out of my way to start filtering it off to pump it into this system, but I really don't need it. Like, we've got that going there. I'm going to have to reverse that and put it through the sieve. The only reason the sieve's now running is because this thing's saturated with water, and this already has all of its water in it. So it's kind of like, I don't need to sweat it. Meanwhile, I can go over here to power. There was another one of these over here somewhere. Because whether or not I'm exploiting, I'm kind of getting to the point of just slapping this on all of the ones we see. There you are. Gotcha. Uproot that thing. We've got that queued up to build on there. Yeah, generally having them all ready. That way, anytime we need another one, I can just plug it in. Okay, so you're getting ready to drop another layer. And I suspect relatively soon we're going to see this kick off. Like I said, I think the way this is ultimately going to work is I'll probably end up putting the pump up here somewhere so that the really super hot oil comes out, just piles up there, slowly gets cooled off. So we've got copper, a lure egg. I can never remember. I think the lure egg is a cosmetic one, or decoration, not cosmetic. Okay, so this drops a whole level now here in just a second. Okay, even more vacuum. All right. Grabbing yourself a free fish fillet that was on the bottom of the universe. Okay, so now let's try setting this. Now you've got that uncovered. Okay. So I got that one there, which should just be as easy as plug it in wherever we get access to it. And we had the one up here we had found. That one, which I'd have to get access to it and all that. For the moment, I still need them working on this. You have that set to grab the salt water. They can hop over there, do that, drop to these staircases. They can get over here. They are able to drop down there, pop on there, and go up. This is the saltwater pump, so it would work. I'm not too fussed by it, though. Our power is holding up just fine for the time being. Picking up all sorts of random materials. And Wishbringer earned a skill level as well. We'll get you on tidying, doctoring, and then burning sun here. Hazmat digging. Okay, so we're gonna have to watch. I'm reaching the point now where people are gonna start stressing out. So let's go into our room and start getting ourselves some other stuff here. So we've already got a washroom. The private rooms are waiting on plastic. The kitchen doesn't really matter for morale. The massage clinic just makes things work better. The recreation room, and then there's park in the natural reserve. With the park in the natural reserve, those if we can get our temperatures in a good place, we can use a to do that. Let's make a massage area over here. I'm gonna go right over here. Put pneumatic doors. Take that whole space out. Alright. Now let's double check, because there is there's a massage clinic, which needs to have a massage table and no industrial machinery. And then there's the recreational room, which needs a recreational building, a decoration thing, and no industrial machinery. So let's go here to stations, or where was it? Furniture? Medicine. We got the massage table. And then I always forget where recreation. I think that's under stations, clothing, fashion, yada yada. Just trying to find ourselves utilities, maybe? Furniture. There we go. We've got the water cool. We also have the jukebox, which takes almost 1,000 watts. I forgot about that. So we'll go ahead and just dump a water cooler in here. I think the water cooler counts as... Oh, communal table. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so the thing we're looking for is recreation. I believe... Did definitely qualify... Yeah, that's a recreation building. Okay, so the water cooler is a recreation building. That's what I was double checking. Alright, so power, cable. So that's the stuff there. We are running a lot of stuff off there. I think it's fine. We just got to be very careful that this can't... If we overdraw to the point that the thing loses power, it's a big problem. So we're going to lock that open, go here, drywall. And there's the back wall for all that. We're also going to want furniture. Large sculpture, large sculpture. Trim along the top. Okay, so we're just building out the recreation room to get ourselves a bonus. It'll also have the machine, because Burning Sun is starting to actually properly stress out. Hey, we have oil production coming online. Okay. So it is emitting small amounts of oil. And what should happen here is it should be hot enough that it boils some of the salt water. But it is a very small amount of oil going on. Okay. Like, it is freaking out, and I'm just kind of waiting for it. Yeah, I see it pulse crude oil here. It's just being overwhelmed at the moment. We'll check in on that later. Okay. And you... So you have possible room types. It can be a rec room, or it can be a massage room. Okay. But it can't be both. So the massage room, it's the rec room. I'm trying to remember which ones give what. So let's check here at... Yes, those give morale bonus. the rec room just makes the scheduled downtime will further improve morale for duplicants. Okay. And then the massage room, I believe, makes it so they de-stress faster. Where is that? A massage clinic. Yeah, so significantly improves stress reduction. So for right now, we're going to deconstruct the massage machine. I'm going to go right on up here. Because I've got materials for days, so I don't really have a reason not to, like, get these both set up. So let's go to furniture, medicine, that's right. Massage thing. Then go to drywall here, and I'll just do the water. Okay. Now we got all that, and we're also going to go over here to furniture. Oh, that's not where it needs to be. Alright, we need more storage for stuff, because that's continuing to be a problem. I guess we're just going to go up here. I can't build there, that's fine. You know what? We'll just go like this. Copy these. There you go. And what do you got for me? Thimble reed. Okay, so you do have cuisine. It's just 1 point, that's fine. Nope, little bit of oil getting in there. Yeah, so as you can see, it's making steam, which is then cooling down and turning back into water and all that. Okay. So then you get petroleum out, and the petroleum goes into there. So I feel like what we would do here is the petroleum feeds into this pipe as well. There we go. Now we're starting to see oil. What temperatures? Only like 90 degrees. The fish is like miserable. I'm like, I bet you're miserable. You're in scalding hot oil in a room that is in a perpetual loop of steam and then rain and then steam, then rain. Okay, so you've gone dormant for, oh. Almost no time at all. Okay. I wonder if you can make it rain fish. No, not really, I don't think. You could put a bunch of fish in an area and, like, open the floor up so they all fell. But it's not exactly raining fish. Okay. So problem is when I open that door, because there is still water trapped here, it is going to dump in there. Like I said, I think the intent is going to be to move this pump up here a little ways. That way the liquid in here has time to be cooled off by our cooling loop when we get that ready. Speaking of which, I probably do need to get the cooling loop connected, don't I? Alright, so let's insulate pipe this way, that way. And then meanwhile, deconstruct all this. Whoa, don't use steel. Dear goodness. It's labeled as using steel. It's like don't use steel on some random pipe just to cool the thing off a little. Aw, poor fish. Okay. Yes, we're getting little teeny tiny bits of water still. Pretty soon we'll have this where that won't be a thing anymore. Then we're going to see if this thing starts to overheat. Because it probably will. Yeah, so we got salt water here in the corner that's not getting hot enough to turn into steam. It likely will at some point. Yeah, still getting little bits of water. Each time we see the steam go up here, that means a little bit more water has evaporated. It's just pumping it out almost instantly. Yeah, there goes another chunk of the salt water. It's down to grams of salt water left. And then the rest of this is a vacuum. Okay, so what we can do here in the meantime is we can go to this loop. So this is the output for petroleum. And so we could do here is I want to go ahead and grab this pipe and we're just going to plug it on in there. Wait, that's not right. Stop that. No, that's... Hang on. That's the oil in pipe. This is the petroleum pipe going there. And like I said, I think what we want to do... Okay, I gotta watch this. Because I don't want it to backfeed. So let's grab you. Make it a one-way pipe. So this way, some of the petroleum will go out and be used in the system, and the rest of the petroleum will go completely different directions. There's technically the tiniest bit of water over here. It's just not getting hit. I'm gonna treat it. Oh, circuit overloaded. Okay, we knew that was gonna come. So that circuit handles that down there. So you honestly probably... So that's 240, that's 300. And you go up here. That's 300 over there. So honestly, for this one, cut that off. So that way it can run forever. You are being idle right now. Oh, that's our researcher. Oh, here we go. Copy settings. There, now you got something to do. Okay, so with this, you're going to process as much as you can. You've got iron to steel. Honestly, anytime you have the ability to make steel, get that done. And I need to go up here, because now you are getting basically just oil. And then this is now an off-limits door. You may only leave and you may not enter. Okay. So surprisingly, that thing's not overheating. To take 480 watts. Yeah, so my intention here is to get the petroleum producing. That'll get fed into our coolant loop. We're gonna end up needing to kind of like dump off the polluted water. Okay. So some of it's going to become plastic, and then some of it's going into the coolant loop. That's all just going to take time. But we are now producing both plastic, and we're getting a better coolant loop. So what do we got here? So we've got you. Well, you're probably going to get eaten, but okay. We've got Sounder Fan. Get your second level in ranching. Stress is climbing. So let's have you... Break starts the moment you hit 5% stress. Anyone who goes over 5% stress, you get to luxuriate and hopefully be happier. And meanwhile, everyone else is going to clean up the messes. And how's our research going? Okay, so we got 2 more goes of that, and then we should be able to make our sushi to advance the main story. For the main thing going on there. Alright. Yeah, so we got polluted water on the line. Okay, so one thing that we need to do is I need to get the polluted water out of here. There's a bunch of different ways I can manage that. Yes, there's petroleum. One is I can leave it alone, and as it boils off and damages the pipes, I can just look the other way and it'll sort itself out. Another one is we can kind of set up a filter that separates things out. You got a couple different ways you can handle filters. Because right now it's all polluted water. There's not enough petroleum on the line yet to really get away with it. But we'll get there. Yeah, it's only sitting at about 120 degrees. That's fine. But the good news is that oil. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a struggle because we're not getting tons of it. So you made a little bit of iron. Then we need to make steel. So the next move is going to be making our own self-sufficient cooling situation. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about with that, that's where we'll use steam-powered and aqua tuners. And we'll use the aqua tuners to run the steam power to help run the aqua tuners. It'll need a little bit of an outside power source. But what ultimately happens is then we can just kind of like make an area as cold as we need to. And then you just use the automation to be like, okay, I need to cool this area off more. You know, you have your big loop of coolant going through. You divert it when it's needed to cool off an area and all that stuff. Fun simulating game? Oh, it's excellent. Oxygen not included, great. Hey, and thank you for David for the raid. I do appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream. If we can get a shout out for David Blue, I'd appreciate that a great deal. But I hope you had fun with the with your stream and whatnot. All right, so we got that. We were making plastic. We've got our army of fish that are giving us our oxygen. How is our air pressure now? It's fine. Let me go ahead and get the shout out. There you go. And playing some Dune Awakening. I hope you had some fun with Dune Awakening and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, Oxygen Not Included is an excellent game. It's one of those games that, like, you jump in the middle of a round, you're like, oh my god, this game is, like, so big brain, how on earth does anyone do it? It's really not. One of the things to think about is every one of the buildings you have in the game is kind of an input and an output. So, like, if we were to grab the pipes, the toilets, you've got input good water, output bad water. And then, you know, you go down here, and you've got this sieve. Input bad water and sand, output good water. And so, like, those are kind of the reverse of each other, and then you have the one outside source of sand that is the only loss. So it's one of those things that it's, like, not really that bad when you break it down in those individual pieces. Right, exactly. It's simple to make it work, hard to make it efficient. But the good news is you can kind of not care about efficiency most of the time. And you can go with there. Okay, so we're also now officially getting to the time where we're going to stop using the barracks and start making actual bedrooms. So we go up, not that one. If we go up here, we've got a private bedroom, which needs to be 24 tiles. It'll give us a big boost of morale, so it needs 24 tiles, 2 decorations, and it needs to have a comfy bed. So if we look at our furniture, we look at comfy bed, it just needs plastic. And then there's the different aesthetic styles. Yeah, so we are making plastic painfully slowly. Did you realize the private bedroom can sleep multiple dupes? No. I mean, I imagine you could manually reassign the bed or something. But let me check that again. What the requirements were. Sleeping private bedroom is greatly improved dupes around. It doesn't have to have just one bed. Oh, interesting. I never bothered to notice that before. Oh no, it says single comfy bed, as in one. Can have 4 beds in a 64 by space. I mean, the requirement says single comfy bed. But yeah, no, that's a weird thing, because it's very clearly meant to be 1 bed per room. I know one thing I did at one point is, I had, like, the comfy bed and then the toilet along the wall with the sink in each and every bedroom. And it was the wall toilet, so it's just like there's the big funnel for all the poo water just drop into a hole down below. I remember taking the time to do that in one run. Are there double comfy beds? Let's see. Technically, technically is have more than one bed means you have a single bed. Yeah, no, I never saw that. I mean, obviously it's called a private room. So it's like, it feels like that's unintentional that you can put a bunch of different rooms in there. I also just realized you're not plugged into anything. What's the load on this network? That's fine. I mean, you're going by what Google says, and we know Google is like, could be old or something. Yeah, I mean, it probably does work. There's also the luxury barracks. Right. I could definitely see it being the luxury barracks, which is one or more comfy beds, for +2 morale. But then this is a single comfy bed, so it doesn't say one or more, it says single. So if it does work with a private bedroom, that definitely feels unintended. Oh, wait. Is that not a decor building? Okay, apparently that's not a decor building. Oh, right. I didn't put the trim up. Okay. So, let's see if we want to do the bedrooms. So, 24 would need to be 6 by 4 for 20. Was that 24 I needed for that? Private bedrooms. Yeah, 24. So it needs to be 6 by 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that'll make it big enough. And it has to have back wall and everything. Look at a little turtle. One of those. A bunch of kelp. And then we can go up here to furniture. Because I have tons of just like stone and all that, I haven't in heaps. So then what we're going to be waiting on for there is to have enough plastic to put down the comfy bed. And then it'll be a matter of like duplicating that room. And now it gives us a bunch of bonuses. So meanwhile you keep pumping up the oil. And how goes my coolant loop? Right, and you are getting the pipe here is getting broken, and the reason the pipe here is getting broken is you have that polluted water going in there, and the polluted water is turning to steam, and the steam is then rupturing the pipe. Make that little length there out of ceramic to help with the heat. We can go ahead and do this. Tell them to do another 10. Okay, we got more printables. We're looking for someone who has cuisine that's like decent. We got a bunch of like 1 cuisine, which isn't the worst in the world. When does that flopping fish die? It should die anytime now. It is miserable, it's confined, it's flopping, it's elderly. Surprisingly, it's at full health. It's gonna die of old age, if not sooner. It's fine. Okay. So hopefully that'll help a bunch. Yeah, you'll notice we're getting less and less of the polluted water on the line and more of the petroleum. That's the intent, is eventually it'll all be petroleum. But it's gonna take a hot minute. And some of it's being diverted to become plastic. Invalid building look. Oh, you can't get to the top of this. There, then you can finish building that part. Building temperature. Oh, a building was overheating. My most likely candidate would be you. But you didn't take damage. Oh no, it's telling building temperature over here. Awaiting coolant. Oh, that's for this. We just gotta keep feeding it, because more and more they'll just keep going around and going into this. Yeah, because I believe, if I remember correctly, if we look at these insulated pipes, the ceramic can handle an extra 360 degrees overheat temperature versus the other ones. So like ceramic is the one you want when you're dealing with like really hot temperatures. So like liquid metal, that kind of thing. Is it going to lose? So it's going to lose efficiency temporarily, but we're replacing that with petroleum. So it's going to be a temporary loss, but the idea is we're ultimately going to want something that can hold up longer. I'm not too worried about it, because we look at the... Oh, wow. You've already gotten your temperature back up. Now that I didn't have the cooling loop going that hard, that's pretty amusing at how fast it recovered. It's fine. Like I said, we're getting a steady stream of oil. It's slowly going in here, feeding in the petroleum into the system. And it should just keep looping around and more and more. The big thing I want is for us to start getting the steel. Let's go ahead and choose show all. We probably don't have any steel yet. But I will mark it. Because that's the ultimately... Steel is kind of the thing that switches you into the late game in a lot of ways. Because once you get steel, you can start building all of your, like, kind of your end game, like your aqua tuner loops and all these kind of things. You'll be missing, like, the really good coolants and whatever. But that's just a matter of shoving that into the existing loop later. Yeah, it's taking a while to get that all in there, but that's fine. Okay. Yeah, and temperature-wise, you'll notice this area is getting just a little bit hotter than the rest. That's because all of these things with the fire symbol do generate heat. At least to a certain degree. But if we continue to have all these different areas there, we can potentially use this as a means of doing stuff. Interesting that even though that pipe's not that much hotter, it's got that sitting on the red. It's fine. So you do not have power. And you're awaiting flow, and that finally broke a hole through that wall. That's fine. I can honestly check on the power lines here. Yeah, so that power line's way down there, and it's like literally just runs that pump. I could put a battery there and make that run more steady, but that's not really a problem. Yeah, so basically what we're waiting on is for that to finish so we can do the sushi. We are waiting on the plastic to have enough to build our first bedroom. And we're waiting on our cooling loop to get more cooling. Like, more coolant. So the petroleum... So you're going in here at 157. So it's cooling off, but not as much as we'd like. So let's grab you. Yeah, so the cooling loop is not cooling down the petroleum enough. So we are going to need to switch this to radiant. Which is going to basically get rid of all the remaining polluted water, because the polluted water will turn to ice and break the pipe, which I'm okay with. Yeah, so that's 140. So then the hope is going into this loop, it should massively exchange the heat faster. So you're at 139 going in. We have one spot that didn't get replaced. And at minus 47 coming out. Yeah, so with that said, that should be able to bring the temperatures down a lot. And what was the... Let's see. We check on the petroleum here. It can go up to minus 70 degrees Fahrenheit before it freezes into a solid. Yeah, so it's like minus 25. By the time it gets through this area, it's at about 40. That's just the fact that it doesn't have a large volume. As these individual tiles start hitting saturation, the rate of change of temperatures won't be as much because there'll be more volume to change temperature, as in like in the pipe. But it should have more of an effect in the area around it. This will also be one of those things that once we get enough in the system, this will end up having, this will end up filling up right away and we don't have to worry about issues around that. Alright, so. That's what we're using for a cooling loop right now, and this will be fine for the midterm. Eventually, this space up here is going to warm up a lot. And at that point, we need that to be a proper cooling loop using like the aqua tuners and all that. So we are trying to make steel. And that's going to be a big ask. And so for right now, you've got everything. We don't have a ton of lime, but that's okay. We've got enough. We've got some iron and all that. We do have iron ore, so this is basically just waiting on coolant again and again. But considering every other one goes in, that because this is effectively a closed loop system, once we get the stuff in there, it should be a thing that once enough coolant is in here, this won't need to stop. It'll just go from there again. Circuit overloaded again. I'm just going to accept that and live with it. Jeff, I want to switch that to not overload. Maybe turn off the plastic. But we also want the plastic for the comfy beds. So if we want to switch over... So there's the conductive wiring and there's a heavy wire. So the conductive wiring requires the fancier thing, and there's the heavy wiring which doesn't. And I believe... You're good for 2, yeah, this is 2 kilowatts and this is 20 kilowatts. So I could set that up, but the heavy wiring I need to punch through that spot and that spot, which again, dump out the water. So I don't really want to mess it. I can actually probably just go underneath, which would be the easier way. But, we'll need to go through and hook up the heavy wire, which is not that bad. I'll need to go over here and do the same over here. Okay, so got the heavy wire. Now I have to go to the edges there. Can I make a heavy... Yeah, heavy wire doesn't do this thing. They don't do the wire bridge. Okay, so deconstruct the wire bridge. And then you are going to build a new wire bridge. Okay, and we'll go here to heavy wire on this end. And we'll put the junction plate there. Then we can cut this wire. So breaking all this stuff, but that's okay. Alright, we can put the heavy wire junction here. And then wall that off so we avoid dumping more in there. Alright. And so the next thing I'm going to need to do... So probably need to put the plate up there. The heavy wire in both of those areas. Now we're going to need to deconstruct the wall so we can get inside of there. Deconstruct that wire. Hey, Fistful, thank you so much for the 150 stream streak, and no problem. Okay, so we got that bridged over here. We got the big fat power cable here. We're going to seal this side off. And after that is, we'll run the heavy power cable from over here. I can disconnect you from there. We'll run the power cable here, and that'll connect all that up. And we can see about what else we can join in. Probably need to bring one of these other power things on here. I mean, I got another one over here. We'll probably run a heavy cable up and over to that one to supplement the power. Okay, so you just got to get those two spots sorted out. Get that sorted out. And that's fine. In the meantime, we got the oil coming around. It'll just start backlogging. And then it'll be good. Alright. Where are you going right now? Oh, you picked up... Yeah, it's fine. I can't tell if they've been getting any of that done, but it's fine. Okay, so you got that sorted. So you can... Honestly, don't bother filling that in for a while. You can just keep cleaning the junk off the bottom there. Yeah, then the plan is to plug this in over here, just run it across, get those plugged in. Then I think after that, we run the cable up to, there's a spare one over there to plug in. Actually, for that matter. Okay. We've got that queued up to add to the power to there. If you get the heavy joint plate, that'd be lovely. Alright. Air is still holding up relatively good so far. That has turned back on finally, which is a little worrisome. Overheated. Okay, so we finally reached the point where this is getting overheat damage. I think that's because every pass, half of it's going into the steel production, which has been offline for a while. Why are you not getting built? You can path there, you got the rest of it. Because I need this online so I get the rest sorted. The skill required, electrical engineering. Okay. Where is electrical engineering? That's operating. So Wishbringer does have that. So we would set that to yellow alert. That should drag Wishbringer out to deal with it. Okay, and the whole reason that wasn't getting done was Wishbringer isn't assigned to construction, that's Burning Sun. Okay, we'll get all that. Then go over here. Dig through all this. And then that should get that loop back online. And honestly with this one, I was gonna go and do the plate, but I'm just gonna go like this. Alright. So we're working through getting that wired up as fast as they can. Which is good, because this is getting utterly destroyed from the heat. As long as it doesn't get fully destroyed, it should be fine. It's just all the petroleum's getting held up in the coolant bay of this thing. So I need it powered up so I can, you know, push that back through. Okay, so I've got all that. You got all this, so it's just this one length of wire here, and then we should be good to go. Are you not plugged in? It says... Ah, you still have that length of pipe of wire there. How did you run that for even a second? You shouldn't have any power on there. Please get this done. And air is bouncing back and forth. At the rate we're going, I'm gonna be too late and I'm gonna have to go in there and fix it manually. Which will be annoying because it'll dump a bunch of water back in there, but... sure, don't care. Okay, increase the priority on there. Got people running supplies, so that's good. Okay, so those should all be available and working now, but the pump has gotten damaged. So what we're going to need to do is turn that back to auto, And someone's going to need to go in there and repair it. I actually don't know if they can reach it. Interestingly, somehow oxygen has gotten into this room, which is only weird because this was a vacuum. And I don't know where the oxygen could have come from. It's probably fine. Okay. The fish dying? That might have been it, yeah. Yep, didn't think about the fish dying and rotting away or whatever. There, now I got a ton of petroleum going in there. It's really hot now. It'll go through this heat exchange. That'd be polluted oxygen? I have no idea. There you go. We need to let them in there to fix it. So the first one was like minus 20 degrees, and all the ones after it have been sitting around 60. Yeah, we increased the temperature in this room by about 30 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's gonna just take a while. Like at the polluted water thawed up there. Yep. That's because the huge amount of temperature all at the same time. Alright, you don't need to build these ladders. It's fine. Alright, and locked only that way. So, we need to deal with this immediately. So, snip this line. Get it out of there. Because right now that is all sorts of contaminated with salt water and all sorts of nonsense. So it's just going to need to just churn away for a while. Get all that salt water back out. And then we should be good. Alright, meanwhile, our research is literally going to be finishing like any second now. Which is good. Are we to the point? Starvation. Dude, there's 103 kcals worth of food laying around. If you're starving, the only one responsible is the person in the mirror. Okay, so this will be our first comfy bedroom. Alright. Those temperatures are back down where we want them. You're waiting on the rad bolt for the last little bit. And then we can start making the sushi. Comfy bedroom in the stank. Yep. We still have all this polluted water off-gassing. Same over here. We got our filters going, but it'll get resolved, or it won't. Alright, so unassigned, Burnin' Sun gets the first one. So we check you. You are a private bedroom. So congratulations on your wonderful digs. So we need to go 6 tiles, do this, do that. Another door over here. Clean this up there. Got another place for more power. You get your own polluted oxygen-filled bedroom. Absolutely. Only the best. You know what? I keep forgetting you have like all these alternative styles to all these things. Gonna grab you and drywall and get these for the tops. All right. So once we get more plastic, we'll put another comfy bed. Can you make one of them a desert theme? Probably. It's probably a doable thing. And you're still draining off all that salt water. So one thing I'm probably going to need to do is dig up these 4 tiles here, because the little spot of oil that's dropped there, I want to probably make sure that dips down a little bit lower to not mess with the coral. There we go. So you gained a skill point. I don't even know it. So honestly, right now I'm not going to give you that skill point to do anything, and you can have tidying. Because if I set that skill point, I believe your expectations will get stricter and all that kind of stuff. Alright. This game breaks your brain? Yeah, hey Arch, how's it going? But no, it can get to be a little bit much. But yeah, no, it's going pretty good. Hope things went well. For those who don't know, Arch Plays Stuff, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. Oh, never mind, you already got, thank you. Been doing some Factorio recently, but does a lot of indie games, so if you like your indie games, you can find them all there. But definitely fun times with Arch. But, things are going alright. Got family visiting and everything, which will be really nice. Yep, you're into the Cractorio? Yep, that Cractorio will get you. Alright, let's go here, get another rubber gasket. So we can get another one of these title things set up. So we got you two hooked up with the heavy cable. Then we got that one bridging to those, and I don't think we can put the heavy cable through this middle area. But we could definitely get more of these on. Alright. So pretty soon we'll have that water depleted enough that this will kick back in into making oil again. We can get our coolant line continuing to expand. How's the temperatures up here doing? Okay, the temperatures they're back to about where they should be. They are going to slowly cook. But it was just that spike of all of the 300 degree Fahrenheit petroleum rolling through and then doing the heat exchange. All as like one go. Just kind of really hammered it. Yeah, so you're waiting for more coolant. Just need a lot more coolant. Trying to remember. Yeah, there's some of these things that you can do, like composting different materials. Like, remember you can like destroy seeds to make certain things or whatever. So circuit overloaded. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. That's on me. There's one single tile that we missed on the cable. So we're frying just one little teeny tiny wire. Okay, new print available. Tender brisket. Okay, so this has been running enough that the oil is actually doing its thing now. Which will start to get the process of like turning it to steam, which will cool it down, turn it to steam, cool down that whole bit. And once the salt water stops going through, we will switch it over. And I could build a filter that uses a little bit of power and like separate and be like, okay, if your oil go this way, if your anything else go the other way. I'd rather just get the whole thing enclosed and then like filtered out where I don't need to worry about it. Yep. Yeah, so it's the same thing that each time we run the metal, all that petroleum comes through as one big batch. And it does jump the temperature up here a good like 30-40 degrees until it settles back down. Server Lord, do we want to raise your level? You were just digging. Let's get you the supplying so you can carry more. And how are we doing so far as the next cozy bed or whatever? It's going to be a little bit longer. We should go over here to go to plastic and mark that. So each time we hit 300, we can get in our bedroom until everyone's got their own bedrooms. At which point then we can gut these two barracks. I don't know what they'll become, but they'll no longer be needed as barracks. Alright. How's the oxygen looking? It's looking really good in this regards. There is a lot of polluted oxygen here. And we still do have a decent amount of food poisoning germs in our water supply, which is, you know, not ideal. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Okay, so the problem I have is I've got a single tile of oxygen here, but it's perfectly placed over the grooming station, just enough that the grooming station doesn't work. So I'm going to deconstruct this one, and we're going to go ahead and grab a mesh tile block to allow the air to go through there. Because it doesn't do me any good to have a range that I can't, you know, actually use. You don't think you're intelligent for this game? It's one of those games that, like I said earlier on, you know, when you see a run that's already on the way, it's like, oh my god, how? But it's really not that bad. It's like Factorio, if you stop and you look at Factorio from the beginning where it goes, okay, here's your one building. Okay, put your one inserter to your one building that comes from your other thing. And like, and it slowly builds up where each and every individual piece is relatively simple. You just then put all the simple pieces together to make something very complicated. It's the same kind of thing here where almost every building is an input and an output I. Input X, output Y. You know, sometimes it's input A, B, C, output Y, but just an input and output. But then you gotta balance it. That's true until you hit Gleba. Well, by the time you hit Gleba, you should already know most of the mechanics of the game. And then, you know, Gleba with everything rotting is the curveball. Because before that, you don't have to worry about timing or anything, you can just shove stuff in there. And that's kind of what Gleba does. It says you can't do that. If you just shove everything in here, it'll just rot, and you'll just have your whole thing lock up. But that's the point where you're getting into DLC and all that kind of stuff. Oi. Unless Gleba was your first planet, then you hate life. Well, right, but you... Not counting modding, you start on Novus. And so, Novus, you have to learn those basics. But yeah, no, Gleba's rough. Like, very, very genuinely, Gleba is a rough planet. There's no doubt about it. Does it have many DLC? If you're talking Factorio has just one. If you're talking Oxygen not included, I would say it actually has a pretty decent number. I wouldn't say it's an absurd number of DLC in this game, There's what? Because there's the Aqua Planet, the Dinosaur Planet, there's Spaced Out, there's the Bionic. I would guess like 5 or 6 DLC now? Oh, I forgot, you make natural gas. And I'm pretty sure with this one, you don't get the benefit of controlling where that comes out. It just goes out there. Frozen Planet, yep. Well, I think was the... No, Frozen Planet wasn't the dinosaur one. Frozen Planet was the other one. Yeah. Let's see, do the different planet DLCs actually provide features to one another? Yes. There is stuff that can carry through from one to the other. The main thing they bring to the table is the fact that, like, you've got the new planet with all the new stuff, but you can get the creatures from one planet to the other planet, whether it's from, like, printing on the gate. Like, I literally have right here, I have the dinosaur that's from a different planet right there, which I'm allowing to just sit there and die. Yeah, so you make heat if you eat stuff, but, you know. Yeah, no, it's definitely not like, Stellaris levels of DLC. Nothing that extreme. But it does have a good, like, you know, six actual, like, packs that had a bunch of stuff. I think there's, like, 1 or 2, like, supporter cosmetic things. Where, like, you get, you know, the same building, but you can get different aesthetics for it. Alright. So pretty soon you'll be out of salt water to pump down here. Got the oxygen coming up here. And we are slowly burning through our algae, so we're definitely not quite hitting our needs for air, which is surprising. You probably buy this when you get money and try it. Oh yeah, no, it's an excellent game. Granite sedimentary, that's all fine. I'm looking for areas. Yeah, so it's polluted mud, dirt. Nothing we care about over here. Dirt, dirt, polluted mud, dirt, dirt, polluted mud. Okay, so that's going to be a whole pain that we're going to start running out of algae. Which is a whole thing. We're definitely going to need to get a supply to, or get stuff to expand our supply and all that. Yep, releasing a bunch of ridiculously hot petroleum again. Like all of that in one go. This is where I look at this area up here and I go, okay, what's the temperature? So this room's temperature right now is about negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which works out because then people go, well, what temperature is that? It's the same. Temperature in Fahrenheit and Celsius, negative 40 is about the same. Okay, so it is superheating the air. The air is now 160, 200 degrees Fahrenheit. The liquid all coming through there was 200 degrees. And it very rapidly drops off. It's now back down to, like, 0 or whatever. And then the liquid inside the pipe is sitting at about 30 degrees Fahrenheit, so just above what would be freezing for water. Yeah, so that's sitting at about 10 degrees hotter than that before that went through. But that's because we're doing a massive exchange of heat there. And this is sitting at about 12 degrees and so on. So you gained a level. Never seen anyone use Fahrenheit instead of Celsius? Yeah, I mean, US units. Most games will have both units on. But, like, most games will give me the option. If I can list both units, I will. But, you know, I'm in the US. Most of the time we end up using the Imperial numbers. Well, curative tablets aren't going to do anything for me, but I'll use them anyways. Okay. So close to being out of salt water. Seeing trace amounts of water mixed in there still. Okay, that's looking like we might down. That might be the last of the water. You know, it's been boiling the water a bit. That's intentional. We're just trying to get the water out of it. I plug those two together. And snip that. We might get a tiny bit of water in there. But that'll let us start making more petroleum again. Yeah, there's a teeny tiny bit of water over here. 32 grams. Eventually that'll get into our stuff, but till then, that's fine. Yeah, and little by little this will fill in until we have a steady stream of those keeping it cool. But that'll be more there. How have we not got that last bit of research? I mean, you're getting ready to do it. Alright. Now, do you like to add automation in later? Yeah, no, we definitely do automation as time goes on. Now, the big thing is still going to be long-term oxygen. So I can definitely take advantage of that saltwater geyser. Because the saltwater geyser, we can take the water from that, because that's effectively renewable water. I can desalinate it. And then I can use that water to supplement our water supply. Why make temperature easier? Use Rankine. It's like Kelvin, but uses Fahrenheit. With a freezing point of 491. I mean, I'm just using what units I'm familiar with. I know the meme is like you can use Kelvin because, like, it's the science number or whatever, but... People get too bent up on using one thing or the other. Eventually, the natural gas down here is going to be a big problem. And I'll have to start pumping it out and filtering it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got a power line here. That can already be overloaded, potentially. I've got another one of these here. So I'm leaning towards getting our big old fat power line right here. And we can just go right over here, ladder, bring it on down, do that, remove that tile. Now you can go here to the heavy power line. There. And... stairs. Or ladder, whatever. Okay, so we're continuing to just add more and more stuff onto this big fat power line. Now, one of the downsides of the power line, if we look at our aesthetics here, that power line just exudes awfulness. Anywhere it is, it's going to have a massive beauty penalty. It's fine, it's what it is. Let's check on the plastic. Is still making progress. We also have that one up there to hook up. Alright. So I probably don't want to go down the main way there with that, because as I mentioned, it's got like a giant beauty penalty. So we'll go up there. Now get that all hooked up, and then we'll tear up this ladder and start sealing that in. Same with that one. But it was a lot easier for thermodynamic purposes. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Okay, so those are working away. Your last date said you had a giant beauty penalty too. Harsh. Ruthless. Date committed murder. Alright, so we still got that going. You're doing your thing. You're getting pretty close to finishing our research finally. We're gonna have to go up here and find a, like right now I'm just getting that little bit of radiation there. I think what ultimately we'll want to do is we look at the radiation. We'll probably ultimately want to get up here and put those up where I can put one or two of them. They're trying to do this, so this is only producing about 68 rads or 40 rads or so. Whereas if I build it up here, it'll be around 120. It's about 3 times as fast, which, you know, your research going about 3 times as fast is certainly worth considering. Okay, so we're still waiting on plastic. Surprisingly, no steel has happened yet. So looking up at this, because I do have the steel set to queue up, and we do have all those materials. The lime is a little scarce. Meanwhile, granted, it's continuing to do iron, which I'm totally okay with. It'll run out of iron relatively soon. Okay. I just realized that's not going to work right there, so cancel all that. It'll almost work. What we're going to need to do is go heavy wire over here. There's the plate. Actually, not this way. What am I doing? We can go power. Heavy wire. We'll go up one. There's the plate. Now you drop down. Okay, and we'll have that there. And then once they get all that wired up, we'd seal that side in. Meanwhile, you've got your stuff over here. You're still working your way across. Hey, Penny, how's it going? those who don't know, Penny Meowie, an absolutely fantastic content creator as well, doing some Solar Punk recently, which is a survival crafter, but does a lot of similar games to what we do on the channel here, so if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. But definitely good times. Yep, no, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead on it. I mean, I'm already sorry, the shout-out's fine. But, you know how it be. That tab over? Yeah, no, I gotcha. Wait, you had to tab over. Hang on, you're doing something other than watching this stream exclusively? How dare. Alright, and I'm teasing, like the vast majority of people. Okay, so we finally actually have someone who would do the cuisine. But we're running into the issues on the oxygen side, and that will exacerbate those. It's happening. So this is gonna be Nivik. Welcome, friend. You will almost certainly regret being here. I mean, sorry, what? So there's your first cooking skill. Okay. So that is going to put a additional strain on our oxygen, which is something we have not really resolved. One thing I'm debating doing is beginning to put all of this water to use on that end. But the danger there is as we start pulling more and more with water, there's less and less habitat for the things that are also breathing out water for me. And we don't have that many renewable sources of water at the moment. So we're continuing to make our petroleum. And a new achievement. Wait. What did I get an achievement for? Generate 240,000 kilojoules without using coal, natural gas, petroleum, or wood generators. I wasn't even going for that one. That's what I was always like, yeah, at some point I'll work on this. But this one, because they give you the water turbines and you don't have any of those fuels that they just mentioned, it's just what happens. Like, we just got oil a little bit ago, and we haven't been using it for power generation. We're using it as coolant. And then once I get that pipe filled in, we'll continue using it for stuff like plastic and all that kind of stuff. What I need, though, is I need the steel so I can get proper, a better proper cooling loop versus this is a temporary one, and it's working fine. But the temperature is slowly climbing in this area. And there's not a whole lot I'm going to be able to do about that. Alright. And how's your temperature? Your temperature's actually getting kind of dangerously cold. At 50, the plants will stop growing. What am I drinking? Mountain Dew. This game is very much, and there's too much I can do about... There's not much I can do about that. Yeah, well, I mean, you can work at a lot of these things, just not at any given time. Like, you have to, like, wait to each phase. There's definitely also a lot of times in the game where it's like, what am I doing right now? Waiting to be able to work on the next thing because I gotta get the previous thing done. Okay, so you gotta build that plate still. You ever tasted it? I mean, that's fine. It's just a citrus soda. Okay, we'll have you drop down there. Okay, if I can get them to do that wall section and this section, when we breach up here, I can dump the water in here and I won't have to go through the whole rigmarole of filling everything in from there. Okay, we have... Oh, we finished the research. I was like, okay, so what's the next research we even want to go for? We don't need the mini pumps. The battery module for the ship is fine. That. The steam turbine and all that. That'll be necessary for a cooling loop. Alright, let's go ahead and we could deconstruct these two. That'll allow them to climb up to build this spot. For that matter, we can actually have them able to climb up this whole side. Because we want to get that all built in. Because then we can enclose it, we'll punch a hole through there, dump all the salt water in there. Put it in there. Citrus soda with like 10 kinds of banned food coloring additives. I mean, in some parts of the world, yes. Alright. Also, before I forget, food. We need the sushi bar, which requires wood. Which means I need to be going to our press over here. Need to cancel the rest of that. Okay. So this drops wood each time we harvest it. And there's like a couple of those. That'll give me the wood for that. And I need enough wood set aside that I can make the sushi bar. And then when we make the sushi bar, I gotta make a bunch of sushi for our friend over here who is just treading water for all eternity. It's a quest character. And then we just give them enough sushi, and they will proceed to do whatever the next thing is that they're gonna do. The plastic is a little over halfway towards getting the stuff there. It's been called centigrade for 100 to 150 years, and was only renamed Celsius in 1948, so that it wouldn't be confused for 1/1000th of a degree in geometry. Interesting. Alright. But yeah, like, there's definitely a lot of, like, wait and see kind of things. Yeah, because with this, I can get the solar panel, which I won't really worry about that. But the steam turbine is the one I really want. That what we would do with that is I'd take the steam turbine, I would go up here, I'd probably set this up to have here, do the aqua tuners in there, seal this whole thing off, and then put up top on this, put the pair of turbines with the cooling loop going behind them. And so you'd use the area down here to actually cool the liquid. The steam turbines would get a little bit of power back out of the steam and then rapidly cool the space again. And then you just keep that loop going. I believe with that setup you need just a little bit of external power to keep the whole thing looping. But if you build two of them, I wanted to say you can have one deal with cooling both of them. And then, you know, like the one's powering the cooling loop and the other one's just extra power that you can then use for other base stuff. Because those cooling loops can effectively be a limitless thing, just because of how the math works. Hey, Afronasia, how's it going? Alright, so we're pretty close there. Still no steel yet. The cooling loop is getting, generally speaking, more consistently having petroleum through it, as you can see. We don't want to fully saturate it with petroleum, but we would like to get most of that set up. And once most of it's set up... Actually, once most of it's set up, I guess the spare we could use as... I mean, I guess I guess we just make it into, like, plastic or whatever. We wouldn't put it through as many things. I'd, like, snip it here. That gets diverted to being made into plastic. And the rest of that just keeps looping on the cooling side. Till I need to inject more. Air is still going alright for the time being. Why are you not... Oh, it's the same thing from earlier. Right, because Burning Sun can't do the wiring thing specifically, but Wishgant can, but isn't set to prioritize construction. Okay, and with that we go here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. We'll see how this goes. This is gonna open up and start spilling. And I could go through and like weasel it the whole way around here and make a little gap and all that. I don't think I want to go through all that hassle. Oh, that is a problem. Hold up. Hold up real fast. Close it, close it, close it, close it. You are... Oh no, that's not a problem. Never mind, that's... I thought we were dropping into this area. Never mind, that's fine. That's literally don't care. I thought it was straight above the middle of my base and just dropping all that salt water directly into my fresh water supply. Free glass? Sure. Count me in. I probably should have taken the cuisine person, but you know... Oh, never mind, I got the cuisine person. But free glass, I mean, I'll take free glass. But the important point is this is now full. It's running. We're good. You're dropping a bunch of ores and all that in there that I'll probably want at some point, and then they'll be buried in there and it'll be a whole thing. Okay, we can go up here. And we'll need to do the same kind of stuff over on this side. Okay. And then we'll get all this built up. It'll be even more power for us. We'll just have to see what we're going to want to add there. So if we check in refinement, the emulsifier will let me do some cool stuff later. Oh, interesting. They consider the pearls to be the insulators as well. Well, I do know we are going to want an emulsifier later on. Go ahead and sit you down there. Drop this in. Power. Big fat heavy power cable. And we have our water pipe. There's an input and an output pipe. So we'll have to go in here and decide what we're doing in that regards. Because the emulsifier can work on a bunch of different stuff. So it can make super coolant if we get gold, fullerene, and petroleum. It can make the visco gel if we get isosap in that. It can make biodiesel, which we don't care about. And it can make salt water as well. I think the intention would be ultimately to make super coolant. I'm only building it because it's like, okay, I've got supplies. What buildings don't I have that I can hook up here? I'm not really worried about the fertilizer stuff. We already have a desalinator. Polywood press combines binder liquid plant husk to create plywood. Okay, so you can make plywood out of resin and all that. And we get plant husk from a bunch of different stuff. Alright. Good just eating? Gotcha, gotcha. It's always good to have yourself something to eat, have yourself snack, all that good stuff. Ooh, stretching because I'm getting tired, but it's probably good I get tired because I do need to wake up very early tomorrow. So I am hoping that when I end stream that I could just immediately go to bed and just crash. Because I was anticipating that not really being a realistic possibility. I'm glad you actually got that sorted. So power, big ol' fat cable. Right, so we're gonna have to take the big old fat cable, go up here and here. Because that one's gonna need to be deconstructed. We'll go up here to do this. And cut across there. And then do that. And that's producing air. New colony achievement earned. Cure a sick duplicate disease. I don't know what it... Oh, we got medicine a long time ago that we just got from, like, the teleporting thing and didn't actually put any time or effort into it. Okay, so with that, this is going to be one that we're going to have to walk the water over manually. That's okay. We'll get that thing all hooked up, and that'll be more power. Yeah, so right now we can have potential load of 2.1 kilowatts. And are producing a decent amount of power on that line. Let's see, what else we have to consider here? Do we have our food for wood? No. Let's check here real fast. See all. Wood. So it'd be the gum wood, which we'd have. Which we do not have any. That tree is growing. I think that might be the only gumwood tree I've got access to right now. If we planted one, your fertilizer is sulfur. And you don't need any irrigation. So it's literally just sulfur. That might not be a bad idea to just deal with it. So let's go over here to food. A wide planter. I see, obstructed by back wall. Okay, we'll set up a bunch of those. There's a good chance I've got some grumwood tree seeds. I probably have plenty of them. And then sulfur I'm not really using for a whole lot right now. So we could just use that for that. I need to double check what all we use sulfur for. So I want to say there's a good couple things. I got 23 tons of it though. So sulfur. We can melt that into liquid sulfur. We can produce in a bunch of ways. So we can make fluorine using sulfur. We can make gumwood with sulfur. We can make grub fruit with sulfur. I can potentially make plastic using sulfur, which is kind of interesting. You can turn sulfur into dirt. And into obsidian. Okay, yeah, so I think it's totally fine to use sulfur on this. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and choose the gum. tree, plant, whatever. Okay, so copy settings, boom, boom. Oh, also need to get you out of the way. So plant all these, and then with these planted, we'll hopefully be able to get that wood so that we can get the sushi bar made and get everyone their sushi. And by that I mean just the one person who asked for it who's offering me rewards. And nobody else. Okay. I definitely need to go through and clean up our pathing. This has not been planned, it's been chaotic, and I've just been putting these things all over the place for, containing this to allow me to, allow me to get all that stuff. And I missed what you last played, Afronasia. But, so what did you last play? And also, it's totally fine if you're just like, hey man, I just want to hang. Like, don't let me call you out, kind of thing. We need more water there. We've got that sealed off. How is our storage going? These are all full. Plenty of space there. We're still just seeing all this petroleum looping around again and again. Temperature's still fine there. We're on the cusp of problems here. Yes, that's how successful this is. This is where we told it to dump heat, was these 4 tiles. And they're like a deep blue, so it's like 80 degrees over here and then 50 degrees there. And then we're gonna do it again down in all this. That we cool this off to keep that from overheating and getting damaged. And it just pumps up more oil, which turns into petroleum, which goes into our coolant loop. I'll just keep doing until it's all resolved. We have officially hit the point where I need to pull up that radiant pipe, because the cooling loop is strong enough, it is making the plants too cold. Asheville made it? Yeah. No, you've got some really fun emotes, Cookie. Alright, we can grab you, copy, and paste. It'll take a little while to grow, and that should give me wood. Plastic, we're right about to get our second bedroom. I'm noticing the polluted oxygen is gradually subsiding. Like, we still got a big band of it over there, but there's not that much off-gassing over here. This area is mostly clear of it now. Blueprint. Yeah, I'll take the iron. Yeah, and this is mostly getting done off-gassing. So this area is not looking as full of pollution. I am seeing the natural gas a little bit from the oil refinery. Eventually that'll build up to the point of being a problem. By then we're probably going to want to have some type of air filtration system. I've just been avoiding it because I don't want to. So the algae is getting dangerously low. Now the question is, how do we want to deal with this? Part of me wants to go and puncture this over here, the saltwater geyser, to let it start producing salt water and then just keep filling up our reserves. And then use that maybe as an electrolysis to give a little bit more oxygen out of water. Got you up there. The other part of me is thinking it's like, okay, instead of electrolysis, I could try and where we've got the flue coral, I can set up another one of these habitats for the beacon fish, and then just put down a bunch of the flue coral. What do you need to grow again? A lime and saltwater. I actually don't have that much lime. Let me see where we can potentially get lime in any meaningful supply to see if that's going to be a thing we can make work. I suspect it will be. So we get our lime. Yeah, I'll tag that. Why not? We can go to lime up here. So we can get lime. We use lime to make steel. All right, Nivik's trying to die. Let's not do that if we can help it. Yeah, lime and salt water for the flue coral. We can get lime from eggshells, we can get lime from this, we can get lime from those. We can get lime from fossils. Oh, okay. So coralite can be smashed up into lime and sand. The bee can actually give us lime. Alright. And then, like, the starfish things give us lime. These things. Okay. So I could make another place for the fish, for like the animal husbandry thing. And as I said before, if we do that, I can use that as our oxygen production area, using a bunch of the coral on the bottom, and then the beacons along the way. And that might become necessary. Would you please not die? Alright. Yeah, so I need to get you to level and swimming right away. It happens. Alright. And it is time for another bed. Another bed means another bedroom. Oh, please. Nivik is going down there trying to grab something way down here. But because they lack the swimming skill, they're just not fast enough. It just takes them too long to get down there. So they're grabbing the thing, whatever it is down here. And then they start abandoning it, and they start starving along the way. Good old oxygen not included. A true classic. How are we doing on our metal? I got plenty. Okay, do not tear that up. Alright, so that'll help. Make it so you can go down faster. Hey, Dread, how's it going? Alright, so we got all this going fine. We've got all of our natural gas over here. Okay, you need to be set to accept salt water. And you will accept auto bottle. Because they're pulling salt water there. Which we're just not getting that done, but that's okay. It can just take its sweet time. They've almost got that whole area filled up, as we just try and shove the entire map in there. Alright. So you've got this one, so let's grab just another person on the list. Okay. So with that, we can go ahead and get our next set of rooms set up. Alright, then furniture, trim, grab the corner piece. Then we can go to our walls again. Drywall. Put sandbar in the background. Okay, and then from there, when we have 300 plastic again, we will go through and put another set of rooms in there. And you get the idea what's happening here is we're just building out these rooms. Unfortunately, this one power thing is like right in the way, but that's okay. What I'll probably do is open this up and then build that out farther, keep repeating until everyone has their own independent room and whatnot, because that'll boost their morale, help them go faster, give them more stamina and whatnot. Yeah, so we're getting that going. Yeah, living the fancy life in our plastic beds, as you do. That is the petroleum effort. Yeah, we've got pretty steady petroleum going through there. We're continuing to process our iron. Getting a pretty decent layer of natural gas down here from our oil refinery. Yeah, and we've missed every other time that the petroleum goes through. Well, it's actually half of it's going to plastic, and then like a quarter of it's going to steel, and a quarter of it's going just around the loop. But anything that stays on the loop, it goes half to steel and half that, and the stuff going to steel just comes back around. It's coolant. Alright, so you still have more of that, and you're still good there. So one thing we can do, they can actually go to some of these types of stone and I can crush them into more lime. The only hesitation there is it gives me more sand, and I currently have 183 tons of sand. Oh good, we actually have steel finally. Alright, so let's start trying to figure out our proper end game cooling kind of setup. And I've been leaning to wanting to put up here. My only concern is that as close as we are to the top here, that we're just gonna breach into space immediately and have a big headache from it. I will take the oxalate, thank you. But having this like right up here where I could just reroute it would be nice. But it would be something like this. We would go. Oh man, it's been a hot minute since I've done this. It would be utilities, aqua tuner. So this needs to be steel, so I actually need a little bit more steel. But we would choose to do steel there. And when that's done is right above it, we would add the steam turbine. And the idea is, you'd have the water come through, it cools down, massively heating up the space around it, boils the water in that room, goes up to steam cools down immediately, and then you take that cooled off water and you loop it behind to keep the steam engines from overheating. And you just kind of keep going through that pattern, that cycle. Okay. So lock it open. Lock it open. Lock it open. Lock it open. Alright. I'd be curious of the natural gas about dealing with that. Because I believe you mostly only use the natural gas for power. I don't think there's much else you can do with it. I could turn it into liquid methane and solid methane, which I don't really think you have a lot of use for. Okay. So we can use that for gas. Oh, we can also use it with the gas range and the dehydrator as fuel. Yeah, so it's pretty much used for cooking and for the generator. How goes the wood? None yet. But that is at about half the way grown. That's at like 90%. I don't think one's going to be enough. That's fine. Okay, so it is looking like those are about to be full. It is just one of those things with the storage. So much in like oxygen not included, you end up making these giant tunnels of just storage for all the junk as you clear out the map because there's so much of it. And while there are a lot of resources that you'll slowly deplete until you start setting up the proper loops to maintain them, it is an unfortunate thing that a lot of times with a lot of those loops, there is something you will get an abundance of. And some of it you can get rid of. Like gas is when you get too much of like carbon dioxide, you just vent it out into space and you're done with it. But when you get like too much just raw stone, you're like, I don't know what to do with this. It's one of the things that oxygen not included is great, but it is one of those things that there's not like a hard limit on how long you can keep your colony, but there's definitely a point where your colony's been around for a while that things start getting pokey performance-wise just because there's more and more junk piling up everywhere. And there's not that many ways to get rid of stuff. Like, actually rid of it, I mean. One thing you can do is deliberately have stuff get into lava and get destroyed and all that, which it just becomes then, you know, the molten lava or whatever. But you still end up having more stuff from that. Alright, more storage. And we can go ahead to burn more materials, drywall. Just do a bunch of jellyfish. Okay. Alright, and with that going, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to do that. I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. Yep, so we got all that. There is water in here, so let's pull that up before you complain about every 30 seconds. Alright, and thank you for welcome back. Yep, so we got all that sorted. Got the clam all sorted. They're hauling all this stuff for me. We got all the air over here. Yeah, so our air situation's pretty solid. A lot of polluted air still. Temperature-wise, this is starting to stay warm. That's not going to sustain forever. Right, so I was waiting for a little bit more steel, which I do believe we have now. Because what I need to do here is we want to go to Utilities, Thermal Tuner. What was that warning me about? Is it Nivek trying to suffocate again? I don't see you trying to suffocate yourself again. That's fair. Alright, let's go up here. And it's going to put it way up there. I'll just put it down here. I'm just way too worried if I go up here and I breach the space, it'll be a whole ordeal. Because we do not have the spacesuits, because I really don't have a good source of fiber yet. I've got a couple of reed things we can get, but I'm not going to fuss with that too much. There's not much I need from space right now. So what we can go ahead and do here... Actually, wasn't there a teleporter down here? There's teleporting our goods around. Usually there's like a teleporter or two on the map you can take to jump you to the second planet or whatever. It's fine. Right. So what we can do is we're going to deliberately stay out of range where we don't have to accidentally worry about stuff. So we're going to want to go to Utilities, Thermal Aqua Tuner. We'll do that fancy design. Oh, I need 1200 steel. That's fine. So we need a bit more steel. When we hit 1200 steel, that's when we get our Aqua Tuner. We'll get like the highly insulated piping, and all that. And like I said, we'll have like a room. You'll have the Aqua Tuner in the middle of it. We'll pipe it around to go like zigzag along the back. And then on the top part will be the steam engines. Or a steam engine. I don't actually think we need to. A steam engine. And then we'll, enclose it, vacuum the whole thing out, deliberately put a little bit of water into it. And then it's just a matter of, like, it creates a steam, which goes into the thing, which makes water, which gets dropped back into the area, like, back into the thing to be a closed circuit. And we have that going. Sure. You can just melt and be water somewhere. I happen to have all of these sitting directly above where I'd want it anyways, so that's fine. We almost got enough plastic for another bed. And we only need 100 more units of steel, so one more rotation of this thing. So let's see here. Yeah, we got plenty. Oh, I should also... We haven't checked in a hot minute. We've been running around, so this is our volcano. That's in our tidal spring. Pretty sure we already found that one. Yeah, we did. There we got our geyser. That's all been discovered a while back. That's our tidal spring. That's a weirdly really hot 1 or 2 tiles of air going out to space, but okay. Not going to make a big stink out of it, just kind of confusing, but alright. Okay. So the other 2 things we've got is... I believe you were the Cobalt Volcano? Oh, it's up. No, not you. Down here. I believe you were the Cobalt Volcano. No, that's the minor volcano. So that's your regular old, like, stone volcano. And then if we go over here, and there's definitely something down there. We go up here, that would be the cobalt volcano. Which will be just like the oil volcano, except it'll give me refined metal. And it's actually not that bad. The big catch with that one is I have to actually go in and get the metal out when it goes dormant. Or you have to set up the automation for a little robot to come and grab it and pop out. And that's like a whole thing. Okay, now I can make the aqua tuner. Okay, so what we would be thinking is something like this. I would need utilities, aqua tuner, do this. It needs to be made out of steel so it can handle the heat. And it plunk that down. Insulating block. I shouldn't have to do too much here. That's fine. Now let's remember exactly how we do this. So power. We haven't unlocked Steam. That's what we're actively working on. Unfortunately. So yeah, I'll need the steam turbine, but yeah, so I'll have that down there. And in this case, we would want insulated pipe. Shouldn't have to worry too much about overheat temperature in here. Okay. So this is where it comes in. We make it super cold. It goes back out. It'd go up. And this will just be wherever the input is. Like, I mean, honestly, this would probably connect out to that. And we get rid of this and feed it through here. I think this has to be a tile higher. But then this would come up around. At which point we, switch over to conductive or whatever to cool off the area. You get the idea. And you can do all sorts of different styles. I'm making it probably bigger than it needs to be. But we gotta wait for the steam production. But a lot of times I'll put two of these together. I also forgot that you need power. Okay. So we'll have to get the power, because I remember something I'd poke the power up here to the steam area. It's a whole thing. But either way, we gotta wait for that research to get done, and then to have enough steel for it. And we can get that going. How is the petroleum coolant loop going? It's getting to be more dense with petroleum. Like this is the half that doesn't have it all. Like I said, each time it loops around, it takes about half of what's going by and feeds it into the refinery's coolant bay. Which is fine. Eventually this will get to be pretty close to solid. But it is causing it to all saturate at one spot, which is something I hadn't anticipated. So you're like getting one giant wave of this. How are your temperatures now? They're in the 30s. They're just continuing to climb, which is going to be not great. It's going to make them pretty unsurvivable in the long term. Why are you trapped? How did you trap yourself? So you can jump down there, walk over here, you can climb across there, you're good here, you're good there. Oh, okay, I see what happened. enough of these pulled water down that you can't get through there now. So we build a staircase real fast, you'll be able to climb up and go over. Because we're all continuing to use these, and we are slowly depleting that water supply. Okay, we are out of algae. And the oxygen is holding so far. And I do have this thing over there, which is missing slime. We can get slime. As well, so polluted dirt. Make polluted oxygen. If you get hot enough, it makes molten glass. It can be steam and polluted dirt. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, we'll just have to keep getting the pollution cleaned up. You should be getting ready to have that all done as well. Get our first bit of wood. So we can hopefully get the sushi bar thing going. Oh, we got enough plastic for another one of our fancy rooms. And then we'll be able to get that going. Okay. Just all the petroleum going around being all in one clump just amuses me quite a bit, actually. It's just, because of the nature of how it's working, it's just timing it out to loop around and then get stuck trying to drop the petroleum in where it removed the petroleum from. And because more has been added in the meantime, it just backlogs and just makes this longer and longer area. That's fine, that'll sort itself out eventually. Or not, it's honestly fine. As long as I don't overfill to the point we can't get the petroleum into the coolant line, we're fine. Yeah, we've actually got a lot of petroleum, like, stuck in the pipe. But that's our coolant. It's doing its job. How are our temperatures looking? You are sitting in... You're getting legitimately hot in here now. Don't love to see it. And if we go down here... It's closer to room temperature now. So that's such a shame. That's what we figured, is like, eventually this would sap the ambient temperature around it. And that'd just be kind of all she wrote. Right, so we got you set. That one to Wishbringer. Alright. And... we can go ahead and just grab another item I probably don't need. Everyone's still hauling and cleaning. This is actually one of the things that every Oxygen Not Included playthrough I fall behind on, is you can make a mess so much faster than you can clean it, that you'll perpetually find yourself with just junk everywhere making the place look bad. And I mean like the actual like beauty score look bad because there's just debris laying on the floor everywhere. And it is worth taking the time to get it all cleaned up and sorted. Okay, so I've got all that. You're fine over here. I keep waiting to see them top off the water up here, because you are set to take the saltwater auto bottle. And you are a pitcher plant, or pitcher collector, which can be used while underwater. and it's enabled and everything. I just have too many people doing too many things and no one's bothering to move that water, but that's okay. And we got you. There was another one of these that we had. Understandably, this one's also not making progress, but that's okay. All right. So we still got the plastic, steel still coming along. How is our radiation research going? It's still meandering along. Gonna take the same time, actually a little less time. No, same time that the sushi making thing took. Oh, good, we got a bunch of gumwood now. Finally got finished. So with that, sushi bar. We can let them build this. We can queue up the sushi and finally get that next part of the quest done. I am noticing the breathability is in decline noticeably. That is what you call suboptimal. Now, one of the things I could do is turn on electrolysis. Let's see what our options are. So, we do have some rust, I believe, that we picked up at some point. So, rust. It's only 1,000 kilograms. That's really not that much. Yeah, because for rust, you put in, we'll say 1 kilogram, and some salt, and you get about half of that back in oxygen. It's not the worst. The sublimation station can take polluted dirt, and the electrolyzer would be the one to consider. Where you put water in it, 1,000 grams of water, and it gives you just under 1,000. It's like, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. It's almost entirely oxygen with just a smidge of hydrogen. Okay. As much as I don't want to do that, because it's going to slowly bleed our water, right now, we kind of need it. Okay. So we'll get that going. That will allow us to burn that. What we can also do is automation. Let's go with atmospheric pressure. Okay. And grab the automation wire. Because what I'll want to do with this is make sure we only turn that on when, like, the air pressure starts to properly decline. So not just the... But you remember a water-based plant? Is that any different? Yeah, so way back early on, actually not included, we got the Oceania or whatever plant, like Oceania, whatever it's called, where you had a larger water biome. Which is similar. My apologies for the yawning. I'm getting a little tired. Let's see. So let's say if you are below, say 700 grams. But this one, it is like way more water all over, and there's a bunch of different water biomes. And we got a bunch of new things like new fish and all that, and there's a bunch of stuff that's not available. So like this one, you have very, very little algae, very, very little slime available for you. So a lot of the normal ways you would produce oxygen aren't available. So the way I'm actually getting a lot of my oxygen is these fish, for example. These fish eat lettuce, and then they produce oxygen. We've got one right here who's doing it now. That it'll excrete oxygen. And then you also have down here, you've got like this coral over here that'll produce a little bit of oxygen when it's exposed to light. So SPOM is very important, so you gotta rush it. Interesting. Yeah, no, it's the same thing of like the frozen planet and the dinosaur planet, where, you know, it's still oxygen not included, but they'll be like, okay, the creatures are different, and, you know, some of the plants are different, which forces you to play a little bit different. It's really hard in the start for oxygen. Yeah, no, the oxygen is rough in this one, but I think that's good. If we consider that like each DLC, you've been playing that much longer in theory and all that stuff. How's that dupe grooming breathing underwater? It is an aquatic grooming station, which is new to this particular DLC. And then you also have there's a new skill in the game called basic swimming. Speaking of which, we're gonna get that so Nevek doesn't drown, which makes it so they don't have to walk on the thing. They can swim along there, and they have like a stamina bar, and that's new to this DLC. You can see like they're diving and swimming along here and all that. It's definitely a different one. Let's see, in the Frosty, the aloe vera is really easy to get oxygen. Yeah, no, and like all the different ones, like that's the Frosty one I found to be pretty easy. The Dino one, the thing that got kind of tricky was you kind of had to go on this culling of the dinosaurs because some of the dinosaurs basically pooped chlorine. And if you didn't get ahead of them, they could absolutely get there. But you got a biome with a far amount of algae to start, so you didn't have to rush SPOM, but you still needed it by around thing. So when people are saying SPOM, I'm just not familiar with the acronym in that case. What are we talking about? Because nothing here is ringing a bell for what I would mean by SPOM. Self-powered oxygen machine. Self-powered oxygen module. Okay. I'm assuming that's a strategy of where you have something feed into itself to then basically have oxygen generation that is a closed circuit in some manner. The electrolyzers but uses hydrogen to power it. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't had to deal with the power side of it. That's actually, we just set up the electrolyzer recently. And I just have this set up so it only runs when I need it. My concern is more the water. That'll put me at a gradual water deficit. And granted, I've got water to spare, but I've not seen many opportunities to gain water. So far as like in the map. So yeah, I've got tons of it that we could slowly burn on this for like probably 200 or 300 cycles before we burn out of water. Let's see. You use non-power required filters. So it's self-sustaining as long as there's constant water input. Right. Yeah, and what I've been doing is, because we have these now, which are basically free power, I don't feel the need to do any gimmicks with like self-powering or whatever, because I've done the whole thing where you use hydrogen to power your hydrogen production effectively. But the water, the thing that's concerning me about the water is the only place I've got that seems to be a water input is I've got this one geyser way down here. Let's see. This tidal turbine is still heat. The tidal turbine does create some heat. It's only 625 DTU, which is not too terrible. Versus, like, you look at, your coal, natural gas are pretty pretty heavy on the DTUs they produce. Alright. We'll need to deal with that natural gas soon. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Need more radiation. Okay. But yeah, so you can see, like, I've got 4 of these. Sorry, 5 of these? No, that's the different things. Yeah, I got 4 of these right here. So that's 1200 power or whatever. No. It's more than that. 1600 power. Let's see, what input you use for the polymer press? Oh, we have, down here I've got a leaking crude oil fissure that I've exposed. And so we're inputting that little trickle of oil at almost all times. And then I'm using the I'm using the petroleum currently as my coolant. Just because the fact that it can tolerate a pretty wide range of heats without turning solid or whatever. The thing we're working on right now is I'm trying to get my steam power. That way I can go and set this up over here to do the whole cycle where we evaporate the water, run the steam thing, use that to cool it down, bring it around. Let's see, like water weed is almost never an early game plan for you, but you have infinity salt water. Yep. Well, and also the water weed, you feed it to these fish and they produce oxygen in their own right. So ultimately the water weed is indirectly your one of your sources of oxygen. Yeah, our oxygen is stabilized again. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's without this running too. So the oxygen is stabilized because we got tons of them. Okay, so you've got this. So we need to make sushi rolls forever. And we need someone who has the enhanced seasoning skill. Alright. Let's go check on you. So, you're the cook. So I just need to get one more level on the cook. And how close? You're fairly close to leveling, which is good. We're getting pretty close to the point where we're going to get enough plastic for another thing there. You can also play Factorio, colonize the cold planet there. Yeah. No, I've done Factorio. Have you found mealwood yet? Need it for the new recipes, but it's not even on my map. I did find it on my map. I have a little spot over here. This little spot over here is where my mealwood was. I had about 3 or 4 plants available there. So I think you're gonna find just like one little biome tucked away in its little corner. Hey, Army of Stars, how's it going? Okay, so let's go ahead and get another room going here. You do have that hidden at the side. Yep. And then we can go in here and get all the decorations and all that going for the next one. Okay, we can go to you. It's fine, we'll get that figured out. Wallpaper. Doing good, how's Oni? It's going good. We've been checking out the DLC and just making good progress on that. Gradually moving our people over to having their own individual bedrooms and all that, which is always a nice point in the game. Working on, like, still genuinely trying to consistently keep our oxygen stabilized, because, like, just the nature of this one is so much different. We also, actually, our food has improved a great deal, which is interesting because I wouldn't have expected that to go that way. Oh, also, rip all that up. Continue to expand and build. Let's see, you want to use the flower pot exploit where, here for the sody cane. so that I won't have to use some salt as fertilizer. All your salt will be eaten by Sluggo. I never did much of the exploit. I think it's fun, like some of the crazy exploits you have, and actually not include like the infinite pressure blocks. So you'd have like the one block of air that would have infinite, you know, pressure shoved into it. There was some pretty comical ones. Or there's been many times where just because of the nature of how the rounding works with the floating point numbers they use and everything, that you would have situations where I could like turn something into one material and turn it back where it's supposed to be like equal the whole way around. Like you could just revert it back and forth. I don't have an example off the top of my head, it's getting tired. But you could finagle it to make sure you were ever so slightly off, but round in your favor. And so you just generate materials out of the ether. It was entirely unnecessary, though, which is the reason I don't worry about it, because you get geysers, and the geysers are your source of unlimited material. It's just in those slices, and then it's a matter of going, okay, well, I've got this geyser that's shooting out salt water. How do I get that salt water to do the most for me? You know, maybe you're using desalinization. Maybe you've got like a volcano, and you're just dumping the salt water into the volcano to evaporate it away. You know, doing stuff with whatever you got left. Okay, so you're about to get your next thing there. The petroleum's continuing to do our cooling loop. Filling that out. Yeah, the leaky oil well is has definitely been real solid for this run. Which is interesting. I want to keep drilling down here, but I cannot afford to give up any oxygen production at all. Yeah, and these are old thing. Plastic is definitely a hurdle on this map. Yeah, no, and that's definitely one of the things. Is got the as fast as I could. Okay, Nivix is finally enhanced seasoning. So with that, Nivik can start making the sushi rolls. And with the sushi rolls, we'll be able to get the objective going. And it looks like I'll have to make 10 sushi rolls to accomplish the goal. And that's the lice roe. And then the fish fillets. The fish fillets happen regardless. There's fish constantly living and dying on this map. So that's just freebie stuff. The lice loaf, we've got that going. So it's just a matter of all that kind of stuff. And I can get our next bed. Alright, 1 second. Do that. Alright. Yeah, no, the salt, we have 177.7 tons of salt on the map. So yeah, salt, we're good. As far as wood goes, we can continue to have them make rubber, which is probably not the worst decision. Because I keep having them make the rubber. The beauty there is we can actually make floor tiles out of rubber that do allow us to run faster, and they don't have a bunch of penalties that go with them as well. So that's nice, because there's a lot of tiles, like wall tiles, like these mesh tiles and the vent tiles and all that, that actually have a decoration negative on them, which can mess with your morale. But the rubber didn't seem to have that. So you definitely see going into a bunch of these rooms and then putting the rubber tiles to make him move faster. Okay. And you're continuing to make my iron and steel, which I appreciate, for as soon as we get our research done. Our research for this Still sitting at the 9 out of 20 because we gotta wait for the radiation to build up. Free rubber gasket, why not? I guess I don't care about the others. Alright. Yeah, that's the spot that matters. And the reason I don't want to disturb that is these lights are keeping those going, the fish. And so if I start drilling down here, I might move the fish away from them. And we're very dependent on a lot of these things for our air. I do anticipate a lot of these things slowly depleting and need to do that. So we still have the pump over here. And how is all that going? So once I've got it where the petroleum not as solid, but it's going kind of in the loop at all times, I'll be content. So temperatures are there reasonable. Temperatures theirs are downright comfortable. Yeah, the temperatures up here is starting to get warm. But till I have the steam research, I can't finish that. Which is part of why I like embedded it in the wall where nothing could reach it yet. Is I wanted to design it out, and then we'll poke a hole there. Get it all built and functional. That'll switch over to being our cooling loop, since it'll be able to be sustained forever. Alright, new cozy bedtime. And with that, we can check on you. They're all private bedrooms, so that's good. Then we get another one assigned, and pretty soon it'll be time to start tearing up the barracks. And I mean, I could make it into more storage if I need it. I don't think I'd do in at least the medium to the short term. One of them could become the hospital. That could be one thing as we get like a medical room. I haven't needed one. What other rooms could we have? So we have a washroom. We have the private rooms. I'm up to a great hall. We could move towards the banquet hall. I believe the only thing I'm missing is... we're missing the displayed ornament. And I would need to get rid of the regular tables and put the communal ones. We've got a massage clinic. We do not have a hospital. That just heals people faster. The power plant is kind of irrelevant for us because we're not using any of the buildings that would work for a power plant, really. The greenhouse could potentially benefit if I were to move all my farm stuff around. I am way too lazy. We've got the stable already. We got a laboratory. We got a rec room. The park and the natural reserve, those can be kind of hard to set up. If you got pips, they can be pretty easy because then you can just like make a room that's all like naturally placed blocks. You can have your, and you can make naturally placed blocks with some gimmicks. But then you can just drop the pip in there with a cabinet with whatever seeds you want them to plant and just let them work on it. And it works pretty well. I've done that a number of times. Which we did have and we might still have. Yeah, there's a couple of pips up here. I've deliberately not let them out because they'll just die out here. But I could definitely see doing that. That's I always like the playthroughs where you end up having inside your base just the perfect place for a bunch of that. Alright, so Server Lord will be next. Then we get our next 300 plastic. We can get the next spot there. Okay. All right. Requested dupe activate this building. An unsanctioned bioprint that runs on power siphon from the printing pod. I'm surprised. I don't remember this one. Okay. Access code required. Cool. The access code required to reboot it for testing is located somewhere on this world. That's fine. Let's see, when you're looking at various Oni advice at one point, you found a base layout with a central vertical area that was set to be natural preserve. It looked pretty nice, but also looked like a pain to set up. Yeah, no, I definitely had more than once that, like, relatively central to base that was just, you know, a hallway with a bunch of plants in it, and it's like, okay, that's going to be a natural preserve, let's build around it. But it is a thing to be conscious of at the beginning, is when you got one of those rooms. Or otherwise, like I said, there's a... I can't remember the exact thing. I think you had to build, like, every other space. You put something there, and there was some kind of tile that, I don't remember if it's lava or whatever, that if it dripped there, it would harden back into a natural block. So you could have, like, every other one there, have them all drop in, plant the stuff, or have your pips run around and plant all the stuff, you know, and make yourself an artificial reserve. But, because it has to be, you know, naturally placed plants, so you can't plant them yourself. So, like, this, I actually could make this a nature reserve. Can you give you a spoiler? I mean, you've given me no context. A spoiler in what? Because there's some things I'd be like, can I give you a spoiler? But like, yeah, that's fine. This update has water? Are you talking Medieval Dynasty, or... Oh, you're talking this one. Yeah, no, there's a... There's a thing. Yeah, let's try and go in here. We'll put a door there and there. Put a block here. Wall that off. And then we can go to... Was it stations? Furniture, where are you at? Looking for the reserve sign. Wasn't utilities. I thought it was stations. That we can put up a sign. Ah, there we go. Park sign. Alright. So we'll have to see what it takes to get that all set up. This isn't a great location for it, but they can run through here from time to time. It'll help with the reserve thing. Oh, we can lock these doors open. Yeah, so they get that park sign built. They'll probably qualify as a park. This might be too big to be a reserve, but we'll see what it says. Oh no, it is a nature reserve. Cool, cool. So we have our nature reserve right there. All right. Now, it is a thing that I want to say there's an achievement. I can't remember if it's like 3 or 5 nature reserves in the same colony, which is like, okay, but really, you're abusing some pips to make that happen. Getting that many clumps of plants together that are usable for the nature reserve is not an easy feat, unless you're abusing mechanics. Alright, so we got a decent number of resources to deal with from here. Alright, though. Unfortunately, I've got to be up stupid early in the morning. I'm only going to get a couple hours of sleep. So I'm going to do that because I'm getting tired as well because my sleep schedule's completely jacked up. But it's been fun doing more Oxygen Not Included. I could definitely see doing another stream of this. I do think it won't be too much longer till we get to that mid-game part where, you know, stuff like where you go to set this thing up and you're like, okay, well, this is just going to take 2-3 hours of fast-forwarding to get it done kind of things. Which is fine for playing because you can work on a bunch of stuff. But that is the point where it usually gets hard to stream because there's a lot of just waiting for stuff to happen, which is fine. I also know I want to do more of the Satisfactory one. I do want to do more of the spacecraft and all that. But with all that said, if you have enjoyed today's content, thank you so much, and don't forget to drop a follow, that we can find our way back here in the future. If you are watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for the YouTube side. I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. For those over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and seeing who I can